It's that time again. Welcome to the stage. Oh yeah. Where energy and creativity collide. Here we go. Let's level up. Make this something to remember. All right.
Another week to go through a great lineup of Call of Duty Varsity League. My name is Seymour. With me is Cash. We're going to bring you through the entertainment throughout the day, and I am looking forward to it because we got some bangers lined up to go through for our first two matches. Cash, how you feeling tonight?
I'm feeling really good about the night. You know, we're hitting some open premiere matches. So that's going to be really exciting to get to watch some of these teams play. And yeah, I mean, we get two matches every week, but it seems like each week we get more and more exciting matches to look at, whether they're repeat or fresh ones, which is what we get tonight. There's always something exciting to dive in about.
Oh, you're right. We're in week 5. We're getting our first look at the open division for the Call of Duty Varsity League, and I can't wait to get a first look at some of these teams. But, you know, first things first, you know, we got to go through the likes of the season format for what we've seen so far. You know, we're still in that regular season play, but as we, you know, draw closer towards those playoffs, we start to, you know, figure out, you know, where is the cut between these conferences, the top and the bottom, and that's going to lead into obviously the last chance qualifiers in late October, early November, you know, after those conference plans and championships. And so far, you know, I think we've been able to figure out the identity of a lot of these conferences on who's going to be, you know, the top cut of these teams and who's going to be looking at that last chance qualifiers for, you know, that chance to go to playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, we're halfway through the regular season, which is crazy to think about. But like you said, we're starting to kind of get a shakedown of really where these teams are looking to fall. I mean, again, looking at our matchup tonight, we have Fanshawe and Stockton versus Northern Arizona and University of Arizona. And then, of course, Valorant to follow for the third match, which is, again, always a great time to stick around and tune in for. But looking at these teams, which we'll dive into a bit tonight as far as these storylines go, we're starting to figure out, okay, who's making their way towards that top cut as we start to, you know, hit the tail end of the regular season.
No, for sure, and I'm looking forward to seeing those matches too, because obviously, you know, you get Fanshawe versus Stockton, you know, a play for, you know, top of their conference so far, and then, you know, a battle for Arizona right after that. That's going to be super exciting. But, you know, for these teams, and just a reminder of what they're playing for, we got $2,000 for first place throughout the NACE Star League or the Call of Duty Varsity League for these Wednesday matches. Then for $1,000 for second place, $500 for third place. So, you know, a lot of scholarship prizes to play for between them. And let me tell you, Cash, you know, from what we've seen so far, there is a lot of competition for it.
There is. I don't, you know, it's even hard. We haven't seen every single team, but of the teams we've seen play, I don't even know that I could pick one as, like, clear-cut, you know, who's going to be a champion. Again, so many teams are continuing to evolve, get better each week. Even if we aren't getting eyes on the matchup, you're seeing how they're improving week to week, given their record, given their map plays. So many variables, and again, the fact that it's week 5 and we're closing, and it sounds crazy to think that 21st is the last day of the regular season. We are 2 weeks away from that, or 3 weeks away from that. These teams really, now it's that time, right? It's that last leg of the season where you start piecing things together. Okay, we worked on it the first few weeks. We know what our main issues are. Now we can fine tune things. Now we can figure out how to kind of set ourselves apart from the pack, how to get that top 2, top 1 position in our, you know, in our conference to try and give ourselves the best leg going into playoffs.
Yeah, I totally agree. But for, you know, the broadcast, right now, I'm going to touch on a few more things. It wouldn't be an ace broadcast without giving some love over to Extra Life. Play games to change kids' health and change the future. Join Extra Life today. I'm pretty sure that's going to be at extralife.org. KhazixMayJump.org. So go check them out, show some support. We always love the Extra Life folks. And not only that, for tonight too, you gotta give some love to Duncan, Nace Star League. We run on Duncan over here, so click the Twitch panel below, find the nearest Duncan to you, and make sure you stock up for that late night gaming grind. And also have to give a big shout out to Monster Canada, or Monster Energy as well, an official partner of Nace Star League Canadian initiatives. Did you know that Canadian esports clubs can receive complimentary Monster Energy on campus? If you check out Nace Star League Twitter or Discord, you can find more information about it and maybe even stock up your campus with some good Monster Energy. I wish I had some right now. It would definitely get me kicked into gear. And I
definitely, man.
I'm saying that like I'm not already kicked into gear to see these teams play today.
Yeah, that's something that would really get you going, and I was talking about having a Baja Blast to my left, but I think I could sub that out for a Monster anytime. But looking at our, competitive COD League rule set, it's going to be a best of 5 games to win the series. First to 3 wins is going to take the series tonight, and the maps we have to choose from for the map pool are going to be Berlin, Bocage, Desert Siege, Gavatu, and Tuscan. So we'll kind of get into what we're looking at here tonight for this first series. But, run-of-the-mill stuff, if you happen to be a first-time viewer, that's how things are going to operate. And interesting map set tonight that we have for this first one, at least, that we were talking about.
This map pool hasn't changed since we got Berlin in the controls way back halfway through the season of Vanguard. So it's just going to be simple as ever for this fall semester of Vanguard going into, the next game, Modern Warfare 2 on the horizon. But let's hone in a little bit on our first match of the day, Fanshawe Fuel versus Stockton Esports. When you look at Fanshawe, you got Bonk, Boss Frost, Airzy, Cure, and going up on the other side, Stockton Esports, Zeloxities, Revived Me, Base, and Six. 2 teams, already a good start to the season. 1-0 for Fanshawe, 2-0 for Stockton. But the only thing is, when you look at it from, the point of view from Stockton, you got some real competition now against Fanshawe, something you haven't really had going up against you in your previous matches.
Definitely. It's a team out of Fanshawe that, you were kind of alluding to me about the top of the show. It's a team that's trying to build chemistry, right? They're trying to get kind of their ducks in a row, and, instead of being players of individual talent, they want to really come together as a team. So for a Fanshawe team that's trying to get things rolling, for Stockton, you definitely want to be wary tonight, and again, make sure you're playing fundamentally sound COD.
Well, here we look at the maps for the series, and we finally get to see a Gavatu hardpoint for our first map of the day. No Tuscan or Berlin to start this off. We will get Tuscan and Berlin, but for maps 2-3, we get Tuscan. Maps 4-5, we get Berlin. But I'm excited for this, to start off with a Gavatu hardpoint. We got to take a look at the picks bans for both teams. Fanshawe elected to get rid of the Bocage, and you see that Stockton got rid of the Tuscans, so both teams immediately not wanting to go to those close quarter battles where the SMGs really thrive in. It's going to be a lot of eyes on the ARs throughout this series to see how they perform, and not only that, you can kind of look towards the SMGs to see how are they going to fit into these big maps.
They have to find a way to do so, and I think that's going to be, it's going to be who has the best game knowledge, right? Who's going to hit those timings, those routes the best as sub players to catch the ARs off guard, to constantly find a way on these big maps to be in their face and make it easier for their ARs to win those gun battles and those gunfights in turn. I think timings are going to be a huge part of this, especially on Gavatu for the submachine gun players. Though we're talking about the ARs being the one to watch, given you're getting rid of the small maps, the subs really have a lot of freedom to make big plays because the ARs are going to be caught up, kind of hashing out those long-range battles.
Yes, they are, and now we get to get ready for match number 1, Cash, as we're hopping in with Fanshawe versus Stockton. Gavatu hardpoint, we get that overview, we get that look at what we're dealing with now. It's been a while since I've seen this map for hardpoint, but whenever I think back to it, I'm always reminded at how important rotations are. And both of these teams, they haven't gone up against each other just yet. They have been seen in leagues previous to this for Call of Duty Collegiate. The only thing is, now you're matching up against each other, and you have to prove yourself in this sense. Where you're Fanshawe Fuel, you're still trying to find that chemistry, find that identity to your team as you come together for the 2023 year. And on the other hand, Stockton, you're trying to put yourself on the map, and a win here against Fanshawe, that can definitely do that for you.
It could do that, and then some. It could look to solidify your place at the top of your conference, you know, with only having a few weeks left. And now we're at a point where every win matters if you're trying to make a good run, make a good finish for conference play. And you don't want to have to worry about LCQ. You just want to get your conference play in, place well, do your thing, and look ahead towards the rest of playoffs. But still several weeks left of COD before that, and even then still several maps of Call of Duty ahead of us in this series tonight between these two teams as we kick things off on our Gap 2 hardpoint. And looks like we got a nice lobby close for us, so maybe not quite yet jumping into this this Gap 2 hardpoint.
I thought we were past this, Vanguard. I thought we were in a little bit of
the next
step of our relationship, Vanguard. But no, we get to find more lobby crashes. We get to wait a little bit before we get that Gavin cash. And for this, too, you and I both predicted that Fanshawe would win this. You know, in your own kind of point of view to this, you know, what makes you think that they are going to walk out on top over Stockton today?
Yeah, so I mean, it's a team, again, you talked about and give me a tidbit of them being a team, trying to build chemistry, trying to come together, where in past, seasons and past leagues, like you said, not quite looking the case. But even for me, right, it's a squad where, okay, you don't have all that many wins or reps on the board. You know what point in the season you're at. You're going to try to start stringing together really good Call of Duty. And to be honest, also just a bit of gut feeling with that too. Sometimes you can look at a matchup on paper and just say, hey, I'm really thinking, like, you look at the roster, you look at what they've done this season, and you're like, this looks like the team tonight. A little bit of both, right? Some of your wonderful insight on these Canadian squads, you know, and then part of that feeling of just, you know what, this squad, what I've seen them do, and their win, what I've seen them do, seems like something they could really try to pull out and again, get their season rolling in a very momentum-heavy way.
Well, I can't disagree with you with this Fanshawe team. I was impressed with them last year in the CCL, and, you know, in any time that I got to see them really perform as a team. And going into this year, or this, you know, new iteration of Fanshawe Fuel, going into, you know, the end of Vanguard and the start of Modern Warfare 2, there's a few things on my mind that definitely it tells me that this team can be, you know, #1 seed coming out of their conference. But at the same time, they're going to struggle to find that if they don't lock in and kind of find their identity, you know, find that chemistry that I've been talking about. Because at the end of Vanguard in the previous seasons, this team was lacking that chemistry. They were falling apart, you know, towards the end of it, and you really saw them struggle against top-cut teams, like struggle hard too. So right now, trying to develop into, you know, what could be a strong Fuel roster, you really have to look at this core four inside of this fall season to find their own and get that chemistry going.
Couldn't have said a better point myself in regards to what we're looking for out of this Fanshawe Fuel team. Kicking things off on the right-hand side of your map and going to be the first to P1. It's going to be Fanshawe, but quickly contested there at the start after Revive Me finds a long-range pick. It's going to be a battle going down for P1. Still 40 seconds left on the clock before we head to P2, but battle being won by Stockton for the time being. And, well, on point of view with Revived Me, on a 3-0 start, can't ask for much better from your AR.
No, single-handedly almost breaks that hill alone. But, you know, I thought I've gotten past, you know, seeing new things in Vanguard. But I don't think I've ever seen anybody take that AR angle right off the get-go like Revived Me just did. So 4 in a row for your AR. Not too shabby of a start so far for Stockton as they get 13 points accumulated here. But now a chance for Fanshawe to fight back here in this early scrappy hill as Boss Frost collects 6 points for the team. Slides out. That's going to be the end of it. Scrap time's going to go to Stockton. And eyes onto the rotation for the next hill. It looks like 3 players of Stockton already there to see if they can get initial time.
Now it's just trying to get yourself in those comfortable positions, but player 6 and Airzy going to cause problems top boat. Finally, your AR and 6 is able to chop that down and now can start to look at P5, look at top green, try to kill these players off spawn. Boss Frost able to answer with a very quick trade for his teammates. So you start to press up that 50-yard line of the map, start to put more pressure on this team to make a solid hold and get a good break. But hey, it's 4 down, whether it's teammates or whether it's the enemy. You're finding a way to get an all-blue kill feed, and that's going to grant you even more time. Now out to a 40-point lead through 1.5 hills.
Stockton are completely sending our Preds to the wayside. Early on here in Gavin, we can see why this team wanted to go to an AR-centered map, you know, get away from the Bokosh, get away from the Tuscan, you know, really zone out Fanshawe here on Gavin. And Fuel have been struggling on trying to find their way back into it. A good couple of kills to get things going, but with 5 seconds left, they have to start thinking about the rotation and next. They're going to be there first. They win out on their gunfights. They will be able to anchor. Now Boss Frost lines up too on the outside, so Cure inside the hill has RZ up top turret, and he is going to find some good time before having to take these fights.
Well, your first step in trying to get back over this hill for Stockton is getting the player out of ring. They do that. Now it's trying to pick your next point of attack, your next lane. Arzy comes up off spawn with the sub and is able to find kill. Unfortunately, on the hill and through beach side, you have an opening on the top side of the map. Yeah, you have spawn still, but it's a quick break from the front, and now you're going to try to flood in to regain control of this. You do that, a great response from them. They're still on the docket to close this to a 15-point deficit. And again, Cure, ring control is so important, not only on this map in general, but specifically for P3. You would think if you have spawns, holding it from the back is kind of the standard of these hills, but with P3, you want to get out and in front of it, and again, give the team another gunfight before they're able to get across the map. Kira now just going to try to press ahead, soften the defenses of this P4 hold, and see if they can't get an early break themselves. It's going to be this ring fight that's going to be huge. Player 2 and 6 is able to cut that down, and then again, it could slow that push, but a 15-point lead. Now you have to hike across the map, and I'm thinking Stockton's about to get 15 points in response at least.
I mean, you have to think with this early rotation that they're going to just sink their nails into this hill. But a couple good kills from Fanshaw's going to light this retake. Inside of hill number 4 as Boss Frost looking for the wide angle in the outside. Has to duck down on 43 HP, but Base is trying to keep him at bay, and he will take down that player. So Stockton hold on for the early time. Now 30 seconds left. They're looking to get every single drop of this hill that they can, but you really need somebody. You're going to need this player here for Fanshaw to break the hill. Kira trying to find his way in. Excellent shutdown by Zaloxides and the read on the Boss Frost. So Stockton there is comfortable as could be in this hill.
They really are. Their ARs, again, the slaying between Revive Me and Zaloxides, doing a great job just locking things down. Getting a good bit of time here. I mean, great amount of time, and that it was a near full 60, and now on the rotation, I mean, you have Zaloxides already in green. That's going to be huge, and that could play a big spoiler if you can catch a couple players off. Timing may or may not going to go his way. We'll take that as a may not, but again, Revive Me already there. They're constantly applying pressure and forcing Fanshaw to have to be ready for a gunfight whenever they're trying to just settle into their shape. Good amount of time here.
You look at the comparisons on, early rotations from these two teams. Fanshot, they get broken so fast on P3, whereas Stockton, they hold full 60 back on P4, and they look at P5 and they break it immediately again, only giving up about 20 seconds. So Fanshot, they need to do a better job at holding these hills if they get the early rotation.
They do, and the fact that they banned Bakaj, you're wondering, what that decision was, because that one plays much scrappier. Obviously, they trust their ARs, but off to a slow slaying start is one for sure. I mean, you really just have two players doing it for the side of Stockton, but where Base isn't finding kills, well, he's finding hill time, in that he has 65 seconds of hill time here through the first set of rotations. So, really for Stockton, you have everyone hitting all of their marks, and you need a big response here on the second set of rotations, because if it's another full 60 or anything close, this game might just feel out of reach at that point.
Yeah, it's scary for Francia going to the second set of hills, because this is where things can really get thrown to the wayside, where things can get really ugly really fast on Cavatu. A snowball has definitely been shown on this map constantly throughout the Vanguard season, and Stockton are looking for the early break again just to make sure that they can stay true to their word, stay true to the consistency so far of these hill breaks, but they're getting a little bit of pushback here from Erzi and Kier. Couple kills go the way of Fuel. Kier now look for the 1v1 in the hill, but a big win there from Zaloxides. Zalox down 2, 4 in a row for Zaloxides. It looks like scrap time, barring Boss Frost going big, goes to Stockton again.
And continuing just to keep that distance, even if they can keep, I think they're very satisfied keeping a, near 80 points to farm on the side of Fanshaw. So even if they were to go even from here on out, again, you're going to find yourself in just a few hills hitting that 250 point mark, but they're going to try to find a way to close it out. And again, though we have 60 seconds on this hill and a lot can happen, with the map control they've been playing with, they already have spawns for next. So whatever time they can get here, they're going to consider a win. If they can keep spawns for P3, that's going to be a bigger win for them than really any amount of hill time here. They just want to keep it scrappy, not let Fanshaw think they have a chance to get back into this, and then look to shut it down in the next couple of hills.
Fanshaw needs to come online soon, or else this is going to be well out of the way of a comeback, as you still have one on the inside. Bonk trying to hold on his best he can. A little bit of a left jab, and Zaloxides goes down as Bonk finds 3 in the hill, so still alive for the Fuel for P2. A lot of pressure on the inside, as Revive Me will be able to dethrone that player from the inside of the ship, and locks down a second one to make sure that Stockton are comfortable in hill. And rotation from player number 5, Boss Frost, was actually shut down over towards P3, so Stockton now, this is where they can start that steamroll through to that 200 points. See if they can put this away here, put it away clean, as Fanshaw still struggling to find that slaying, but still a chance to come back.
There is still a chance. It's got to be decisive here. They have spawns. Now they just have to find these kills, and you can't wait too long. Boss Frost has to push this good. You get the player off time. You trust that your teammate in Bong can at least Chowler. Try to win this gunfight to the player ring.
The flank.
Holding on to time is going to work. You shut down the flank. I mean, it's looking all right. You have to get a full 60 here to be back in this game, or at least 45 seconds of it. But this is the best we've seen from Fanshaw. Starting to come alive here, and if they can hold this off, you know, again, you still have to ask the next question. Can they get across the map in time? Can they try to look to get a flip in the next 10 or 15 seconds? Or do they just try to take the time they can get? We'll have to find out here.
It's something that they weren't able to do last time. So, I mean, hopefully with this new life of fuel in Gavitu that they could, you know, find that early break for the sake of their map 1. But look at this position from Zalox. He's feeding information over towards that player. Takes the shots after he goes down, but he's able to lock down 2 for the rotation, and Zalox is doing everything that he needs to just to delay Fanshaw even longer.
They had a great push to the beach, but now look at the adjustment Stockton made.
No
6
way.
is laying deep beach side. Of course, Zaloxy is still causing problems on a 4 streak, but again, you send a player for that adjustment. Their push was through beach. We're going to force them through the lane we want them, which is jungle, which is cliff side. 6 is going to cut people off laying down, and again, your teammates just get pickings from the hill. Player 7 in Cure slips to the back. He could blow this up and keeps Fanshaw alive. Finds one, doesn't get traded, is able to get the break in, and now suddenly for Fanshaw, I mean, you're giving yourselves options. You're starting to turn heads.
You are, until Zaloxides just beheads you from behind. 8 in a row now will, you know, net him shrieks, and now close to Stockton, closing out map number 1 as they look comfortable as ever on the inside of things. Cure, can he go big? Pistol's going to be out, finds the slide in with the hip fire. Is going to take that revive me, give a little bit of leeway now, a little bit of spacing to get back into this if you're Fanshaw, but has to be near perfect rotation over to P5, and they need to cross the whole entire map just to get there.
And just looking at the scoreboard, I mean, Stockton has nearly double the kills, you know, to that of Fanshaw. You're looking at about 90 or so kills to, again, what is about 60 or so from the side, you know, of Fanshaw. So not quite double, a little, you know, under, but still, whenever you are outslaying by that margin, you know, you're almost shocked the scoreline isn't even more devastating than what it was. You know, they're finding 30 more kills around the map than you are. That's just something that, again, you talk about slayers, you talk about objective players, but of course they all just like a perfect dance and work in tandem, right? You know, finding kills makes it easier to get on the hill, and in turn, when you can find hill time and grow your lead, well, then you can run around and slay and have fun. So again, it's just like an ebb and flow, and well, for Stockton, it was flowing there in map number 1. They take a 75-80 point win there, and dominant at that, really, to kick off the series.
Yeah, flowing like water through Gavitu itself. I have to say, Stockton, I mean, we came in giving our predictions over to Fanshaw, you and I, and
yeah,
I think they kind of just gave us a little bit of a wake-up call, said, hey, don't forget about us, you know, we're still here to play, and Zaloxides was that guy. Over 30 kills, almost a 40 bomb throughout Gavitu, constantly being on shrieks, constantly finding rotations. The map control between himself and Revived Me were out of this world for that first map. Fanshaw Fuel, I mean, they were just simply outclassed and outgunned on that map. I mean, there's nothing more to say than that. The Stockton, they were prepared. They were ready to take the win. And it just looks like their game plan on Gavitu was so sound that Fanshaw could never find a way in. I mean, we saw a couple of hill holds from Fanshaw that looked good, but ultimately when it came to breaking hills and rotating around the map, they were struggling in finding that. And if that doesn't change going through the search and destroy and even later on the control, this might be over a little soon for Fanshaw, the way that we're seeing Stockton play.
It really could be. Again, you saw them at moments, right? Have a good hill, have a good break, but they could never string it together, where you saw if you know, Fanshaw was able to get a good hold, Stockton responded with an early break, like you were saying, or, you know, again, it was always that P3 to P4 chain that they could have. You know, they got the first bit of P3, even if they got flipped out, you know, that's 90 seconds of 120 that you're able to get between 2 hills, right? You get the first 30 of P3, you flip and get a full 6. They got full 60s back-to-back time, well, close enough full 60s on P4. So again, their way and ability to chain hills, or it was a full 60 on P4, an early break on P5 to get the back 30. They were always finding a way to get 90 points in succession. somehow. And again, that's gonna be a winning recipe or a winning formula. And so they come out really strong on map 1. And again, just as you were saying for Fanshawe, you still have to break on search and destroy, right? How many teams post plant setup? You have to break a post plant setup, though it's a bit slower and a bit more tactical at times than a hard point or a respawn plays. You still have to find a way to break setups defensively, or find an open lane on the map to maybe get a bomb plant. Still openings you have to find, and for Fanshawe, they were piecing it together there at the end. It's got to come alive a lot quicker again before we see a 2-4-6-0 in the search and destroy, right? They have to find a way to keep themselves within striking distance in the search and destroy so that they can give themselves an edge and have a potential to take a lead.
And I'm not saying Fanshawe are totally out of this just yet. I mean, this is a team that they showed some signs of life throughout that hard point. It just wasn't consistent throughout it. They can find that consistency. Like I said, if they can find, that team chemistry to, wrap their minds around, the team composition and the strategies that are coming through from Stockton, it's a team that can for sure shut them down. It's just finding that flow for themselves, like we saw, Stockton do on that gap 2. It's not an easy thing to do. Going into the search and destroy, they need to, definitely be aware of those flanks that we were seeing coming out of, Zeloxides. Even at the end there, he was easily finding so many flanks against Fanshawe, and they weren't even having a chance at breaking hills because they're always, 1, maybe even 2 players down, and you cannot let that happen in a search and destroy because there's no coming back from that. There's no respawns. So Fanshawe, they need to keep their heads on a swivel. They need to keep the communication intact and watch out for those flank plays. Tuscan, it's a 3-lane map. It's not hard to lock those down, but it's easy to, leave one route open, and that's when I know Stockton are going to be looking for that route to, take advantage of.
I think one of the ones that it's so obvious you think it gets covered every time, but it's not, I think is L. As far as on the offensive side goes, on the left side of what would be fire window, is playing that L alley out of spawn where you expect players, people to be like, yeah, we got it picked up, or yeah, I'm playing back tree, I can just look to the right. If a team hits it quick enough, they can punish you by being in your spawn in the first 15 seconds, of spawning in. So again, I think it's for Fanshawe to get back in this, like you said, they're by no means out of it, but make the game easy on yourself. Pick up the obvious lane, right? Do the hard work, or do the easy job first, and then you can kind of pick, okay, now they're hitting specialized routes, now they're hitting a delayed 1-3P5, now they're, sitting under fire window, but at least we picked up mid-map, top and bottom lanes of the map. Do what is easiest for you, and then work through your progressions from there. Use the objective to your advantage, right? On offense, don't, of course, again, there's timings and different things like that happen, but try to get the bomb down as quick as you can. Force the defense to make a play in response to your post-plant setup. Defensively, hold your lanes. Don't let them get a free look at a bomb site. It's just hit those easy things, those fundamental things to Call of Duty, and specifically search and destroy. Then you can start to fine-tune your gameplay from there. Of course, that's, that is being really aware of your team composition and your ability and awareness is on the map. But if they can start with those basic things, cover your lane to the map, work the objectives the best you can, I think that's a great place for them to start here, just to kind of, again, get some wind back in their sails here.
I couldn't agree with you more. It's not going to be an easy task for Fanshawe Fuel coming back into the series, but it's something that they have to overcome if they want to be top seed in their conference. Folks, if you're just tuning in, this is the Call of Duty Varsity League as we're looking at our open division, Stockton Esports versus Fanshawe Fuel. We just had a Gava 2 hardpoint absolutely get smoked through by Stockton over Fanshawe as they lead 1-0 into the series. We head to Tuscan now for a search and destroy in map 2, and now you're looking to see if they got what it takes to bounce back. If you're Fanshawe Fuel, if you're trying to make a little bit of resurgence back into the series, it needs to begin in the search and destroy, and right away, not just what Cash was talking about, but communication,
Absolutely.
Working together, that teamwork, easy strats just to talk amongst each other. It could be night and day in the difference that we could see out of this team going into the second map.
It really could. We talk so often about COD being a complicated game, and at times you can keep it simple. You can do the easy fundamental things, and that can go a long distance. They're fundamentals for a reason, right? You build your higher tier, higher quality gameplay on top of that. So, sometimes you just gotta make sure you're doing the little things right. Do the easy things right, and from there, the game can start to look a lot simpler. For Fanshawe, again, we know this is a squad that can come out. They can play very well and very strong. It just seems like they were a little frazzled in the first map. It seemed like they did lose some of those fundamentals in hardpoint, and Now they got to try to regain here, but having
You gotta
seen
wait
that a
a
couple
second.
players dropped out, we're gonna get back to that in a moment. 2 for 2 on game lobby closures. I mean, I might go buy a lottery ticket after this.
I
you know?
wouldn't. I wouldn't. This isn't the luck that you look at it and you're like, I'm gonna go buy a lottery
That's
ticket with
true.
this one.
That's
This
true.
is the bad luck kind of foreseeing our stream today.
I'm gonna double check
And
all 4 of my tires have air in them. How about that?
Exactly. That is number 1 after the stream goes down here. But you know, going into this map number 2, you have to look at Fanchine and a couple things, you know, from that map 1, and you got to take it and see if you can expand on it going into map 2. Their leader, Cure. You know, I remember from last season, he was definitely the player to look at to kind of lead the way for the team. Not just in slaying, but in leadership alone. He's got a lot on his role there, and I could see that he was getting a little bit of help in the slaying. I know Bong was struggling back in Gava 2 hardpoint, but if you can look to this player to find a few opening picks and really bring the confidence back for this team, I think Fanshot really needs to put some stocks in Kier right now and look at him to, you know, bring this team back in from a leadership standpoint, because, you know, that teamwork and the chemistry and the communication, it's all nice and dandy to talk about, but somebody needs to start that. And Kier being the leader of this team, you know, I'm definitely looking at him to see if he can get this team going.
It's definitely the execution portion of it, which you were, you know, talking about. It's one thing, of course, they can't hear us up here on the desk, but, you know, we can say they're coaches, right? As team, they can say one thing, say this is our strat, this is what we need to do, or you know, in the mid-game, in a mid-round adjustment, say this is what we need to do. You know, let's hit this route, let's make this play. It's execution. That's the other half of the battle, right? Is executing on the play call, being decisive, responding as a team, right? You don't want to see 4 disconnected errors on the map, or players, you know, you want to see a team moving as a unit. You know, do they have someone, like you're saying, Cure, where it's like, you make a play call, and this is what we're rolling with. I don't care if it's the wrong decision, we're going to make the wrong decision as a team. Someone, like you said, stepping up, making that call, and saying, here's what we're going to do. Cure led the OBJ in Gava 2, I think finished like 12 and 18 or 16 and 18, didn't have an insane slaying performance, but was leading in that objective play, which is, again, what is needed to win the game. So we'll see if here Cure can pull out something to help revive this team and get them back into form. Gets picked for the first blood, but hopefully at least able to relay some information to the team. Near complete A control for Stockton. We'll see if they make a play around it, man.
Wins the duel, top church, immediately pulls fuel to a halt, and nobody's going to have eyes on that A-bomb for now. You're really looking at player number 5, Brosfrost, who is having a standout game back on Gavatu to hopefully relay any information throughout the team, but he's worried about, you know, dancing between going on that flank, watching the A-bomb. He doesn't know what to do just yet, and in doing so, Fuel have actually given up that A-bomb for a plant.
They completely backed up. I mean, whenever you get picked, Bonk and Airzy backed up the church and had minimal eyes on anything. Now you got through with your boss Frost, and maybe you can blow up and find a play here. The trigger discipline. The trigger discipline is huge. There's 2 great trigger discipline. Even though you go down, you still find a couple. Now you need your teammates to finish the job. A 1v1 here. But Boss Frost did his job there.
Yeah, Bonk's just a chance to redeem himself here, and he's going to get it too. The better of base in the 1v1. And Bonk's going to bring Fuel to a round victory. Now, Boss Frost there, such a pivotal role in that round. I was saying, you know, it might be a little bit devastating for Fanshots if he put in that position, because Boss Frost wasn't watching the cross and watching the player going for the plant, but finds his way through middle unchecked. He even sneaks in the backline, and the trigger discipline was immaculate to get those 2 connecting pieces.
I mean, you know, what did we say at the start of this, right? Of course, you start to make a play towards the bomb offensively. You're stocked, and I can't knock them for that. But again, mid-map was left unchecked after the opening break, and Boss Frost punished you for it. Now they get a well-earned round aboard. We'll see if they can make a play here. Boss Frost now with the bomb working through mid-map, and already in the bottom church. Once again, mid-map given up for free by Stockton. Do they get punished by it now?
He's so fast to get into this position, but is the follow-up for the Fuel going to be there? The execution
no
is going
way.
to be where it's hard. Nobody's watching for the flank again. Boss Frost finding one, can't get the second, but he's got a little bit of backup this time. Bonk is going to help him out. He's pieced together 3. He's going to put base yet again in a clutch situation.
Amazing.
He's able to find 1, but 1 is all he's going to get. So base in the 1v1s, 0-2 right now, and that's going to lead Fuel to their second round win.
everyone's been there for the trade. You know, it was Bonk left in the 1v1 last go around who was able to win it there, but everyone's been in position for a trade. Either they've been damaged or they've been able to snap and get a call out and able to get the kill. It's been 2 great rounds out of Fanshawe, completely different and far more coordinated than anything we had seen in map number 1. And I mean, Stockton, you blink and you're down 2 rounds. They haven't been slow played by any means. Now here, a bit more decision coming out. Yeah, you have someone watching through church in player 6 for Fanshawe, but 2 players pushing through P5. We'll see if Revive Me gets good or bad timing here on our Wheel of Fortune, but A play slowly coming in. You're just trying to wait for Revive to get any information on players.
Right now, I mean, you really got to tip it to Fanshawe on the way they're playing, just their opportunity to pounce on anything that they're given. Boss Frost just the spear for this team too, and he finds another trade here. This time onto Zaloxides, the main slayer for Stockton, back on Cav2. Yes, it was traded out, but it is going to delay the plant for now. And here we got Erzi and Cure to see if they can bring this back in a 2v3 situation. With the post plant this time, no flanks to really shake things up.
It's going to have to be clean. It's looking like for the fuel, you're trying to group up here and work through field side. Well, you're going to have 3 arrows looking at you if you opt to take that route, but maybe you can find some kills. Time, oh, so quickly dwindling down for you to make a play. Not only do you have to find these kills, but you have to find a way to hot bomb as well. And here, maybe going to get timing on 1, put some shots into his teammate, and then can also find the second. I mean, the snap is there.
No.
It does the damage. Can he find the kill? His teammate has to win another one on the other side of it, and that is not going to be the case. What could have been?
What
had he found that kill, man?
I mean, that last pick towards the outside of Monument onto 6. If Kier found that and Airz didn't have to, you know, double back to go help him out, that could have been so different. But, you know, a base hopping into a situation to find that crossfire for the players going for the bomb, taking down Airz, putting Kier in a little bit of a scattered brain situation. Just such a heads-up spot there from base. Finally putting some work in at the end there when he's stuck in those situations. But, you know, big eyes on the 6 there for staying alive, you know, giving base a little bit of comfort room to work with. And now going into the next round, Boss Frost bomb in hand again. Slower to get down into well. It looks like we're going to get a 4-hit down and towards Patio. There's going to be a player here. Will they be able to read base so close to the door? Not going to read him right away. And base actually finds a double kill. Finally goes down, but the damage, it is done.
It's going to be a 1v2, and now we see a quick wrap. Could be 2 1v1s here for this A-plant. Airz could find great timing, but the 6 have the discipline and the heady to take this gunfight. The answer is yes. What could have been a disaster for Stockton had, again, they not had the awareness to slow play that wrap through B. Now they tie it up 2-2. Just, again, that's just such a heads-up play. Both players don't have to go sprinting at B, right? You can just trust that he's either going to pick it up and put it down, and we're going to retake, or he's going to fly towards A, and we can catch some good timing. They catch great timing, answer back with 2 quick rounds of their own. Read that B push beautifully, able to find 3 kills there. Zaloxides opening up with the information, and of course, Base and Revive able to find kills.
Yeah, Base gets away with murder in that situation. 9 times out of 10, somebody checks that spot, but Fanshawe just elapsed in their judgment, and it cost them the round. Now tied up at 2 apiece. Boggs got the sniper out. He actually beheads Zaloxides over down P1 Tuscan. And that's going to give life advantage. Base looking to pull things back, and he will. Killing the Boss Frost. A big pick, too, taking down the main slayer. Well, Fanshawe will definitely slow things down for the fuel, but Airzy's found a very aggressive angle over towards A, and 6 might not know he's so close.
You get the information from your teammate that, hey, he's playing Tree Heady. Airzy gets the collapse on, and then again, you have no sight control, no eyes on these players, and you're pending your spawn. If it's not Boss Frost, it's someone on a flank, and well, this time around, it's going to be Cure. They find a way to respond big on defense and get a good round win to slow down that 2-round momentum Stockton was starting to build up. Again, the flanks, that's the 3 defensive rounds where or 3 not defensive rounds, but 2 defensive and an offensive round. But again, that's gone unchecked where they're able to get through not watching the flank. We'll see if Stockton look to pick that up, because that's really been their main pain point here in this S&D.
Yeah, and, you know, for Fanshawe, you know, they haven't really, like, their whole search and destroy identity so far hasn't been the flanks. So, you know, good on them for not just kind of dumping all their strats into one hole on that flank position. And Bonku struggled back on the hard point. 5 and 3 here in search, so definitely redeeming himself for that. This Loxy is getting so much information over towards B, and that's going to actually provide the rotation out from 2 players. As Loxy's get that first blood, immediately slowing down Fanshawe. Nobody on the flank for Fanshawe. Nobody able to get into the flank. So you're at some point going to have to take these gunfights. And I'm not sure Boss Ross saw this. So right now you're trapped. Zloxy's the second one. He's going to get all three. And Revive Me is going to close the door to the round. And that's going to bring us back to tie.
Both times they've committed towards that site offensively, and it has hurt them bad. Against Zloxides, no, I know Zloxides there definitely improved the stat line, but I think it was 2 and 4 coming into this round, and now, or excuse me, 1 and 4 going into that round. If not First Bloods, which is obviously a couple that he's found here in the S&D, it's been first eyes on people, right? He plays aggressive and he can get eyes on people. So even though they aren't turning into kills, it's turning into information. There, it gets rewarded with 3 in the round, and for Stockton, you're able to tie it right back up, but it's just been all out aggression to mid-map. Who's been at the spots first, ready to take a gunfight? Well, it's a third First Blood for Zloxides, and another man advantage for them here in round number 7.
4 in a row for Zloxides. He's starting to come online, and that is scary for Fanshawe because he dropped nearly 40 back on that Cavern 2. And if there's anybody you don't want coming on, it's going to be Zloxides and Revived Me. And you see both of them turning up into the round to find individual gunfights for Stockton University. Now, Fuel backed up against the ropes here, 2v4. Both players isolated on either side of the map, so both players going to have to go huge for the team.
Stockton now realizing they're going to have to try to work a plant, at least for Cure. You back down the people in P5, but unfortunately that's not where the bomb is, so Bonk has to be the one to not only get eyes, but make a play. Going to see the head, going to get the pick. That at least slows down the plant. You have to be able to find the second kill, and who is it again? Zloxides on 5. At this point, you're trying to find Zloxides, if anyone, to take down here before this round ends.
Cure's nowhere to be found to help out for that trade, so in a 1v3 situation, as soon as he shows himself, he's going to go down, and this is the first lead for Stockton in the Search and Destroy. They bring it back. They now in 4-3 for Tuscan S&D. And yeah, if there's anybody that you need to shut down right now, if you're Fuel, it's going to be Zloxides, because as soon as he shows some sign of confidence, he is a scary player.
What started as 1-4 is now 6-4. 4 Zloxides on a 5 streak, collectively a team 8 streak. And for the Fuel, this is a big moment, not only in this map, but in this series. You don't want to put them at map point. You want to find a way to, again, take some adversity and respond. Where you couldn't in the hard point, you want to respond. And what Revived Me says, no res this time. You guys are still going down, and we're going to find a way to close this S&D out.
Look at Zloxides. He's getting through for free, and another kill coming through from Stockton. Finally traded out, but 6 is right there for the trade, putting Kieran in a 1v3. Yet again, nowhere to be found with his team on the other side of the battlefield. And as soon as he takes the gunfight, Stockton University, comfortable, clean, concise, and they close it out 5-3. Their round advantage, it just keeps growing. What is that now? 3 rounds in a row for this team. I mean, the Fuel, now where I was kind of giving them a little bit of props early on for their strats, that aggressive play from Boss Frost, it's been adjusted on for Stockton. He's not going to get away with it anymore.
Well, what we were just singing the praises of for Fanshawe, we're now singing for Stockton. Like you said, it's been flipped on its head. They need to go back to what works for them. Well, 2 people are already through mid-map, but again, Revived Me, finding another kill. No someone's below fire window. Bonk at least able to get that trade. 3v3, you have mid-map control. What do you do now? Do you slow play on defense? Do you get overzealous and cost out and get a life? We'll have to find out, but so far, protecting the bombs, Zloxides sitting way back spawn watching for a flank, but it's all mid-map action for the Fuel.
Yes, it is. I mean, at least if you're Bonk, you find that trade. So Stockton, they don't have a lot of real estate to work with inside of the map, but that stun's going to catch on to 1, so a little bit of information there to work with if you're base. He's actually going to go for this one, too. Trade's going to be there from Boss Frost, so you lose out on Air Z, but you keep the 2v2. Bonk still has yet to make any noise, so we'll be able to catch this player in the rotation here. If you're 6, but he reads him like a book, 6 is going to get a huge pick now to give the advantage to Stockton. Boss Frost, 1v1 versus Zloxides. Both main slayers for the team, but Boss Frost may have just about the worst timing of his life. And that's going to be a 6-3 victory for Stockton in the Search and Destroy, bringing them to 2-0 in the series.
Whew. That was just, I mean, I feel like that timing was just a summary of how the series has gone so far for Fanshawe. You think it's the right play, you think it's the way to go, and it just turns and bites you. So down 0-2, You lose again, another devastating fashion in a sense. I mean, you won 2 of your 3 rounds in the first 2 rounds of the map. It was 5-1 after they won those 2 straight. Very hard to bounce back from. We thought, you know, again, same thing as Hardpoint. They showed sequences and signs of good play. It just seems like when push comes to shove and a bigger adjustment needs to be made, Stockton's been the one to dig deeper for that.
And early on into that search and destroy, you were seeing the success through the flanks from Fanshawe Fuel. It's just the only thing is as soon as those flanks weren't finding success, they didn't have a plan B in. And whenever they were kind of just ramming their heads against the wall that was Stockton University throughout this series, you just find yourself at a standstill again if you're Fanshawe Fuel and your strat book going into these game modes. So, you know, you see that there is, you know, the making of a team that has those strats. They have, you know, the communication to, you know, make things happen. But when push comes to shove, they need to have a second plan, and so far we haven't seen that second plan throughout these games. You know, Fanshawe, after they were losing out on success, you saw them, you know, looking a little bit scared in some situations. I know, you know, Kier, I was talking about him constantly finding himself in 1v3s, being on the other side of the map from his teammates. It's just the communication to, you know, follow through and get those trades. Fanshawe weren't ever in position to trade things out. So when you're not in that position, when you're not, you know, working together in that sense, you're going to find yourself falling behind. And Stockton, they start to mount that lead. They start to get that comeback. They start working together. You see Zaloxities getting that confidence, finding those opening picks, and then doubled back by Revived Me, who always had his back. When they were working their way back up, you started to see Fanshawe Fuel find their downfall.
Absolutely. Velocities, again, it was all, you know, getting eyes on players. It was all relaying information at the start. And then once he started fighting First Blood, well, he didn't quite stop. And like you said, Revived Me had the mid-map locked down with the AR, whether it was from Top Fire to Top Church or vice versa. It seemed like they had an AR and a sub that were on fire, and then they were able to get the job done around that. But First Bloods just became the bane of the existence for Fanshawe Fuel. You just couldn't find a response for the First Bloods after, again, those opening 2 rounds. They played them really well, but they haven't been able to replicate that consistently because Stockton was able to, you know, react to their one-dimensional play. Whenever you play one-dimensional Call of Duty, you get shut down, and like you said, you continue running your head or trying to run through the same door, the same wall that you have been, because that was the only play in your book. You have to find something else to switch up and be able to, again, I don't want to say make an adjustment on top of an adjustment, but if they react to you, how are you going to react back or be proactive about your gameplay? Fanshawe haven't shown us any of that tonight, but for Stockton, I mean, they're digging deep in their bag here to get this one done, and whenever it seems like Zaloxities wants to turn up, well, it's just kind of been his series tonight, and I expect nothing different here as we stay on Tuscan for map number 3 control.
2-0 in the standings, looking to, you know, improve that to 3-0. Fuel, not done yet. I mean, if they want to come back, it has to start here. Tuscan control. We're heading to our map number 3. Revived Me starts off where you left off in map 2 with beautiful shots. Top Church to open things up. Now looking for that A zone as he's going to find a second one. A little bit of backup from 6-2 will mean 3 down for Fuel for the time being. But here comes the comeback here. Here comes the retake from Boss Frost. He's going to slide his way in, take down Revived Me, slow down this progression. And Kira's going to help him out to get that second one down, so Fuel do a great job at retaking the A zone.
You get a tick if you're Stockton, but of course not satisfied with that. Fanshawe showing great form here defensively. They're aggressive through mid-map. 7 and Kira is cutting players down as they cross through alley. If you can keep this up, it's going to be quite the headache for Stockton to try to get back this site. Even if they end up getting this A site for the side of Stockton, you are happy to be bleeding this much clock defensively if you're the Fuel.
And I'm happy to see Erzi, you know, starting to get a little bit quicker on the collapse to get those trades. He's definitely stepped up into this map number 3, but can he stay consistent throughout the rest of it? As now we see Stockton, they go for the overextension over towards B. They're going to stop the clock at 38 seconds. Here comes Erzi on the flank. You lose out of the player on the inside. Erzi's going to take the player above. 3 down for Stockton again. Now the last one, Zaloxities, over to A to make sure that time doesn't get burned down, but Fuel already on the case.
Player 5. Erzi, like you said, moving quicker on the map. Though Revived means able to make the read that time around. Boss Frost is there for the quick trade, so the collapse coming in defensively. It's 3 for 1 in the feed. You've got to find one more, and well, they're going to be looking at less than 30 seconds left on the timer. Unfortunately, doesn't quite go the way yet. Kira's still holding on, and 6 again, just ripping heads off for now.
Kira with a couple team shots there may have just cost them that hill. Another minute to the zone there. Life advantage for Fuel, so still not really out of this. You still have a chance to win this defensive round. You're still looking good going into this map 3. The pace change has definitely suited you through Tuscan control, but here, he needs to stay alive here. A little bit of dancing around this pillar. He's gonna go down, but Boss Frost close for the trades again here for Fanshawe, doubling down on the outside, taking down 6. That slows down Stockton even more.
It's a life advantage that's starting to slip away. You have 60 seconds on the clock. Sure, that's not a ton to work with, but you're also down 6 lives. Not only that, you're in single-digit lives is more so what I'm looking at. You only have 2 full team pushes left at this hill, and even with time, I think that's how it's shaking out. You've got to find a way to get some clean kill feeds. Revive Me going to kick things off. You need another 4 down here to get on this site and even try to get ticks of progression. How big of a win would this be for Fanshawe if they can stop them from getting any progress?
Ooh, where's he there? Standing tall on the staircase, making sure that Stockton just can't get to the site for free. Zeloxity's giving some trouble there, but Bonk with the lineup. 26 seconds, 4 lives to 9 as Fanshawe looking good here on defense. And now this team working together to get their way back into the series. You lose the A zone to a team kill, but now for B, I mean, you are locking it down. 3 down, though, for Fuel, so not done yet for Stockton as they're looking to make a last-ditch effort to get into the zone, but nobody's going to touch in time, and that's the round over to Fanshawe for our first.
I think that is a fantastic defensive round. About the best one you could have opened up with for Fanshawe. Now, again, I know you said the team kill, giving up the A site, things like that. I'm looking at the fact that they held them to 0 ticks at B. That is going to be monumental if this ends up going the distance, which I expect Stockton to, not roll over dead. I expect them to fight back and push back. If you need to push this to around 5, this round is going to be a huge one to look back on. The fact that they held him to 0 ticks at B is pretty hard to do on Tuscan. I'd say harder on Control or on Berlin and even harder on Gavitu, but it seems like Tuscan you can always get at least 1 pick. Well, here, they get a couple to open it up. They're on the A site clean and pushing through Church. This is a completely different looking respawn team than what we saw from map 1.
They know, yes they do. Zeloxy's going to sniff out Boss Frost, but Bonk over towards B is going to slit the agenda for Stockton for where they're going to, dedicate some of these lives. It does look like finally they want to put this collapse on into A, and they're going to get the job done, giving up a tick of progression. Airzy kind of stuck on an island. Eventually going to go down. He will revive me, does that, but I really want to talk a little bit about this team cache as, they're dipping over towards B. The way they've made Bonk feel so comfortable into this map. It has definitely showed that this team can step up when they need them. 3 down again. Bonk's going to put down base. Revive Me. Can he do enough to hold off the rest of them? 2 players on the inside. He's good for 1. Bonk's here to hold on strong.
Wow.
Third tick being worked on. Bonk, another kill. As he's got 8 in a row. That streaks now for the Fuel cache. And now looking for this third tick of progression. That's to get me taken care of. They won't be able to get it done, but what a way to bring yourself some life here in this attacking round.
Couldn't have asked for a better way to kick things off. You're up and live. You have 2 ticks and all of A. You need 1 more tick. Even if you lose this round, I'm looking at tick progression once again. I don't see them losing this round. With over 2 minutes on the clock, Stockton would have to turn their slaying around in this map just tenfold. It would have to completely flip on its head to hold and not go 4 down. On top of having full streaks, but you're getting invested, I think this is Fanshawe's round to lose.
It definitely is now that they've invested that streak. The only thing is they're losing the gunfights around it. Somebody's going to hop in the hill. Boss Frost can't hold on. Revive Me. Beautiful kill there to basically negate that whole streak usage. That came from Bonk, and everything that they kind of worked on there before that A zone went down is been thrown to the wayside now that Stockton have bounced back.
You still have a life advantage, which is something you want to try to hold on to, but again, you just need a clean team push. I'd hate to see them collapse here on a round where, again, could have been closed out in the first minute or 2. Now you're starting to get these kills. If you can find this next kill, that would have been huge for getting on the site. It would have left you in a 2v1 life advantage. Bonk once again going big for the team at 16 and 6. Trying to stay alive. You have player 7 and Cure in the back. Sure, that gets sniffed out, but I don't want to see them start throwing one-off lives at it as we see here. You see Boss Fox get a kill, but again, almost quickly traded out. What I thought was a silly 1-life push. Seems to be something that Boss Fox knows what he's doing.
Yeah, Boss Frost definitely knows what he's doing. He's got Cure to back him up now on an island. Has to give it up. 3 in a row for Boss Frost. Can he look for any more? Dancing around Pillar. Looks like he's getting hunted down by player number 3. Base is going to get the timing there, so another life out of the hands of Fuel. 54 seconds left. Suddenly, when Fuel gets a little bit of fight back into this round, they don't really have an answer. So we need to see that clean wipe if they want to take a second round here inside of the control. But Zaloxity's just waiting in line, being so slow and so patient for this attack to help out. Ace is going to find a kill. Bonk to trade things out. Zaloxity's still yet to peek it. Hersey trying to work into the backline. Revive's going to get rid of Boss Rush, so a lot of slaying pressure going to be taken off the shoulders of Stockton here. 24 seconds. You need these players to go big.
You're through the back. Now it's just a matter of slaying out the hill. You know there's a couple left on. There's 1 second's top radio. All you have to do is lay and stack. Boss Frost is able to clean up there. You're going to jump on it. You're going to try to get the rest of this progression. Cure goes down, but it might not be enough time to get back to it. There you have it. Offensive round win. Fanshawe Fuel, dare I say it, at match point here.
Match point of the control, and night and day from what we've seen in maps 1 and 2. This third map, Fuel, they just look brand new. They look like they are finally here to play, like they're woken up. Maybe they got their cup of Dunkin' in them, and they're ready to play. But it's definitely showing the change of pace of this team is giving a little bit more comfort to Bonk in that backline. 18 and 8. I mean, you see Arzy is just running around. Whether he finds kills or not, he's just being such a nuisance. And when he goes down, Bonk is there to back him up. And that is such a key thing to look at here when you're looking at the success rate for Fanshawe.
When you look, Zaloxity's and Revive Me switch. Revive Me running a submachine gun at least right now, and Zaloxity's with the AR, maybe trying to get a tempo change for themselves to find success. But Zaloxity's finding success with the AR, at least in this opening round. Revive Me, the only one really outputting slaying production here for the team. You stack, you get A within 15 seconds, and you're starting to get a clean feed over towards Field's side. They want to respond in a big way, knowing that they have to, and again, Stockton, back to life.
Back to life and back in the driver's seat. I mean, this looks comfortable. This looks like they're angry in round number 3 of this control. Almost near perfect for the break over to A zone. Now 6, looking for more. With the AR, he goes up top. The nade is going to chunk him down low. Bonk actually gets the better of him, too. So, keeping Stockton away from the zone for now. They even get eyes on to Revive Me in the backline, so you can imagine that a couple players from the Fuel will be there to hunt him down. Cure gets rid of the problem, and Stockton back to really square one for this. Boss Ross wins such a crucial gunfight too, top church. So, I mean, Stockton now, they're a little bit staggered out, Cash.
They are. The more I watch Control, and it's weird saying this late in the season, but when you get that time, you get that early, that closer point, right? It is so hard defensively to hold a clean defensive setup or be able to break back in consistently for 2 minutes. That is such a hard ask and such a strong, thing to ask of mental fortitude out of a defensive holding team. So far for Fanshawe, you're doing it, but I mean, again, the magic word, the magic phrase in Control is it takes 1-4 down to get you on a site. Sure, you're holding on for Fanshawe, but you have to do it for 60 seconds. You are halfway done. You have to find a way to not start selling here, not get over aggressive, and give up lives you don't need. Because all it takes for Stockton is 1-4 down for them to find themselves on this B site. They're still holding, 40 seconds left.
Yeah, well, they found those kills. They just haven't been able to execute when need be. Another 2 down is going to put lives even farther into the favor of Fuel. Now 3 life lead, 32 seconds. They've shaved off a whole 2 minutes almost from this time bank, and they're not done just yet. Time now in the critical zone of red digits. It's going to be Zaloxity's for the swing around. 2 down now for the time to be stopped on the inside. Boss Ross goes down also, so base alone on the inside. They don't account for Cure up top, and that's going to be the lineup. 3 down for Stockton. And Fanshawe looking for the perfect sweep and Control to keep them alive in the series. 10 seconds left. Zaloxity is just trying to dig deep to see if he can get anything back for his team, but who's going to touch? Who's going to get into the zone? Zaloxity goes down. It's 3 out of the board again for Stockton, and Fanshawe, they're not done yet in the series.
Wow. I can't believe that they were able to come out and take it, and again, that Control was dominant for most of it. I'm not saying the slaying was, dominant. It was really a plus or minus 5 life margin. Well, plus 5 margin each round favoring the side of Fanshawe, right? They were positive 15 kills for that entire map. Not like slaying was atrocious, but it seemed like, again, for Fanshawe, it was decisive. They got the A point, and whenever they split the B, I think that was kind of the straw that broke the camel's back. That split be pushed, that Bonk was able to go big and find full streaks on. Though the streak didn't amount to anything, it's just that big momentum play for the team, right? You go on an 8 streak, you get the B site, you get a really big, clean offensive round win, and then you just get to win 2 defenses. You, one, can't ask for an easier control road to take to get a win, but again, it breathed life back into the team. I think Bonk was the catalyst, and that offensive round was also the catalyst to kind of their respawn resurrection.
Oh, for sure. And you know, even though you don't get anything off of that streak, like you said, it's just you force Stockton to react to that play. And, you know, when Stockton's forced to react constantly, they can't get into that, you know, the comfortable rotation that we saw them back in Search and Destroy and Hardpoint. So the changes, I mean, they're great for Fanshawe on map 3. They looked fantastic. A 3-0 sweep and Tuscan control. That's going to bring us to our map number 4. We're going over to Berlin's now as we're done with the Tuscan series. I'm excited to see it, but before that, we're going to go to a quick break. We'll see you on the other side with some more matchups here between Fanshawe and Stockton. Welcome back, everybody, to the Call of Duty Varsity League here in Nace Star League. My name is Seymour, with me, Cash. Now we finally seen a little bit of a fight back from Fanshawe Fuel as they're going up against Stockton Esports here in our match number 1 on the day for Call of Duty Vanguard. They lose out on both the hard points and Search and Destroy, pretty decisive, but I mean, that's showing that we got from Fanshawe back in map number 3. Really night and day to what we were seeing in those first 2 maps. A 3-0 sweep in the Tuscan Control keeps their life alive in the series, Cash.
It does, and again, it was finally a collective of the bits and pieces we had seen from them. You know, the tail end of the hard point where they're able to string together, you know, the back half and then a full 60 of a hill, or, you know, start to sequence together rotations around the map. And then in the first 2 rounds of Search and Destroy, they looked really decisive. It's been one-dimensional from here on out, but there, I mean, Stockton did offer pushback at times. Again, the entire map spread, you know, life discrepancy was 15 to the whole map, so it's not like it was a 10 life margin 1 round and something crazy. Stockton kept it close and kept fighting, but it really just showed a little bit of depth out of Fanshawe that we haven't seen this series.
No, and let's see if that carries over into map number 4 as we go to Berlin now. We get rid of the Tuscans, we go to Berlin hardpoint. Something to note going into this is the difference that was shown, not just in the pacing alone for, you know, Fanshawe back in game 3, but Airzy steps up in such a key role to, you know, give Bonk that comfortable spot in that AR role.
It was just that speed that we talked about, right? That pacing change where, again, Airzy, like you had said, started flowing around the map. And, well, yeah, that let the AR and Bonk get more comfortable, start to get cleaner lines of sight to look down because they were worried about how quick and how in your face Airzy was playing. If that can be replicated here on Berlin, which is something, again, where an SMG that can get in your face and let an AR look over you can start to work out, it's something that Fanshawe could replicate success on once again. Airzy on time and now watching out the door for this first push. But Fanshawe Fuel, I mean, again, after winning that map so decisively, the momentum coming into this Berlin is definitely in their favor.
Oh, for sure. And as you see, you know, Airzy just, you know, for that gunfight toward the outer, slip in to the hill, contest it for the kill, and good time here from Fanshawe with the rebreak for Stockton. Can they hold off? Bonk's good for 1. Nobody's there to trade him out just yet. Airzy from outside in, trying to find the shots, but even still, Stockton, they find the break for the last remaining 10 seconds. And Fuel, they're already set up over for P2.
As far as P1s go, though, this one is the least central on the map. Yeah, it's a win if you're a Fanshawe because, again, you got P2 rotation like you alluded to. Now you have a fairly clean setup. It's just figuring out, okay, where's this next push coming from? Well, Zaloxidis is going to give you insight that it's coming through window. Airzy there to pick it up. It's pinstripe kill feed, but it will be Stockton with control for now. You still have close enough spawns and even spawns looking towards P3, but you know they're not done trying to get back in for time here.
Oh, no, they are not. Stockton, though, with the early break gives you a little kind of hint back to what we got back at the Cava 2 hard points. So, Fanshawe, do they have what it takes to break back in? Well, Bonk, Airzy, they say, yeah, we do. They revive me. Can he get anything done? No, Airzy lines up 3 to completely break into this hill and breathe some life back in for Fanshawe here. 20 seconds to pick up. So still a chance to lose this out. As you see Stockton trying to find their way in. It's another 2 down. 1 last player to take through. It's going to be 6. The stun's going to give it away. Airzy set up. That's 5 in a row.
And you have rotation for next. You have to find Revived Me and hope he doesn't find too many players. Well, he finds none at all on rotation. Now Airzy are going to be able to pinch the push that Stockton is making. Could find full streaks here if he plays it smart and plays the timing well enough. But here in Fire, it does get a bit mixy. Airzy not able to find that kill, so Velocity shuts him down. But his teammates doing just fine over on the hill. Now a 15-point lead accrued, as they have spawns and control of P3 for now. You're just trying to work a play, trying to get 6 in the mix, right? Starting off 1 and 6, make that 2. That's someone who has been a good, quick AR player for you. If he can get in rhythm, I expect them to be able to find a way to bounce back here, but it's been all Fanshawe to start.
But it has to be. That's that momentum coming out from map 3 into map number 4, and it looks like Airzy online in this series. Amazing to see that out of your SMGs if you're Fuel, but Stockton, what can they do to shut it back down? It looks like they want to take another shot at this. 6 is going to slide in, but Bonk lines him up. The trades back and forth. It's actually going to get Stockton in for the scrap time. It's going to be a duel for the last couple seconds, and Bostros will walk away with the 5. And now, Airzy, what can you get out the rotation? 2 players here for Stockton to worry about. They're post up here. On this train, Zaloxy slides out. That's an easy kill for Airzy. Now on an island, he's pinched out looks like Stockton want to hunt him down, and they'll get that player out of harm's way. The only thing is, now you got to worry about bonking the backline, and 6, he's got his number.
Starting to lock things down and come alive. You retain spawns for the team. 6 had to find that kill, and this is a hill they can respond on, though it's one of the more open and scrappier hills that play on Berlin. If they can find a good amount of time, they're still not even out of this game being down just 40, right? But you want to see them still find a way to get most of this time if they can, to keep themselves within striking distance. As we've seen early on, Fanshawe able to string together a couple of hills. Base now getting in the mix with a couple of his own. It's just been a slow slaying start for the side of Stockton Esports, something that they have no problem turning around, but this is the third time we've said it in this Berlin. It's a momentum train that Fanshawe are riding and playing to their advantage.
And on rotation, Stockton looking to see if they can dig themselves out of this hole, and looks like Zaloxities still has the shovel in hand, makes his way over to P5, finds 2 kills. Now going to set up to cut down the rest of the remaining Fanshawe Fuel players, and Zaloxities doing a great job at bounce back for the team. You still have Revived Me alongside him slaying out, but not as shiny and clean as it was back on Gavatu. It's that resurgence of Fuel from map 3 that's really been showing a lot of fight back, a lot of competition in this slaying. Erzi has found himself one with this SMG.
And 14 kills in the map as well. Bossfrost, the only player not in double-digit kills. Well, over 60 seconds of kill time, so it feels like a flipped image of what we saw for map number 1, where a player is slower, you know, in that slaying column. They're picking it up in the OBJ, and that's balanced team composition. Here for Stockton, it's their best look at a good amount of time. Not only are they getting the scrap time, look at how far away Fanshawe Fuel are spawning for P1. I mean, the first 15 seconds of this should cleanly go the way of Stockton University. But again, it's going to be Bossfrost on the flank, getting those close spawns. They're going to, if they get the break, they're going to get most of this time. They're willing to chalk up the first 15 for the last 45.
An early break here, as this can get ugly for Fanshawe if they give up too much time in this hill. It's definitely a money hill for the second set of rotations, and just because you can see the kills, the slaying that Stockton have was these ARs already set up in office. I mean, you just kind of line up down these long corridors, and Fanshawe can't get anywhere to really touch this hill. With 26 seconds left, they take one last shot at it. 3 go down as they able to break it finally for the time. Hold on to their lead as well. Now Erzi to cut off these rotations. See if you can find it right at the neck of things, and you will through the window. Can't take down a second one, but it's excellent from Fanshawe to hold on to the rest.
Grow the lead back out to 20, 30 or so points by the end of it, and they're quick on rotation. Though they didn't technically win it, it is going to be a scrappy rotation, not a clean setup for the side of Stockton's. No. Alexi's trying to hold on, but the push coming through top. Revive Me has to stay up at least on outer boxes to maybe keep a play alive for the team, but getting the time is Fanshawe Fuel once again. Here comes the quick collapse out of Stockton.
A heads up play from Revive Me to get into the mix, take down Bossfrost from that shriek, so not going to get any further than 4, and Stockton now set up in these angles. I mean, you just see how comfortable they're going to be now. Revive Me getting a little bit of leeway on the outside. All you got to focus on are the gunfights in the close combat that you're going to get. Somebody steps on for the contention. One going to be Thier, and Base wins it out. Such a key kill for the comeback of Stockton.
It really is, and their map spread is brilliant as well. Like you had said with Revive Me, now they're looking comfortable. You get in a good setup, and suddenly the game slows down a bit for you. You get a bit more comfortable, you get to your spots, and can start finding some easier kills. That's what they've been able to do, and well, they've rallied back to now take what will be a 20-point lead as we look ahead towards P3, and they're bullying out B Street. Now you have to really try to find a way to not lose these spawns in Fanshawe, because you can't rely on your break as well as Stockton can. Stockton has a really solid break potential. You don't quite have that, and well, with 6 in the back, finding a few picks, it's definitely going to be something you have to turn around and fight for.
6 goes deep for it, and actually finds a lot of damage there to allow Stockton for the break through the front of the hill, even spawning Fanshawe all the way out over towards P4. So now it's Fanshawe's turn to break this hill, as you have Stockton set up and growing their lead time after time. 2 down for base. Kira's going to answer back. It's even into the hill for the fights, but the spawns there for Stockton will give them the edge into this one, as Kira picking them off from the respawns. One by one, they fall on the inside. These kills are going to be so important for Fanshawe. Revive Me, try to stand tall. You can't get it done. Oh my god! Kira, calm down! As the spawners don't even have a chance to get the gun up to fight him back.
And Erzi won the gunfight for time, continues to win a couple more of these gunfights. Again, it doesn't let Stockton get out for a clean rotation. That is all Cure all day. Unfortunately, doesn't get full streaks as a result, but you get a rotation for your team. Now you can claw back. It's a 20-point deficit, sure, but what Cure and AirZ were able to do there, something that really could set them up for the rest of this game if they can get a good amount of P4 time locked. I mean, this one's going to be neck and neck down to the wire.
Oh, it looks like another flip of the spawns here for Stockton. Revive me a chance to cut off Boss Ross. You will now. Numbers advantage for the break. Look for the player on the inside of the hill. You will. Unfortunately, the team name from Soxies will keep him out for a second. Bonk, a chance to fight back. A couple teammates coming out from Stockton. It's going to cost them so much. Bonk walks away with huge kills. We stay even. Now turning around. Bad timing for Bonk, but he has backup this time. Slides around for one. Lines up a second one. Trades back and forth. It's going to be an easy fight or an even fight again. So Revive Me is going to chime in for a kill and break the hill back in for Stockton. 189 to 189 cash. I mean, this is dead even between both teams. We got ourselves a battle for the series. Fanshawe, can they lock down to get to map 5?
It's a simple conversation. If I'm Fanshawe Fuel, I am playing this P5 as scrappy as I can, at least keeping them off of it, but I am not giving up these left-hand side spawns. Zeloxides, who is it, has slipped through. You have to find this player because you cannot lose these spawns. This game comes down to P1. Keep it scrappy like you're doing right now. Hold on to those spawns, and this game is going to be yours to lose. Once again, as we said back in the Tuscan offensive round that they had, and they are doing just that. Player 4 and Bonk locking down the P2 side of things. Players fighting for time, keeping it mixy there. The only thing open is your A long. If you give that up, you could get a flip here as you go 3 down. If they get aggressive around it, we'll see what they like to do, but they aren't advancing.
No, Fanshawe can't give up any more time here. You can see just around the hill, Bonk goes down, and those respawners from Fuel, they know what they need to do. They play the long game. They're looking to set things up. An 8 barrage is actually at least going to take down one, but now look at this from Stockton. It looks like they want to set up for a break. Revive Me. He's going to get caught out. Oh, he needs to play his life here. So important, but Boss Ross gets the kill.
Base, though, causing problems. NP1, you're trading back and forth. Bonk able to shut it down and keep them at distance once again. 6. He's been slow all game. Can he go big here for the team? Finding a couple in the back. We'll have to find out, but the break has to be clean, and it has to be now from the side of Stockton.
Everybody's going to be scattered. So many angles to check. If you're Fanshawe, Bonk is on 3. So he's trying to hold on strong for the team. Through the wall, takes down base. 4 in a row for your main AR. Make it 5 in a row for Bonk. 6 HP, barely staying alive now into the hill. 238 to 228. ARZ's going to cut off the rest. Now you're scattered if you're Stockton to try to get back. You're reaching to get to this hill, but nobody in chance to get back in. Fanshawe Fuel, they dig deep, and they burn their way into a map 5.
I mean, it's been all Bonk. And these respawns. I mean, the resilience that he's shown as a main AR, right? With a slow start that they have, you go to Gavit, you go to a map where it's, you look at it and you say, okay, ARs, what are you going to do? Doesn't come out, has a slow performance. There goes huge for the team once again. Ends on, what, a 6 or a 7 streak to close that one out? They put all their eggs in one basket. They chalked up almost 15 seconds of scrap time on P5 to say, you know what, we're going to win here. I mean, look at how close this is, right? They had to come back from a deficit 20 seconds into P1, and they were just overtaking the lead. They bet it all on P1, and it panned out for them. A team that is continually building confidence as the series goes on, and again, if they didn't have momentum coming into map 3, well, going into map 5, they definitely want to find a way to go big. 3 players with over 1 minute and 20 seconds of hill time. Again, the slaying 27 and 19 out of Bonk and a couple other great performances. A team that is finding form at the right time here in the series.
I mean, Bonk was putting in work at the end there. We talked about early on in the second set of rotations how important that rotation to P1 is, and that is definitely a money hill. And it's for reasons like that when Bonk's just able to pivot around the hill like that, find 4 kills, stay on 6 HP by the way, and you know, stay alive long enough for the respawners to get into a position to back him up. I mean, it's just important things to look at for the way that Fanshawe are handling their way, climbing back into this series. When you look at the first hardpoint, we almost saw no teamwork in breaking those hills, no communication, but after that control, I mean, this looks like a brand new squad, and you know, we see new life in them in the control, we see new life in them in the hardpoint. The only thing is will we see new life in the search and destroy as we head back to Berlin for an S&D Game 5?
That's the one mode that we have a question mark on, right? They didn't look super strong throughout the entirety of that search and destroy. They had really strong, really good moments. Again, has to be replicated. We've talked about that throughout this entire series. Can they continue to prove that, okay, we can have those first 2 rounds like we had on Tuscan? We can find that continued success for all 6 rounds that we need to win. I mean, this wins championship. This is a great mid to late season test of where you stand as a team and your ability to ice up. Well, they've iced up here and at least gotten themselves to the game 5 point, but looking back at that Berlin, I think it's been a couple key moments. It was not only the streak that Cure went on at P3, top fire, chopping players down off spawn, it was also those team nades for the side of Stockton that kept them out of P4. It was 2 back-to-back team nades that stopped them from, again, at least just keeping it scrappier, right? Though it was a near-tied game after P5, something where a handful of seconds there changes that entire game. So for Stockton, now you've appeared, you can bleed, right? They've shown that they can bleed. A team this good can take damage. They can, go down and be pushed to a game 5. The bigger resilience is going to be, for Fanshawe, it feels, I don't want to say easy to discredit the work they've done, but you're riding this momentum right into a game 5. Now for Stockton, you've lost 2 straight maps. Now you're the one that has to find a way to dig deep and answer back to, again, the call that's been made. You're forced to a game 5. Can you replicate another excellent search and destroy?
And I think you're still looking at Bonk to be that player. I mean, back in map number 2, you started to see Bonk find his own with that sniper rifle even. The AR too, you're just always popping off for some mid-game, kills to really turn things around. I think it was Bonk even in round number 1 wins a one-on-one versus base to give him that first round back in Tuscan. Now, Berlin. Can we stay true to the Bonk show so far? Not only that, but Airzy, you cannot take anything away from Airzy and that SMG player for Fanshawe Fuel either, because I think one thing to look at when you see the turnaround for Fuel is their, new players to the team have definitely shown up to play today, shaking off those stream jitters, shaking off the game day jitters. I mean, they look terrifying. They look scary. They definitely show why they were picked up to represent Fanshawe Fuel for this fall season. So going into the search and destroy, you're still looking at the 2 of them to stay consistent into this one, because back on map number 1, Gavin 2 Hardpoint, Bonk was like 9 and 20 something. Airzy not too far away from that either. Both having horrendous score lines in maps 1 and some even in map 2. But ever since that game 3, those 2 have been lights out.
They really have been. And for the side of Stockton, who I'm looking at to go big, it's search and destroy. I'm going to keep it simple. It's the Loxities, your first blood king, essentially, by the tail end of that. And then it's also revived me, your AR, who's overlooking, has your trade, able to play around the SMG so well. I'm looking at those 2 to, again, get things started, but you're going to need 6. And at this point, you're definitely going to need 6 in base to step up. It's going to have to be a 4-man effort if you want to win this one. But Loxities and revived me, those are going to be the 2 that have to kick things started to get things back in the way of Stockton.
Well, it hasn't been clean at all as we get to game number 5. Fanshawe working on the reverse sweep. Stockton looking to hold them off. As both teams going into the season, developing into something new, blossoming into a team that could take championships for their school. We can see if they can take them down when they go up against each other. Airzy on the inside of offices finds Palm down with a kill onto Revive Me. So you see the call for Fanshawe now to really stack up inside these offices, as there's going to be one lurking player around the outside, Loxities, to see if he can pull this one back. The slow creep up the stairs, waiting for his chance to strike. Spots out Airzy, gets out with his life, evens us up 2 apiece.
Can you find good timing here on a player sprinting? You at least get eyes. Now, can your teammate in base find a kill in sight? You at least retrieve Bomb, which I'm shocked that Fanshawe gave up. There's Bonk on the trade to get Bomb back down, but it's all in Loxities. You're aware that he's playing around outer. You're going to get the timing here.
And corner.
Round number 1 goes your way. I mean, we saw it out of Fanshawe last time around in map number 2, so nothing too impressive yet, but we'll see if they can get past that all elusive round number 3 once we get there.
And Bonk being so sneaky in that position. Loxities was making so much noise to push the issue around the outside of office, but Bonk didn't make any noise. He didn't shoot back. He didn't break the wall. He just waited. He waited, and that pays off. You get a big kill onto Revive Me, getting that bomb down and forcing the issue from Loxities. Offensively
for Fanshawe, favoring this B site, as you did on Tuscan, which B is a bit more common here on Berlin. You're going to have a player in base already up and in your face, playing outside of window, going to find the first blood. Now for Bonk, can you find a way to get a trade? You see the player across, you know bomb is down in there, and well, the trade does come in. You have one more here, and well, you're able to find it because you're bonk, and you've been finding 2 pieces since map number 3. So, bomb gonna go down. Life advantage, thanks to AirZ as well, and now 2v1 bomb down. Looking clean once again for Fanshawe, at least through these opening rounds.
Here's the hard part for 6. Can you retake in a 1v2 one? Probably one of the hardest sites to retake
really is.
in Vanguard, especially when you have Kier already up top warehouse watching over that post plant. Bong's going to be inside of docks. So 6 got to isolate both of these kills, see if he can read this one. He's going to slide right alongside. It doesn't look like either one have seen them. He's going to get the jump onto Bong from behind, bring this into a 1v1. But now the hard part, Kier has eyes on this, and it doesn't seem like 6 is going to know this at all. So as soon as he walks out, Kier's going to have a freebie there, and it's going to be a second round for Fanshawe Fuel.
A bit of a miss for Kier, being the AR that he was, and well, you know how bad he punished you from top third fire. Didn't take the chance that he was playing back warehouse, or not back warehouse, but back roof. Didn't clear that out. Thought he might have been playing in the site. Gets a misread and gets punished for it. 2-0, identical to what we've seen so far. We'll see if Fanshawe can continue to build on it, but it's been behind Bonk, it's been behind AirZ, and Kier clutching up in the 1v1 there for the offensive round when Stockton University, they've been able to adapt this entire series. They've been able to find a way to dig deep and pull back a lead when they need to. Here, they need to answer. Because again, it seems like Fanshawe have yet to slow down since map number 3, as we talked about at the break.
Oh, it really, really does. Revive Me, though, has found himself all the way top third, bomb in hand, so doesn't seem like there's not going to be any push to a site just yet for Stockton as they're really hunting down for these kills. Loxley's going down is definitely going to be an issue for Stockton Esports getting into one of these sites. But Base looking to get the kill onto Boss Frost, and unfortunately he won't even be able to get his gun up as that's 2 down now for Stockton. Where do they go from here? Because you look at these 2 last players, both 6 and Revive Me are completely separated. 6 looking to get the flank. Revive Me just trying to stay alive on the inside of mailroom. 2 players going to be here from Fanshawe, but nice shots there from Revive Me. 6 going to double down too. So we go back to even. 2 separate gunfights again. 6 is going to take down Bonk, and you can see that this last remaining player from Fanshawe, Boss Rush, trying to get into a situation to stop this one. Revive Me planting over for P3, and as the backer over from 6 there, somehow, some way in a 2v4, these 2 players, they make it happen.
They both won 1v1s. That made it easier for them to, well, in turn win the second set of 1v1s. You had, again, a 4v2 where both players could have collapsed and played the trade. They opt not to, and they get punished. Stockton respond, being down 2-0 to find a round, and in a 2-4 fashion, again, you just trust each other to win the gunfights needed to clutch up, and they bank on their ability to rewrap that A site and look to get the plant, but don't even need it at that point. Back on the offensive for Fanshawe Fuel. You don't want to let another repeat of what happened last go round.
Come on, 6.
You want to find a way to get this down. 6, he's doing some lumber work while his teammates are trying to get towards this B site and not give up another free plant again.
Luckily for 6, he has all the time in the world to break that window where Revive Me doesn't have a lot of time to stop this bomb plan. The bomb goes down at B. 2 players going to be inside. Revive Me has been spotted, and Boss Rush will get to the jump to take that player down for a first blood again, the way of Fanshawe. Now looking to finesse his life on the inside. Kira's going to take down a second one. Boss Rush so quick to get through mailroom already. Looking to flank out these players. The 2 players of Stockton that are trying to work their way towards the site, clueless on the positions of these Fuel players, and that's going to allow Boss Rush now eyes onto 6 from behind. Base inside of mailroom. Not long for this world. It's another round to Fanshawe Fuel as they grow their lead back up to 2.
And that was at least 3 for Boss Frost in that round. Possibly the ace, I'm not sure, but again, quick, slippery, just sliding through the map, getting through fire and shooting players in the back. It's what Boss Frost was doing in map number 2 Tuscan, and it's great because it worked out for you. You're going to play around it as long as it's working, of course, but that B site, they haven't been stopped on it yet, and for Stockton, now you have to find a way to answer big offensively here. You get to that 3rd round. For Fanshawe, something that was a different look than what was in map number 2. Defensively, you're feeling a bit more confident as each of these rounds start to fly by. You feel a bit more confident in your ability to pull this thing off. AirZ lying in wait, waiting for any kind of noise, and I think definitely gets the call that, hey, this push is coming through A.
Oh, AirZ just needs to wait for the right chance to strike. Jumps up a little too early. Now, needs to stay alive. The players from Stockton going to be quick to jump on him. The trade out's going to leave him 3-3, but he's going for the plan. And take a look at player number 5. You got Kier working his way into the flank. Revive, he's going to jump out the window, finds 2 players, only good for the 1, so still even 2-on-2, but that bomb's going to be down now. 6 has to claw his way back into this round. You still have Cure on the flank, 1v1 now. As 6 versus Cure, both players last alive. Bomb out into the open. 6 going to have to tread into uncharted waters just to get it back.
And now you're not sure where Kira's worked too. Still not wrapping back through spawn. Kira gonna play over towards his B site, maybe opt for the retake. Maybe not even sure that bomb is down. Now you hear that scoop. You're just gonna play this B site, take your chance on the wrap back, and well, gonna take the chance on that now and working through fire. Gonna be planning for the fire side and mailroom. We're gonna see a gunfight come down here sooner than later. 6 playing through window. Cure, not sure if we'll get the timing.
Sold, though, that there's going to be a flank, and right read, just wrong point. 6 has to be ready for this. The timing not favoring either player right now. Not sure if Kira knows he's there. He will. Shots are going to ring out, but 6 with the protection of the wall keeps Stockton in this and brings this back to a 1-round deficit.
It is so crazy as casters seeing those arrows, and just, you can't see when someone peeks on the map, but man,
hurts.
you know it was so close. Kira maybe with a little trigger discipline could have got the timing. 6 was looking back and forth quite frequently, but hey, it's done. It's over with. Stockton respond. They go big. Another clutch situation where they come out on top, and that's been both of their rounds, whether it's a 2v4 clutch or a 1v1. 6 has been involved and gotten the job done, leading the charge at 7-3.
Can we talk about 6 for a second, and the comeback for this player throughout the series? Hasn't had the the best scoreline throughout these maps, but now in the search to destroy, really finding form when the team needs them most. So eyes out to see if anybody's going to step up from Stockton to see if they can back up 6 throughout this map, as he is trying his hardest to keep them in this.
It's a stack up in P2. Maybe trying to bait a rotation out of Stockton and catch a couple players on rotation back to fire, but they are waiting for a little bit more information before they make a play. 6 is sitting top third fire. Don't quite get a trade in just yet, and again, you don't have site control for either, and Bomb got picked off and like Narnia approximately. I mean, that was P4 you got killed.
Oh, and Zalog Cities has an angle and a Boss Frost too, so now Stockton with the round advantage, they're just going to keep pushing the issue, and Kira last alive 1v4. We've seen this before. A little bit of deja vu back from that Tuscan search to destroy it. Fanshawe, they just get picked apart, as Stockton, they bring this back, a tie game.
Great teams not only can force another team to a game 5, but even better teams can ice up in a big situation. Stockton was down 3-1 here, now bringing it back 3-3. Gonna be on the offensive again, so again, somewhere they haven't found a ton of success, but both have been, I suppose, clutches in that regard. Nothing clean from them just yet. Fanshawe, now, again, I keep saying one team has to respond, another has to respond, but it seems like Stockton, they're right back in this. You throw all of the previous map momentum out of the way. This is 3-3, an even game. Race to 6, and Stockton, they're showing why they're still in it.
Still get Erzi alongside Kier here at the A side to see if anything can, work out the way of Fuel early on. They're going to isolate Erzi for first blood. 6 up to 9 now. 4 Shriek for your AR popping off on Berlin Search and Destroy, and already the rotations of Fanshawe. Boss Ross gets spotted out. Revive Me now looking to hunt down this player for the flank. Boss Ross going to find one, but soon to be traded out. Brings the lead back in favor of Stockton. Bonk's going to keep things a little bit even. Fanshawe just bites off a little bit more than they can handle here. Bonk's going to go big. Brings it back. 1v1 yet again here on Berlin Search and Destroy. Bonk versus 6. If there's anybody you want in the situation for Stockton, it is going to be 6 to see if he can ice up. He's going to get this bomb planted with 17 seconds left. He pulls back that lead, or brings those numbers back in his favor. 40 seconds now for the retake. 6 going to jump out the window, and Bonk just waiting. The early shots there in the ego. Chow flies on out. Gives Fanshawe the round.
I was going to say, that's 3 out of 4 rounds that 6 could have clutched up, which is insane. The ice that 6 has. 6 has already proven that he's got ice here. Bonk goes a little bit bigger at 8 and 5 on it. Finds 3 in that round to get the win, to inch them ever so closer to that 6th and final round. And wow, I mean, both teams showing that they have the game 5 ability to push each other to the limits. Bonk going big there when the team needed him. 6 doing that and then some, maybe needing a little more support out of the rest of the crew for Stockton, a bit more balanced for the side of Fanshawe Fuel, where we haven't seen that throughout the night. Put themselves at match and series point. Fanshawe need 1 round to do that,
Whoa.
2 to take it all. And boy, have we seen it all here tonight.
Boss Frost, the slow push into A. Nobody's on the inside of offices, so if you're quiet enough, I mean, Fuel could bomb down, but instead, Base is going to open up with the first blood. Again towards Stockton. It looks like Boss Frost wants to be quick here for the trade, but the Base is already backed up. Does Boss Frost go for this? He doesn't!
Huge.
The trade
play.
there, and he gets out with his life.
And that gives you A control, but I think they're going to try to wrap back to B and force the rotation out of Stockton. Now, if the timing goes their way, this could work out, but I think the Loxies has a little bit of insight to say, hey, wait a second, I'm hearing some noise. I'm thinking this is going to be a push towards B. Boss Frost may or may not get good timing here.
Oh
I mean,
my goodness,
they're
coexisting.
They're hanging out, they're coexisting.
Neither
The peak
one
would get
knows.
it. How?
Ways, the Loxies is gonna go big there. Somehow staying alive on the inside, somehow not noticing the plant, but it doesn't matter. He's gonna hop on for the defuse as Kira gets taken down through the middle of the map, and what a blunder for Fanshawe. Somebody's gonna check that site. I mean, you go into there, you get the bomb down, but you need to check all angles before you go for it.
I can't believe, first of all, yeah, the bomb got down, but again, didn't check all angles. Paid dearly for it because a teammate lined up for the second kill for Zaloxides. Someone who's been rather dormant and quiet throughout this game 5 goes big there to draw it even at 4-4. Wow. I can't stop saying wow, Seymour, because what haven't we seen? A 2v4 clutch, a 1v1 clutch for the win. You know, hanging out in the same bomb site and bomb getting down, followed by a 2-piece for the win. Again, I don't know what's left in this. We still have, we could have, 3 or so rounds left in this, and either team showing that they have the ability to go big here, but it has slowed down tremendously as we start to get towards match point, man.
If you're the Fuel, there's one person you don't want to start heating up towards the end of this is going to be Zaloxides, and I'm sure that is going to be such a big moment for that player. So you get the change around here. Boss Frost now playing around the outside instead of Airz. Tight little corner. It doesn't seem like 6 sees the barrel of his gun, so Boss Frost might actually be able to walk away with this unscathed.
There's the
He's
shoulder.
gonna walk there. 6
No.
hasn't seen it. There it is, and Boss Frost gets the win.
No trade. There it is. Base is able to get the trade, but someone still sitting out or could come to take and play spoiler. Revive me with another big kill down a long line of sight. Kind of a silent killer here in this S&D, finding big long distance kills. Gives them the wrap back to B in the 3v2 situation. And here comes the play in response out of Fanshawe. It's going to be 3v2. Cure. Shut down a 1v3. Stockton University in control of their own destiny, facing match point here.
Looking to see if they can stop Fanshawe on that work back to this reverse sweep. Airz 2-7. Plus 1v3. There's step number 1 done and dusted. 35 seconds though to get the rest of them. You can see both players on Stockton not too far apart, so Airz chance to take both gunfights in simultaneous form. But he's taking his dear old time getting around, checking every single corner. You talk about how hard this is to break this back in, to retake this site. It's because of so many places to hide. If you are Stockton, 12 seconds left. Airz goes in, and that's going to be it. Stockton University, match point. Berlin Search and Destroy, Game 5.
Whew. It's been a lack of trading. It's been a breakdown in the trade column where Stockton have gone big. It seems like Fanshawe have not been able to trade quite as efficiently as they were at the beginning of this map. Not only offensively, but 2 rounds consecutively. Do you have to find wins here to, well, stay alive and then to take the series? You would hate to come all this way for a reverse sweep just to get stopped short in round number 10. The B site, all reliable, is where they're headed, and they have numbers for the time being. Can they get a pick? Can they get this bomb down clean before Stockton able to react?
Boss Frost make sure that the coast is clear before getting this bomb planted, but it's not too clear just yet. Revive Me still lurking around the outside. They're going to go for the bomb planted.
There's a peek.
This actually might be able to bite them, and it does. Revive Me going to get out with the kill, and that's back up 2. Zaloxides gets the second one. Airz got to go big on the inside just to stay alive, hopefully get this plant down. But instead, he's going to get aggressive on the outside. Airz pulls things back with a kill to Revive Me. Bomb down on the outside. Care 1v3 yet again. Can you get the job done? Can you keep Fanshawe alive? Stockton looking to shut them down on the doorstep of a reverse sweep. And he has no idea where these players are. Here, gonna cross open. Doesn't seem like Base is aware of this one. Doesn't seem like the information is there as both 6 and Revive Me. Shoulder to shoulder on the inside of this. And Kira's getting some good timing here. So 25 seconds. Here is going to be your opportunity to make this one happen. Make this dream come true, but it's not going to come true. Stockton University, they hold the door shut. They deny Fanshawe Fuel the reverse sweep, and they take a 6-4 victory in a Game 5 fashion.
Push to the limit. I said it was almost a bigger ask out of the side of Stockton to, again, clutch up, to go big and stop that. They played from a deficit for most of that search and destroy, only going big there at the tail end to, well, I mean, they went big the whole map, but really only doing what was necessary to close it out there at the tail end. I mean, to be the dream crusher, right? To deny the reverse sweep opportunity. You love the stories where people are able to come back in reverse sweep fashion, win in what even could have been a round 11 fashion. Someone's got to shut that door, like you said, and well, it's Stockton University for us tonight. They hold on. They sit at what, 3-0 now after a huge win. You want to be pushed to the limit in the regular season, right? Get some long distance games in, get some good reps in. Preppy for tourney time, though we're still a few weeks out. This is very good practice for them. A ton to go back and look at between maps 3 and 4 collectively, and you know, for the side of Fanshawe Fuel, a great match against a great team where that one was yours. Though it didn't look like it through the first couple maps, you found a way to stand tall and hold your own in this series. And I mean, that could have gone either way. Stockton, though, they go big there at the end.
You got to think though, towards the end of it. I mean, Stockton, they win that out 3-2, but that was not a comfortable win by all means from either side. So you can see that, if anybody's going to take that second place spot in the series or in the conference, I mean, Fanshawe should be right behind Stockton and wherever they're sitting, just waiting for that chance to get revenge throughout this conference play. Hopefully we get to see these two teams match up again in the future to see, if the changes come through, to see if they kind of develop into, the next stage. I want to see Fanshawe versus Stockton game when Fanshawe starts off the way they ended that, because we saw two different teams after that map number 3. Fanshawe looked like they found a new identity going into that control, and if they started out the way they finished, I can see that series would have probably been a lot harder for Stockton at the get-go.
It would have, and I still could have seen them handshaking maps all the way to a Game 5. But, we're going to have an interview here coming up with the winner, of course, of Stockton University. I believe we've got Zaloxides on board, and, I mean, welcome to the interview.
Thank you. Oh, my God.
Congratulations.
Thank you. My nerves are at an all-time high right now.
Yeah, I mean, you guys had to ice up there. I got a little bit dicey towards the end. Going into that map 5, was there anything you guys had to, talk over to, pull things back, maybe mentally?
Well, I mean, it does get a little frustrating when, at the end of the day, you probably are the better team. As you saw the first 2 matches, you come out hot, and then the next 2, we kind of just, we were getting down on ourselves, I think, after losing the Control 3-0, because we didn't lose a map at all so far in our first 2 games. So obviously that was a little bit frustrating, and then the hard point you come out, and then map 5, all you could ever do is just hype up your teammates. It's really nothing that you can't have bad comms. Everything just has to be on point with everybody.
No, yeah, you're right. I mean, map 5 is just, you just gotta feel the zone, get into the zone, and do everything that you can. I mean, throughout the series, you look like you were such a streaky player throughout that for your team, and definitely one that honestly started to bring things back. What kind of a role in this team do you provide for them going into this year?
It's more of at first, I want to put my teammates in better positions to where they're striving on the map more than I am. As you can see with Revive is my duo, so obviously he's playing a little good. I try to help out the other 2 a little bit as much as I can, but when we're down and things are getting close, I feel like sometimes I just have to take it into my own hands where I know I'm capable of doing it, where I can put my teammates in positions, but putting myself in a better position, close out the map.
Yeah, and just one more question before, toss you over to Cash and allow her to pick your brain on whatever's next. For this team going into the fall season, of course, Modern Warfare 2 is, right around the corner. How do you guys feel over at Stockton with the roster that you've put together?
Unfortunately for Modern Warfare 2, we will not have Revive at all next year. So obviously that's a big hit to our program a little bit. I do come back as I am a junior, so I'm kind of excited to see what potential we have with Stockton, because I just want to see what recruits we have coming in and people that actually want to play. Yeah, I'm obviously going to pick the best of the best, and hopefully we can just get things rolling from the get-go.
Awesome. I'm excited to see what you guys can put together then in the future. But I'm going to toss you over to Cash now. I'm sure she's got some questions for you.
Yeah, definitely. So, I mean, of course, congrats on the win tonight. You kind of talked about how you haven't dropped the map up until tonight, and how that kind of took a toll on your mental maybe in map 4 and kind of regaining to get to map 5. Was it solely something in your guys' team camp that kind of put you in a game 5 situation, or was it something that maybe Fanshawe was doing that you can go back and look at through VOD and say, okay, we need to clean up here or here?
I mean, I think as everyone saw, I think Fanshawe did a good job of flanking us all the time. They definitely played a lot faster than we did. I felt like on the control I think we were actually running 4 ARs, and I think that's actually my mistake because I didn't call it out to anybody. But we looked a little slow there. Obviously, map 5 wasn't in the itinerary, but I think that to us, they did play a lot faster than we did. But at the end of the day, after the first 2 maps, I know we're the better team. So just thank God we got away with the win with map 5.
Definitely. And one last question for you here, kind of a double-edged question. Are you grateful at this point? I mean, you look at it, and as Seymour and I are kind of mind-blown as we got onto the show tonight, we're over halfway through the regular season. Are you glad you got a Game 5 test at this point in the season before you kind of get into conference play-ins and playoffs? Are you grateful for that? And from there, what are you guys looking to build on the rest of the season?
I mean, really much of our respawn, I feel like our control lacks a lot, so I'm definitely going to go back to the lab, work on that a little bit. Our search, as you can see, we do clutch up in certain situations. It's situations we definitely don't want to be in. But I think now that we got the map 5 out of the way, I think it kind of does help us get ready for other teams, because I mean, I know nothing about Fanshawe, so I went in here with an open mind. But, you know, they played great, so I'm actually kind of excited to see what other teams have for us.
Absolutely. Well, I'm grateful for you coming on this interview tonight with us. Thanks for hanging out with us in the booth. And again, enjoy celebrating that win with the team. I know we're going to have a lot more action out of you guys the rest of the season. So, you know, best of luck in whatever's next as well.
Thank you, guys. I appreciate the cast tonight.
You, man. Always the gas coming up from the players at the end there. It
always
warms my heart at the end of that. Especially to see, you know, how much was put in that from those Stockton players. It means Aloxides at the end there, he did not get by unscathed. You saw how nervous he was at the end of there, just saying how hot after a game 5 like that, how close it was. And it's something to say that, you know, Stockton, they can ice up in their search and destroys for sure. Yeah. He definitely said that, you know, that you saw the changes in Fanshawe, and they were good changes to throw them through the loop. But if they can't get their hands over the, you know, that control, they're definitely going to be facing those, you know, mid-game turnarounds constantly over at Stockton. And teams like Fanshawe, you know, teams even better than Fanshawe will exploit that.
They will, time and time again. It's such a swing mode for a reason, and again, you know, it sounds like it's really cool to see a team like admit to it, right? Where they're like, you know, we haven't lost them out this whole series, and that one we really let kind of affect our mental. And you know that's going to be something that's the first and the last time that happens, right? You know, you lose a map, you gotta buck up and get ready to lose more, right? Because the competition's only going to get stiffer as you fight for top seeding in the conference, as you fight for top seeding for playoffs. They got the first map loss out of the way of the season, and now hopefully we see them much more focused and dialed in, ready for map number 3 and ready for, again, whatever situations get thrown on them. You saw that, yeah, they admitted we were put in uncomfortable situations, but they had the ability to ice up. Hopefully they can learn a lot from the series and continue to improve.
We're going to be looking at that in the future here for the Open Division for your Call of Duty Varsity League. But we're going to go to a break, and when we come back, we got the matchup between Arizona and North Arizona. It's going to be a good one. You don't want to miss it. We'll see you on the other side.
effort that you can't help but be impressed to see 4 players this much on the same page.
BPR, he wants more. That's 12. Slides on out some staircase, but he's not done yet. Call for
Night Owl once again with ball control has not been able to do much with it. A phenomenal setup for a double tap and a follow through the crossbar. Oh, the thread of the needle from Storm. I think that is past 2, if not all 3 defenders. Let's get another look at that. There's 1, there's 2, there's 3.
But his way back into the round and over towards mid. Retina finds more contact. He spotted, I think, maybe at least 1 more, but the other 2, not the one, definitely on the cards. He's got flicks for more days. We'll see, finds 3 off the back of the NWP. Amore able to close elsewhere.
Oh, that was looking deadly with the X-Ray. Truman almost having a shot landed.
Oh, what the?
Oh my god! Well, there it goes. There's the map. Truman, the great spray through the smoke.
I didn't even think of that. He's only lost 1 stock this entire time. I didn't even think of that. Oh my goodness. This is just, we thought that first set was domination. That's That's stock number 8, and that is officially Nate Star League Fall Season 2022 record. That is 8 stocks coming through.
Oh no, no way!
Yo, end it.
Well, that's our plays of the week, all 5, and their honorable mention, all bangers that we get to see there. From Call of Duty last week, we got to see that BPR streak, which was absolutely insane. And I mean, tonight we got a little bit of a taste of that back in our first series between Fanshawe and Stockton, looking to see if the Arizonas can make it happen as well. But don't forget, Nace has a packed schedule of fun. Smash Ultimate on Thursdays. You just got to see the ultimate, the honorable mention, and the #1 spot of top plays in there, so you don't want to miss it out on Thursdays. And then CSGO on Fridays. Next week we get to do it all over again. Once again, my name is Seymour. Alongside me, Cash. We're here with Call of Duty action and Valorant all the way down in the near future of tonight. But Cash, going into the second series, how you feeling?
I'm ready for anything, really. We just got out of our first series, which took us to a game 5. We got to see crazy streaks up to 8-9 kill streaks. We got to see game 5s and 1v or 2v4 clutches. I mean, I've seen a little bit of everything, and now we get to go to an intra-state battle between the Northern Arizona and University of Arizona, where we have fantastic rosters on either side, great storylines to follow, and a little rivalry. So I'm really excited to get to this one. It could be even better than our first one.
Yeah, we get not only a rivalry here, but the LeBron comeback season of Beaston back at University of Arizona. So he's going to join the ranks of Moo, Green Goose, and Prof, going up against Itchy, Prediction, Signs, and Aid. And this is going to be an interesting one in this Western or Central Conference, because the last season in Vanguard, we saw Beaston on Westcliff, and he was rocking it over there, put that team on the map, put the school on the map for Collegiate Call of Duty. Now we're turning over to the University of Arizona. Curious to see what Beaston could do with this roster.
You're coming back to your native school where, again, we're here in competitive COD, right? You want to win chips. You want to put your school on the map. You want to walk away with the championship, the last one of Vanguard at that. And I'm excited to see what not only Beaston can do as a leader, as a core player here, but someone who is, again, trying to build this program up to be a Westcliff, be a super reputable school. And it's going to be fantastic to see not only how they've started the season, as we see them at 2-0, but how they look to finish it as well.
Yeah, and with this transition back over, to the University of Arizona, he's going to be here to graduate, so he's looking to make it an honorable, way to go out with the team. As we look at this map overview for the series, we get to see where the challenge is going to lay. We get triple Tuscan and a double Berlin, so not a lot of change throughout the series. It's pretty basic to look at, as, neither of these teams really want to throw any curveballs at each other.
No blockage for, a respawn or an S&D, and of course Gavitude keeping its distance. We got a taste of it last go around, and here we get to sub that out for a Tuscan. So it's going to be fundamental Call of Duty at the end of the day. Tuscan plays, like you had said last series, 3-lane map, very straightforward. How can you add dimension to that with your gameplay? We'll have to find out because, well, one of these teams wants to be, you know, kind of that front runner leading Arizona, right? The state of Arizona. Both are 2-0. Both want to advance to 3-0. Only one can find a way to do that. And again, we talk about Beaston and what he's looking to do with the squad here to finish out his collegiate career. But on the other side for Northern Arizona, I mean, you have 4 players who, again, are poised, ready, and to take down anything that comes in front of them.
Yeah, I mean, both of us, you can see below, predicted University of Arizona win this out. I think you just cannot put stocks anywhere other than in with Beaston returning to this team. You know he wants to make a statement. He wants to make a statement early on stream too. This guy returns home, and you just, I can't gas him up any more than he is just so good at what he does. I can imagine that he's just going to level his team up even farther. Both of these teams not shy of playing in collegiate Call of Duty either. I mean, they've been around the block since about Cold War, the beginning of Cold War. So neither one of them really finding, you know, that step into the right direction. But with University of Arizona picking Beaston back up, you know, having him return to the school, pushing himself into this roster, this could be that chance to find something new from within. So we can see if that's going to, you know, blossom here in the series in the Battle of Arizonas. But at the same time, Northern Arizona, if they take a win here tonight, you know, shut down that revenge tour here and now, that is a statement.
It is a statement to be made out of Northern Arizona. You know that they're probably feeling coming into this, even if they're not saying it, the underdog, right? Again, you look at Beast on the other side, and I know we keep calling his name, but with what he was able to do with Westcliff, a player that you have to shut down early, they want to find a way to make a statement here tonight. You know they're not talking like they're the underdog. They want to come out and show why they're the better Arizona team here in the NA Star League, and kicking things off on map number 1. They're going to beat a P1 first and try to find these kills around it. Signs opens up the first blood and gets aggressive through bottom church is itchy.
Yeah, it's early time over in Northern Arizona as they're actually getting aggressive here with a couple of kills. Beaston gets shut down on the flank, so now this time should be cemented for Northern Arizona. If you're University of Arizona, you don't want to, you know, push the agenda here. You don't want to get too over aggressive and flip these spawns because you can already see Itchy on the issue here, looking to see if he can flip things out. Another 3 kills down. Green Goose has to stand tall in the front line. Can't go down here, as when he does, it's already enough for the respawns to come in. But now Itchy on the flank will cause some ruckus, and he will. This is a beautiful start from Northern Arizona.
They cement what is about 50 seconds of this P1 time. You know, it ends up falling away due to the Green Goose kill, but you also slip through and get rotation for P2. Not a point on the board for Arizona. Now they have to try to fight to, again, get spawn control, get control of the site, anything they can do to get on the board, and finally gonna get in. They don't have spawns just yet, so still trying to find some kills and get things going. Beaston finds his first couple kills at P2, make that the third, and well, once it gets rolling, we know what exactly that brings to the table. Now, trying to push out for these spawns and still not having them. They're willing to play from here, though, because soon enough, they're going to be looking ahead towards P3 on your left-hand side of the map.
Well, looks like the Lumberjacks, they want to just flood on in from one lane. But Beaston has to line up. He's going to be able to hold off for now. Can't line up for the second one, and the overwhelming force that is the Lumberjacks will overtake this hill back in 49-48, or 50 to 18, as there's still 15 seconds. Big up here. Looks like the Wildcats are going to take one last swing at it, pick up the scrap time, and go up to about what looks like a 31 point.
They've won every rotation here. P3, no different. Now can they get a hold as player 4 and Aid tries to repinch? You know the call's coming in that a player slipped through roof, but the field kill by Goose is going to give way that they're also fighting a war on multiple fronts, and they're able to pick it up. Now someone's going to look to soak the time as the first 10 seconds clean by without anyone claiming it, but Northern Arizona doing their due diligence, clearing out the map, getting to their powerful and comfortable positions before getting time, and again, that sets up for such substantial holds that at least Arizona, they've been able to break for the time being, looking for an opening where they're finding none. Aid on another pinch through roof, able to find a kill. I mean, this is lights out of Northern Arizona to start.
This is perfect hardpoint with positioning that you're seeing them in rotations, the way they're able to just sink their teeth into these hills and never let go. 81 points now for the Lumberjacks. And right now, even with Beastin on the team, University of Arizona, they haven't been able to find any way back into this. As you see, Green Goose able to at least take the player out for 5 points, but those are 5 points that don't really matter in the grand scheme of things here, as the Lumberjacks are going to have the rotation over to next yet again. Wildcats looking for a way in for the break. Beastin leading the charge on in. Good for one. Has to back off, though, with that damage done. 46 HP. He needs to wait for the reinforcements here, and he will. Unfortunately, Aid, though, couldn't press the issue here. Get aggressive back into them. Moo's going to line up, too. Now Wildcats looking for the break-in. Aid, can he stand tall? Well, he can with the help of Itchy going around the back, as this is not easy for the Wildcats to hold on whatsoever. It's 3 kills the other way as they get broken back in.
And I don't know that Beastin needed to chow that top church, take that mapped gunfight that gave up all of their presence in church, and now Northern Arizona happy to collect on that over the 100-point mark and holding Arizona to 35 here through 4 Hills. Rotation down once again, and I'd like to think Arizona at least can get here first, but you know, very quickly Northern Arizona going to be there to contest and respond. A 60-point deficit, still not out of this game yet, but you really only have a couple hills to kind of make your mark and get back in it before it's, well, starting to slip away.
It's a dangerous nade, but it's heads up from Itchy just to get aggressive there, take the gunfight before that nade is let loose. Another one onto Moo is going to be 10-10 now for your SMG. 3 down in the kill feed in favor of Northern Arizona. Looking good now for the rotation over to P5, and Itchy is just not letting go of these players. Now 125-47. Things looking a little bit ugly here in map number 1 as the teamwork and camaraderie of the Lumberjacks just triumphing in Tuscan. Hardpoint is now another take here. Right back in for Arizona. Can they get it done? The nade from Beastin to lead. Waiting for the follow-up just yet. The SMG is still ripping through the opposition as Aid can't line up the 4th in a row. He has backup in the hill. Has a big kill there from Big Prediction.
Beastin gonna win one on transition to give close spawns for P1, but Science on that outer pillar starting to take these gunfights and, well, winning them. Gonna get chopped down now, and P1 gonna comfortably for the first few seconds be in the hands of Arizona, but they need more than a comfortable few seconds. They need to find a way to get secure positioning, set up well, and make good reads for spawns to be able to get substantial amount of time, because once again the Lumberjacks on a quick break, and still University of Arizona fighting down from what is nearly a 100-point deficit as we get into our second rotation. Northern Arizona not messing around here in map number 1. They said underdog who, we don't care who's on the other side. We're gonna come out to play.
Oh, BC can't do it all right now, and it's showing in the scoreboard. 149-66, as that needs to be a comfortable 100-point swing for Arizona to get their way back in, as Beastin's going to get 3 in a row. Shot down by 8 as he reaches the 4th. Just cannot get that finishing hit on this team. And that lead just keeps on growing as we rotate over to P2.
Pushing through, not quite slipping on net for spawns or anything yet, at least putting up a fight here is Arizona, but again, you can only put up a fight for so long before it's too late. I don't want to say this has to be a full 60, but it has to be really close for them to have a fighting chance in this game. You don't want to go 30 for 30 the rest of the way with Northern Arizona, because they will comfortably close it out. Can you hold off this first wave and show that we can get set up and get some kills? Or does Northern Arizona push through once again?
Oh, move for the first, 3 down for the rest. Last one gonna be in the hill. Big Prediction making big plays. 3 in a row for your AR. Finally shut down from Beastin. So Arizona battled their way back in, but they're not out of the dangerous waters just yet. The quick respawns there from Northern Arizona will take these quick gunfights right out the get-go. Still climbing back here will be the Wildcats. Aid's going to swing wide. Another set of kills for Arizona as they're going to clean up the rest of the lurking players. It looks like they're cracking triple digits here on P2.
You've got to push through. You have to find a way to get into P3 quickly. Do not let Northern Arizona get set up comfortably like they did the last go-around, because you never quite found time. It was 5 seconds, I believe, what you called the last go-around. You have to find a way to get in quicker. The resources are here now. Do you fill the lanes? Do you find the kills and win your ones? Beastin opens up with 1, a trade quickly in. Prediction, reading the map so well right now for the team. A 60-point deficit, but no one getting time. You're happy with this if you're Arizona, because it still allows you to pour in pressure from the front.
Yeah, as long as you can hold this team from picking up time, it's going to be solid. For the Wildcats on this retake. Unfortunately, though, they go 3 down, make it a full clean 4 down. And allows Northern Arizona, allows the Lumberjacks back into the mix to start soaking up as much time here as they can to edge closer to a map victory. From the outside, Wildcats not giving up just yet. 3 kills down They're back into the hill. 18 seconds to fight for here, so it's 18 seconds that they don't want to allow Northern Arizona to pick up. Beast on the inside. He's 3 in a row. Wait for number 4 all the way in the back. Has to duck down for now. 30 HP. As the rest of his team fighting for the rotation over to P4. You can look at Beaston as just being such a nuisance here.
Beaston's being a nuisance, but Moo doesn't realize how close those spawns came in for NAU, and now they're in position to break into P4 off the break. You do take care of it, at least a couple of them. You want to find another sequence of kills here if you are Arizona to have control of Church, but you're not going to find the aid coming in and wiping the board with this team. Now closing in on that 200-point mark. What was the start of a nice comeback for Arizona gets quickly shut down due to just not being able to read where on the map they were spawning and giving the opening that they needed to get in, because you know this team's going to pounce every time.
Yeah, I don't know where the direction now. They have to look from this, the outside in. Green Goose going to get that cut down. Signs with the high ground. At least shake things up a little bit. Beaston lines up 2, but 8 can do just that now with 3 in a row. Shutting Arizona out of this hill yet again. Contention's going to ring through. Green Goose for a last-ditch effort. Able to make sure that you can take a few seconds away from there. Beaston as well. Prediction's going to line things up, clean it up, and we head back to P5, and this is where we ended out the clean run that was Northern Arizona back in the first set. Here, they can put this away with only 25 seconds.
They don't need all. They need just enough to close it out, get a map 1 victory here, and a rather decisive one at that. Just 20 seconds, and as we tick away, the room for error grows smaller and smaller for Arizona. Beaston able to find one and give the team control, but it seems like when Beaston finds one, a couple more pop up.
Wow.
Can Prof hang on? The answer is no. Just 15 seconds needed to move on to map number 2, where we'll be staying on Tuscan. And Arizona are going to have to figure something out, but Northern
looks
Arizona...
like a Hydra right now.
Yeah.
In Northern Arizona, you cut off 1, 2, grow back. Still battling through this. The Wildcats don't want to give up. 239, 149. About a 90-point lead between the two of them. Aid's going to take one last swing at this, and he's going to win it out. But a team nade from Itchy. Another contention in. Itchy's going to clean things up with the help of Signs. And 10 seconds, they can end this one here. Wildcats, they need to go again. 4 seconds left. Can anybody get into this in time? Big prediction, making sure that that's a big fat no. And that's going to be a map number 1 to always remember if you're Northern Arizona, to step up to the plate and knock it out of the park on Tuscan Hardpoint.
Not often on Tuscan do you see 100-point, wins. Usually on something like maybe Berlin, where rotations punish you a bit more, or Gavitu, where again you have so much of the map to hike across. Tuscan plays closer of the respawn maps that we have, and 100-point beating is what Northern Arizona just gave their rival school in University of Arizona here on map number 1. Of course, we'll stay on Tuscan for the next 2 maps, but it was big prediction the entirety of that map number 1 to just again make clean reads there on P3. Huge, just to keep the team comfortable and keep them in control of the hill. It was finding 2, 3 pieces throughout the map. So many big plays made by so many players there, and that was just the first map of the night. We have so much more to see from these teams, so much more to see out of Arizona as well if they can respond in map number 2. But I mean, again, impressive nonetheless out of Arizona here to kick things off.
Well, it looks like we don't know how to predict, you and I, Cash. I mean, we both
No, we like to keep it interesting. Maybe it forces a game 5, who knows?
We go for Fanshot, they go down 2-0 early on. Now we vote for University of Arizona. They lose out on map 1 very convincingly, too, in that hard point. Now, you can talk about it's the second set of rotations for University of Arizona, the Wildcats. The fact that they were able to pull things back at least to a 60-point deficit. They looked like they were making it happen, but you highlighted yourself that the rotations, the awareness of some of those players on the rotations just weren't there. And heading into this map number 2, we're still on Tuscan, so that awareness needs to come into light. You cannot allow on a search and destroy some of those players to slip by the way they were doing in the hard point.
You really can't. I mean, I just look back at the first P1 to P2 transition. How do all 4 players for Northern Arizona slip the net and slip out for P2 spawns? I don't know. I mean, the first 50 seconds, it was 50-0 through the first hill and about hill and a half. So for Northern Arizona, it was clinical. They won rotations through the first set of hills, won nearly every rotation. I think all but P5, but even then they were there at the opening. It's just not a clean one from them. So you can't knock them for that. But yeah, maybe we're just the Tim the Tatman of predictions here at NACE. And, you just hope you don't see your name up on this prediction board, because Northern Arizona, again, it's been dominant from the teams that we've seen opening up here. teams have found a way to, as we saw tonight, you know, the team that goes down can find a way to rally back. But if you're Arizona, you want to rally back sooner than map 3. You don't want to have to rally. You want to find a way to stay in contention.
And we got to see early looks from Fanshaw in that same spot in the Tuscan Search and Destroy too. I mean, it's not like they went down without fighting. In this Search and Destroy, they started to show their way back into it. You started to see players get a little bit more comfortable. And we know Beastin, I mean, he was getting 3 pieces after 3 pieces in that first map. But what we didn't account for was, you know, the 3 players to back him up. They were a little hit or miss sometimes on that. So if Beastin can, you know, rise to the occasion and bring the vibes for the team up into the Search and Destroy, maybe calm things down even, you know, that's the one thing that's important when you look at an IGL and the way that they can handle their team. If he can, you know, cool the heads of this squad going to the Search and Destroy, you might be able to see a little bit of a turnaround here for the University of Arizona. Whereas on the other side, Northern Arizona, they looked lights out. I don't think I can really talk down on any of those players. All 4 were on pace, you know, of, you know, sticking together throughout that whole thing. And I think really one that shined you know, above them all was Aid.
Yeah, it seemed like every time we looked, or that Aid was outnumbered on a hill, it was 1, 2, 3 kills. I mean, it was just in succession. In a bad situation, no worries. You know, they can turn a bad situation into a good one. And same thing with Perfection. When Perfection gets to a spot where they're comfortable and it can again get clean lines of sight to look down, I'm not challenging any of that. And then Aid, of course, that close SMG player that can get mixy. You have it all in all 4 players here for this NAU squad. And going into a Search and Destroy, I expect a lot of the same. I expect to see Perfection finding first bloods with the AR, and maybe where, you know, Perfection isn't, I expect to see Aid getting up in the action there through mid-map. We'll see how it ends up shaking out, but another very successful SMG AR duo that can really do the dance around the map and make waves wherever they step foot.
Well, that's what you're going to need if you want to come back into the series early on and not have to face a full reverse sweep like Fanshawe Fuel did. So eyes on to the University of Arizona to see if the Wildcats, you know, can make that happen here as we jump into game number 2, Tuscan Search and Destroy. We had the lineups between the 2 players. We're looking at Beastin versus Aid, but most importantly, to see if Beastin can find his own big perfection here in the Search and Destroy.
Can Beastin rally the troops and help everyone rise up to the occasion here to respond in map number 2 to draw the series 1-1? Well, we'll find out. This push very quickly favoring this A site, but Prof able to open up the first blood. Someone had a quiet map 1, opens up with a big opening kill here. Make that a nade, connects for 2 in the round, and well, the team nade's gonna be the 3rd. And yep, now a 4v1, and I don't think Signs is, nope, hasn't left spawn, chilling, waiting for maybe 4 1v1s to come his way, but that's Ness in the opening.
He just opens his eyes off respawn, and Signs is like, guys, where did you go? Did you even spawn into this round? It was not the round you wanted if you're Northern Arizona, but, you know, the Wildcats, they will take that all day long. And, yeah, Signs, he's not going to feed anything more to the Wildcats as they're going to concede that round 1 fast.
3 out of 4 kills were grenades. I just got to say it, though it was self-inflicted. Yeah, that was quite the opening round, and not often do you see players in a position where they're like, you know what, we're just not going to go for it anymore. Arizona opened up with a quick round behind Prof, finding 2 kills. Now, for Northern Arizona, you're going to go to the defensive side and hope things go a little bit better for you there. Arizona going to look to get an offensive play in, and hopefully around this objective mid-map going to be the focus here in round number 2. And prediction, again, what is a turret for this team? Getting to a spot, finding a kill, and now backing down the offensive push.
Well, not without fight back, though, as you can see that the trade onto Signs, keeping things even for Wildcats. So looking at the next move to really cement what could be this round for either team. You look at Itchy has snuck through the lines all the way into Well, so a rotation over towards B, not really on the cards for the Wildcats. Is gonna have to take this battle over towards A at some point. You got 2 players lurking here for Northern Arizona, side by side at that too. So it's just getting a lot of information, just making sure that his team can just bide their time, wait over towards A for the chance to strike. But it looks like with 35 seconds left, you are getting that rotation around from the Wildcats, and Beast doesn't check the angle close enough, misses out on Itchy's positioning.
And you think of power positions, generally, I may just be speaking for myself, you know, you think of high ground, right? I think Well is such a power position because not only can you look through mid-map at players crossing for church, you can hear everything happening in P5, and, well, Itchy's going to do just that. Plays well, plays patient. finds 2 kills. Though the bomb is down, it's a 2v1 situation, and but you know, Itchy is hunting for more.
Oh, they are on top of each other, and Itchy knows that. Green Goose does not. A round on the board for Northern Arizona as they don't wait any longer to get back into things. You know, that first round today's a little bit of a mishap for the team, but, you know, when they are actually allowed to play Cash, they don't look too bad at 13 destroy.
Yeah, no, not bad at all. This is the Arizona that we saw, you know, in the first round. It was a clean defensive retake on the B site, and hey, when you're not team nading and things go your way, it's definitely a much cleaner looking squad. Now they answer back 1-1 here. Handshaking rounds, as a lot of, you know, top teams do. So seldomly in Search and Destroy do you see blowout victories. Teams are always able to at least make that first adjustment. It's about who's willing to go further in the late game to really close out these maps. The battle for mid-map raging on. No one quite having control. Prof trying to get Mixie, trying to maybe get to fire window to stop this bomb plant from going down. They know it's on this field side, and you see the defense stacking up for it.
Oh, opens up Signs of the Beast, and a second one out of Big Perfection. Pross forced to make a play, and he does. The trade on to Signs is going to keep things at least in fighting distance. With a life disadvantage, Wildcats still have a chance at this round, but you look at the group from Lumberjacks. They're going to wait for it around the outside here. Both Green Goose and Prof going to work at this together. Green Goose for the trade. 1v2 now. Didn't ice up the last round. Can you do it here in this one? In another 2v1, is he going to spot out a Green Goose? He needs to put some glasses back on because somehow didn't see Aid through mid.
Somehow, some way, Northern Arizona get 2 straight on the board. Great play out of Aid, just to not let any big play happen, and a mishap from Green Goose there. Just sometimes players slip by, sometimes they blend in a little too well. You'd like to take that round back if you are Arizona. The clutch doesn't quite pan out for you there. The OBJ play working out successfully for at least the side of Northern Arizona there. Sure, you've gotten a bomb plant down if you are the Wildcats, but didn't quite work out for you last go around, and that was due to Itchy getting Mixie over on the B site. Now favoring this A site once again. You give up P5 for free, and what your player could be getting shot in the back and fire. We'll have to find out if the timing goes that way, but that's what I'm looking for here, at least through this early mid round.
Aware of this. Somebody should be watching this. Beaston, yeah, he's going to turn around. Signs
Itchy's
going to be
through,
caught,
but
but they
Itchy's
don't
through.
know Itchy in the back line. Yeah, so this flank definitely still in full form for the Lumberjacks, and we know what Itchy can do when the backs are turned to him. All 3 players going to be in front of him. So wait his turn. Bomb right in front. Shaky shot from Itchy. In fact, nobody's going to turn around, so still able to take at least one away. Nice lineup onto Green Goose, so able to pull things back into a 1v2, but now pinched on either end. Beast is going to get eyes on. Prof's going to slip through Church, and Itchy's going to go down as soon as Prof turns around. So the communication there from Beaston to just feed it towards his teammate. He turns around, and that's a simple cleanup there from the Wildcats.
And that's just a sign of clean comms, you know, relaying information to your teammate, trusting the call, and, you know, turning around, making the play. Big clutch up there in a 2v1 situation, and Itchy, maybe with a little less shaky shots, maybe with a little more trigger discipline, maybe with the trade out of a teammate. That would have been a different round, as I've, you know, given just about every scenario that could have gone their way. It doesn't. And for Arizona, you draw it up 2-2, a slow-moving search and destroy here. These rounds haven't been quick by any means. It's maybe been quick off the break for the first blood, but really slows down in the mid-round. Of course, as I say that, 2 players fall in the first 10 seconds, but hey, that's just how it goes.
Yeah, Moo's got to be careful here. I don't think, you know, there's a spot through that, but the sun will give it away. Onto Itchy, bomb down. Beautiful play there from your AR to really hold their own here. Digging towards that A zone now. 3v2. Aid recovers the bomb. Looks like Aid wants to get aggressive here too. Moo has no idea. Oh, Aid, you can't do that. No.
No, you. Moment of silence.
Rest in peace.
My word, the snap.
Oh, Moo's probably in the comms just letting
having a day.
Right now.
Having a day about it. Those are big plays you don't want to give another team, especially a team like Arizona that you're trying to keep down and, you know, in their own head about things. Well, you let Moo make a play like that, and suddenly you just feel a little different going forward. Arizona going to play with a little more confidence, I'm going to feel, and Northern Arizona is going to try to find a way to get back in this, though only down 1 round. Itchy playing well.
Time. Oh, Itchy barely escaping the grasp of Prof there, but Back and forth, a little bit of ping pong action for this player, just always on the toes.
There it is.
Missed the first jump up, no, the second one, and Prof's probably wondering, what are you doing? First blood from Prof puts Wildcats in quite a strong situation, but you look at the group from Northern Arizona, just 2 stacked up towards A, might be able to catch off a rotation or 2.
I still think defensively you're in a good position because you have complete A site control. I mean, if we were to diagonally cut the map, they still have a 50-50 hold, but you have a life advantage if you're Arizona. Now they find another kill there. Still doesn't give them A site control, and now the pinch coming in from B. I mean, still, if you're Northern Arizona, you have a chance to make a play here. You just gotta not give up a life before this bomb goes down.
Signs is going to be so pivotal here. Aid has repositioned all the way deep into the spawn. Beaston hunts him down for the trade. Bomb getting planted. Beaston now on 5 in a row. It's eyes on Signs. A few tags to the wall, but it's going to be nothing to write home from if your Signs in the position. Full post play set up now between the Wildcats against Signs here, and 50 HP. I mean, there's not much you can do here if you're Signs. You got to pray to isolate some of these gunfights. First step, though, is going to be taking down Beaston up top. Nice shots early on. Forces the gunfight down. Beaston's going to back up, play his life. Force Prof now into a successful zone. The Sign looking to hunt him down, but nice plays from Prof to hold his own.
Stand tall. Continue to grow their lead here in map number 2. Now sitting at 4-2, just 2 rounds away from drawing the series up 1-1. Great play around time. You just shimmy and throw shoulders. Nothing's more frustrating than putting all but 1 bullet's worth of damage into a player and not getting the kill. All that does is bleed clock, and that's exactly what happened before Prof was able to close it out, find the kill. Beaston on a 5 streak, something to keep an eye on. Just 2 kills needed to find full streaks here, which again, not as crazy or detrimental in a search and destroy per se. You can get inside and really evade it and it not be to full effect, but information is always relayed through that, and a slow play here defensively, not aggressive in any portion of the map. Northern Arizona has the control that they can take.
I really have to, talk back to the matchup that we had going into the search and destroy. Beaston versus Aid. Well, Aid going into that last round was 1-4. Beaston 6-2 now after that fantastic performance again on offense. So on a 5 spree, a chance to turn things into streaks. And if Beaston can, hold form, find those streaks, it's just going to put Arizona on even a higher pedestal there as Moo not only finds Itchy for first blood, but that's bombed down.
Another play here defensively where Moo gets bombed down in a, just unfortunate spot for the attacking team. You have to scoop that up. Moo is playing here, and Moo's not making it easy to get the kill over there on Tree Heady. Prediction does get bombed, but knows there is presence, and where there's presence, there's no site control. Gonna try to get one, and not gonna find it. The defensive line holds strong. Aid, though, the walking 2-piece. I mean, whether it's a respawn or an S&D, finding a way to get it done, finding a way to put them in what is a dire situation to a better one. Now life advantage, now a 1v1. Excuse me, a 2v1.
5 seconds, Beaston, he has this one. I don't know if the plan's gonna go down in time. It looks like it will, but Beaston's gonna get this 1v1. Aid dropped down to 50 HP, has to back up. But Beaston on the case, looking for shrieks now. Hops the defuse, this is bold. Aid's gonna go in for the check. This should be an easy cleanup. Yeah, Aid comes to the rescue, finishes things off for Northern Arizona in the round. And yeah, it was a shaky start with Moo finding that first blood, but when you put Aid on the map, no matter how he starts, he always finishes strong.
Still of the hop out of Beaston. You just take that chance. Unfortunately, it doesn't pan out for you, but Aid with of course, the hero play that round to keep them within striking distance of not only tying, but overtaking a lead. Finds 3 there, and the 1v1 clutch to put it at 4-3. Also knocks Beaston off the streak, which is another big thing. Several things put in your favor after that round. Beaston, though, with the first blood, not slowing down. Aid trying to get good timing here, gives a call to the teammate. Itchy Chalice out, and
Itchy's just waiting.
Maybe does it, maybe doesn't. No one moving yet, but defensively, you've taken away a lot of real estate, though. You don't have the man advantage. You've got a lot of this mid-map covered and looked at.
Peekaboo. Oh, Peekaboo back at you, Itchy says. It won't last for long as Beaston will get the trade, but that should have been Prof's kill all day, every day. 3v2, still for the Wildcats, as Beaston keeps the numbers strong. Looking to, make up for that mistake back in the previous. 8 still lurking towards mid and snaps over to Green Goose to even. Now has to go tall in there. Beaston still trying to hunt him down, but you can't take down 8 that easily. Still alive on the inside, 21 HP. Moo finally gets that trade with that player so low. But now in a 1v1, 26 seconds. Look at the position here. Had a big prediction. He's holding the corner. I don't know if Moo's going to predict this at all. Swings through the door, checks the wrong way, and that's an even game 4 tied up.
The way they never respond, it was a 50-50 look out that door. Guess is wrong. Prediction clutching up for the squad to put them again at a tied game here in map number 2. Arizona, where they've been able to claw and fight back and either come down from a deficit, put themselves in an even life situation, or favored. Hasn't been enough here as we sit dead even in map number 2. 9-4 out of Beaston, 8-5 out of Prof, and again, no one's performing horrifically for either squad. I mean, maybe Signs and Goose having slower performances, but again, nothing bad. It's just come down to split-second decisions or 1v1 clutches that have really set this game apart.
No, it's nothing bad at all. It's just aid from 1-4 to now 8-6. The turnaround of a century for Northern Arizona now to look to see if they can mount their own lead here in Search and Destroy, as the nades are going to lock down 2 early kills. Put the Wildcats really on the back foot as Itchy's going to find Green Goose through mid. Prof take down to 4 HP. He's going to get shut down, and a flawless round to put them on match point. Northern Arizona, I mean, you can never count this team out. Every single time they're against the ropes here throughout this series, they always found a way to manifest a couple kills and pull themselves back.
Match point to go up 2-0. Arizona looks so strong through the mid game, but again, aid just a you know, small look at this entire team, right? Even if they don't start as strong, well, they're gonna finish and try to finish this out indeed. Itchy now taking turns, both players just trying to be top slayer, right? 10-6 on a 3 streak. Perfection with an unfortunate team kill, gonna spell disaster for you here. Itchy with some shaky shots, and now a 4v2 where you thought, hey, we're gonna coast to the win here. Not quite the case.
The team kills strike again, Cash. The bomb not yet planted, but soon to be. Like nade spam coming out from Lumberjack to see if they can delay this any longer and burn this clock for prediction to get this repositioning. That you see on screen now. Is going to cut down this bomb. Big win there for Big Prediction, but can't stay alive. Now 8 in a 1v2. Able to pull things back, but not this time.
Round 11 action.
Arizona, man. Round 11. They don't give up. The team kills, they help them out, but at the end there, you know, excellent team coordination to back each other up and when it got tough.
Here we go. Final round. Comes down to it. Neither team finding a ton of objective success. So, I mean, you're on offense. If you're Northern Arizona, you are getting outslayed that slight bit for the side of the Wildcats. And can they go big here? Is it a quick, decisive, objective gameplay? Is it aggressive through mid-map? Well, we'll find out. And I've seen a bit of aggression out of the side of Arizona. They want to push the issue, and already 2 players sitting in U. That's going to be a wake-up call.
Ooh, Moo and Prof side by side. Dynamic duo right now through Tusk and S&D. Moo's just going to prop into this corner, just play the forward aggression. Hold the map control, too. They gain so much information for your team. Unfortunately, you lose it on Beaston, so that's a pretty heavy hit to take if you are the Wildcats here. But in Northern Arizona, they don't really budge after that. It looks like they want to just hold this position, not move any farther. And see if they can make this any better. Unfortunately for Prof, big prediction with the big read, and that is going to put now the life advantage in favor of the Lumberjacks.
For Arizona, man, I mean, you want to clutch up here and go big, but again, it was just getting caught out. It's plain and simple. It was checking a corner and well, being there, not being ready for the gunfight. You get caught flat-footed. You get the rat back to be Goose to get the information. Now, can he play his life long enough for reinforcements to get in? Can he at least find a kill? The answer is going to be no. Bomb going to go down. A 1v3. Was the comeback all for naught? We'll have to find out, but this B post-plant setup is vicious to clear out.
1v3 for the clutch. Move. First kill's going to be there. Signs down. 8 HP. Has to stay alive. 8. Tucks away into the corner. Split down by Big Perfection with the sights through Church. 27 seconds. Moo. Plenty of time to make this one happen. It looks like Big Prediction is giving him some space to some room to work with, but on the inside of Church, the recovered MP40. It doesn't matter if it's an AR or an SMG. Big Prediction absolutely standing tall for the team throughout the S&D, and that is quite the game coming out from Northern Arizona. The Lumberjacks, they were down quite a large margin throughout that search and destroy, but they never gave up. I mean, Aid 1-4 start to that game. I think, Signs as well was 1-5 at one point. Both players turned things around, and at Northern Arizona, they show their composure.
Yeah, they show that they have ice, they show they have resilience, and now we go to map 3, where, once again, you have a team that has to pull off a reverse sweep in order to take the series. It's Arizona. We talked a lot of game coming into this about Beaston and about the squad, what they want to try to do here, and this Northern Arizona team, of course you'd say Beaston is the standout player for the Wildcats, right? That IGL, that person who really kind of gets them going. It's all 4 players for the side of Northern Arizona, and that is such a tall ask to ask of your IGL, right? You want them to be the spark, to be the catalyst, to go big, and to get things going for the team, but if the other 3 players can't step up alongside that, it's very hard to, again, play against a team that's balanced. All 4 players showing up, going big when they need to, Perfection going big there, again, Itchy going big in the mid-game through, playing well and finding first bloods. So many different moments these players were going master for the team, and it was just Beaston for the side who went on a streak. Sure, Prof found a couple good kills at times, but again, it's never been multiple players, trying to balance the approach from Northern Arizona. It's always been 1 or 2, and well, against a complete unit, that's not going to work.
I mean, when you talk about, the Lumberjacks right now, Northern Arizona University, they have been playing to the perfection. And I don't mean that just because they have a player named Big Perfection on their team. I mean, just the way that they're playing together, even throughout that search and destroy. Itchy, I got to highlight him a little bit. He was holding his own throughout the early rounds when they were down at that deficit, just putting up numbers for the team, making sure that he was giving, at least a little bit of confidence towards Northern Arizona, because eventually Aid did come to play. Aid heats up throughout the halfway marker of that search and destroy, and it seemed like as soon as Aid heats up, that's game over throughout the search and destroy. Big Perfection, consistent throughout the whole game. So, I mean, you talked about all these players, each one of them having pivotal individual plays to turn around that search and destroy. And heading into the control, now it's almost like Fanshawe Fuel going into that game 5 back in our first series of the day. They're riding momentum off of that search and destroy win. They were down, they came back, and they put University of Arizona down in the dirt for that map number 2. Going into this tuck-in, we get 3 in a row, and the first 2 have been the same song sung, and has been Northern Arizona consistent from start to finish.
It has been, and we, I can't help but hark back to the turnaround we saw out of Fanshawe in the map number 3. It seemed like, for the side of Stockton, they were such a, head above team in respawns. They come out and get 3-0'd in the control. If you're Arizona, do you have what it takes to pull that off here and kick off a reverse sweep? Because, of course, your hand is forced at this point. If you want to win it, it's got to go all the way. Do you have that respawn switch where you can just flip and say, here's what went wrong for us and the hard point? We're on Tuscan Control. It's a completely different, though it's the same map, right? It can still play differently given that it's a different mode. And, maybe they're settled into the series. Maybe, that one got away from them due to, again, a mistake or two in that round 11. It did go to a round 11, right? It wasn't a blowout. But in the respawn, we've got to see them close that gap a bit more to show that, okay, they have what it takes to kind of close this distance.
Yeah, I mean, we can't talk about how this is where you need to turn things around with your University of Arizona in this map number 3. There's no room for error from here on out. Folks, if you're just joining us, I mean, this is the halfway mark, I'd say, for, the stream for tonight, as we're in our second match of the day for the Call of Duty Varsity League. We got University of Arizona going up against the Northern Arizona University. Both teams, fighting for that spot as top team in their state. And right now, I mean, Northern Arizona are really making a name for themselves and really making a pitch for that top spot inside, not just the conference, but for their, that's interstate battle like we hinted on the start of the show. Now, going into this third map, going into Tuscan Control, we get to see this for the third time for the night. And I mean, for Silver Lining, if you want to talk about the Wildcats a little bit, at least the team has been getting better from map to map. It was quite like the Fanshawe Fuel, where, maybe in the first map they were a little bit quiet. Second map, you started to see a little bit of signs of life. And third map, they came alive. I mean, out the gate, a 3-0 sweep, they turned things around. You're looking at, the Wildcats to, really make a statement for that chance to be top in their conference. You gotta put it on the 3 players other than Beaston. We've been talking about Beaston all series long. Now we need to talk about the rest of the cast, because if they don't show up to help out their main Slayer, it's just going to be pickings for the rest of the team because, like you hinted at, all 4 players in Northern Arizona, they look lights out.
They're all just playing collectively. Again, we know that the comms are on, at least, to an extent for the side of Arizona, right? They're trusting the calls that each one of them are making. It's just getting more confidence in winning your gunfights. I mentioned in that first series how there's an ebb and flow between objective gameplay and slaying, and you can't have one without the other. And it's just finding those kills, right? And like you said, as the series goes on, they're getting more comfortable and settling into their roles, starting to come alive here. Can it all get strung together at the right time? You talk about COD timing running around the map, but this is more so COD timing in the sense of, can all 4 of your players click at once? Can you piece everything together? We're at that mid to late portion of the regular season. You want to start showing that, hey, we can get things going when we need to and find a way to dig ourselves out of holes in series, because this isn't the first time you're going to be tested by a squad, not only in the regular season, but as we look ahead towards playoffs and various things. The squad needs to show here they have no choice, that we're going to come out, show that we're a different respawn team than we showed on Tuscan in map number 1, and why we want to push this to a game number 5. It wasn't, again, I talked on the first series, it wasn't a crazy life discrepancy. It was just good sound control. The defense, it was not letting them get a single tick. Offensively for Fanshawe, it was a really decisive win and getting B captured quickly. Play with some confidence. That's what I want to see out of this team. I just want to see Arizona, because it seemed like that was the case for Fanshawe. Play with a bit more confidence, get a little ego in those gunfights. Even if you're not feeling it yet, fake it till you make it. Try to win those gunfights and play smart, of course, but try to get a little confidence in those gunfights, and the map's going to slow down for you. You're going to flow around a bit easier.
Fake it till you make it. No, you're right. Confidence is key when it comes to Vanguard. And between these two teams, you can see that Lumberjacks, they got a little bit more confidence going into this map number 3. So we can see if the Wildcats could shut that down early on. Big shout out to Extra Life, though. If you want to take a look at that, sponsors of the NA Star League, extralife.org. Show some love to our sponsors. We love the people over at Extra Life. Now here, in screen, for the start of the control, you're looking at the offense between Northern Arizona and University of Arizona. Looks like this offense from the Wildcats have been off to a pretty fantastic start. Move, working this flank on inside A, trying to shut things down, and he will. Lines up two to alleviate some of the pressure here from the Wildcats. Gonna go down eventually to Prof, but this is a lot of time being burned and a lot of lives being burned out of the hands of the Wildcats early.
It is. You don't have a ton of map control. You've really won the mid-map battle, but unfortunately everything's kind of been getting pushed out through field. It's a 3-stack through field, 1 player mid-map. So again, you're outnumbered on the site again. Itchy wins a big gunfight mid. Now it's a 4v2 on the site, and well, I expect clearance to come in here. That is just the case. And once again, defensively, you are more than happy and control to bleed the clock. Give the other team no time to make plays. It just makes the game easier. They have to scramble. They have to funnel. They're going to give 1 push towards B here, maybe. And if it doesn't work out, well, they're only going to have time for an A push. So it's a matter of holding pre-aim, settling down, playing the defense you need to, and you can walk out of here with a clean defensive round 1.
As comfort settles in here for the Lumberjacks, it gets scarier and scarier for the Wildcats to pull things back. And now on a 5 spree is Itchy. Aid not too far behind, still picking away at those respawners. Green Goose, a big lineup or 2. Will at least be able to maybe push some aggression through P5 over towards that B zone, but now with 13 seconds left, it looks like the jig is up, and Itchy's going to be starting this flank to see if they can shut this one down. Big kill to Prof there, shuts down Itchy and the Shriek. And it's given a little bit of time here for Arizona to hopefully set up some ticks of progression over towards B. It's going to be cut down by Aid and Big Perfection. But it's still some presence into this game from the Wildcats as they hop off the respawn over towards B, but they just are not fighting their gunfights. They're not winning their battles.
They aren't. They're getting pinched and flanked, never aware of where the next gunfight's coming from. Northern Arizona making them pay dearly for it. You have 1 tick of progress, which sounds just unheard of, at least, and control in a sense. It feels like you can always not only get 1 tick, but 1 point, especially that A1. That is not the case. A dominant slaying performance, in turn, dominant map control, and you only give up 1 tick of progress. That's all you need to know. Out of that one, they're going to go to an offensive round and give it their try and do what they can to give a better showing than that. But for Arizona, that one feels like a real kick to the morale, knowing you couldn't even get more time on the clock there.
Yeah, no farther than what they got in that round number 1. See if they can mirror that onto defense here. Start off strong, unfortunately. Look at that. Big prediction and Aid both lining up too to get onto A nice and sound. First tick cemented, working on the second. Aid with forward aggression. No middle map control for the Wildcats to work with. As every lane is being locked down behind the Lumberjacks. Aid finally cut down to the front line, but that third tick's going to be locked down. That's another minute onto the clock.
And just 12 having ticked off, so a much different looking round here. Offensively, Northern Arizona flowing. And they're in all four corners of the map. I mean, where do you even look to find a kill? It seems like they're north, south, east, and west. Well, you're going to check south and at least find a kill there, but there's still plenty of work to be done. The reinforcements flooding in through the backside. You are finding the kills and making the hold defensively, but you've got to find a way to do this for, well, the next 2 minutes. Stop them from getting over towards the site and getting any progress. You're already down in ticks just through 1 point alone. Now you have to find a way to make an even bigger stand here.
Well, so far so good. Beeson finding form. 10 and 8 on a 4 spree. Stun's going to give information as they try to hunt him down. Still alive on rooftops. Soon to be pinched out by Itchy. They take care of him. A lot of time being shaved off here. I mean, we're sitting at 2 minutes and about 10 seconds for the Lumberjacks. Now sitting at 1:23 with a 3 life lead over to the Wildcats. So quite the turnaround here, as now they're going to be trapped in their own zone. Looking to fight from the inside out. Unfortunately, though, they're not winning their gunfights. Itchy, big prediction, Aid, all coming to light. Finding their kills, winning their ones. Ultimately, will be a trade out from the respawns. But, I mean, that's a moment there where Northern Arizona, they push back the Wildcats even more.
Find a way to push back, but no progress to show for it. Now less than a minute to work with. You're flowing, at least here, winning some easy gunfights and still holding defensive shape. Now you're going to know the push is coming through P5 and Platt. Beast in there to clean up where his teammate fell, and they're still holding form. Time is dwindling. Lives aren't really a factor. It's definitely going to come down to the time left on the clock here. You have time for one more team push if you fall here, and, well, the fall is coming in. 3 for 1 in the feed, and back to the starting blocks for Northern Arizona. You've held on if you are the Wildcats, and what a hold you needed to make here to give yourself a chance in this control.
Yeah, not too bad when push comes to shove. Wildcats, they definitely bite. They bite hard. The only thing is that offensive round did not look pretty, and when we end here 2 times, ultimately, it's still a 1-tick advantage over towards the Lumberjacks after that A zone fully capped out here inside of their offense. So good kills, you know, it's a good round and it's a defensive win nonetheless. You know, they avoid map points, so, you know, silver lining there for University of Arizona. But now you go back to the offense, and this is where you need to prove yourself.
This is the question mark, right? The asterisk of, okay, yeah, defensively, that's what you expect. That's run-of-the-mill. That's standard game plays to defensively make the holds. Can you go big offensively? Really, you need both points captured here if you want to stand a chance in a round number 5 situation. It's going to be an A push off the break. They're not trying to throw anything crazy, and defensively, Northern Arizona is making the reads. It's pinstripe to start. You don't have control if you are the side of Arizona. A 4 streak is what Goose is on, and maybe trying to play around that. Maybe that's why you're not seeing a quick start. They're looking to readjust this hit. No moves made towards this A site to start.
No, none at all, and Green Goose goes down, so all for nothing. Moon lines up a big 2-piece top bunk, so allows a route over towards B. Clock will be stopped in a minute. Now Prop Easton started to come alive as Aid gets shut down over towards A. They're going to hop on that zone, start collecting some time over towards A side of the map, and now some good map control being gained from the Wildcats. Green Goose on screen. We're going to hold off the rest. Cut down early on by Big Prediction, but now you can see the rest coming into play. Gunfights get thrown out. Left, right, center. Coming out on top will be Northern Arizona. Second tick still gets locked in for the zone as we're going to see the next collapse here. Aid on the flank. Finds the first one. Snaps to the second. Good as ever from Aiden. Third player is going to be here to help them out. Signs takes down Beaston as the fight back in. Successful from the Lumberjacks.
You wanted to get that point captured so bad if you're Arizona, that way you didn't have to work from spawn again. A's sitting in a corner shooting players in the back, not a position you want to be in if you are the Wildcats, because, well, once he gets rolling, he doesn't quite stop. On a 4 streak here, 30 seconds left, you have minimal map control. Maybe Beaston the one to make a play back church. That might turn heads and open things up, the pinch on the site coming in, but Signs not taking any hints here. Chopping players down off spawn. You're going to stop the clock now if you're Beaston, and You just hope you can get the rest of the teammates on board to get the rest of this point captured.
Beast is a little bit alone here, but a big win on the outside from Moo. Big prediction going down means that the rotations will be intact for the University of Arizona as they're looking to help out their main submachine gun player. The third tick comes in. The caps on A will be there. So add another minute to the clock. They look a lot better here than they did in the last round, but even still, when it comes to the life factor, you're now looking at a 12-9 lead for Northern Arizona and only a minute to take control of B.
Gotta check all your corners, and, well, you don't look for Itchy on stairs. Could make you pay for it. Maybe he does get the read. Man, I'm not quite sure what's going down the trigger discipline. I mean, 1, 2, I thought could have been 3, but moved there for the quick trade. You have control through P5. The push can come in. One more 4 down will give you clearance. You're only down 2 lives, but still not a lot to work with, just having 7.
They don't get a little too aggressive. Beaston's going to find his time. Spraying out onto 8. Double kill from Beaston. And Prof takes down Signs. So able to hop into B. There's the 3 down that you were asking for. Now let's see if they can hold out. Lives even 6 apiece. But here comes the retake. Big prediction. Windsor on the outside. Lines up a second on Prof 2. Now down and dirty into the inside of this B zone. Big prediction slides to his life. 30 seconds left. Not a lot of time to work with here. And no lives remaining for this Wildcat roster. But one good push here can make or break this round. 17 seconds. They're looking to take it to the very end. Prof for the team kill. Beasted out of it now. All up to the new kids on the block, but Prof coming to the rescue. Itchy, big prediction, shuts them down, and nobody there to touch. It's going to be another win for defense towards Tuscan control, and now Northern Arizona 1 round away from series in their hands.
It's still up for grabs as far as the defensive round goes. If you make a good offensive statement here, Northern Arizona can close it out with that round win. Slang-wise, it's all Beastin for the side of Arizona, as it has been for the night. Goose sitting at about 500, but really the only standout performer here tonight. Big prediction sitting well. Aid coming alive in that round. Signs, of course, closely to follow. And well, off this opening break, it's 2 for 1. Already stopped the clock. Can't ask for a better opening break, as we've come to expect from this NAU squad.
Can. Here continues this offensive round for Northern Arizona is so scrappy and back and forth. Beaston's turn now into the zone for the contention. Snaps on a big prediction. Stays alive. Not any longer as the nade's going to catch him on the exit. Minute 19 here. Stopped to the clock. Another double kill in the feed. Making a triple kill is Itchy. Just not done yet with his food. Third tick getting worked on here. Beaston, can he make any more moves? No. Big prediction's going to put an end to that thought early on. And another fast cleanup at A for Northern Arizona.
Quick cleanup, quick pushes across the map. Hold again defensively, that's the ask, right? They were able to do it last time for the side of Arizona, but again, over 2 minutes on the clock, and you're down in lives. Last go around, you were up in lives defensively. The offense has the advantage, and, well, they're moving around the map like they have it. Beaston hugging a wall and able to find a kill, but the trade in quickly. You lost your defensive control. You need to find shape off of spawn and not throw one off lives out of get cut down, because, well, big prediction, shooting about as straight as you can here on this map.
I'm not too sure about ticks, but you get one cemented tick, even if you lose this round. It should be defense again for the Lumberjacks, but they want to end this here. It's a clean 4. Big prediction's going to set up now to pick off these respawners, and nobody really room to breathe for the Wildcats. 19-7 in lives. I mean, this has to be monumental for a comeback into the game, but first you got to get past big prediction, and that is a tough task at its own. Finally, Prof going to take him down, and a first tick cemented here for Northern Arizona to try to put things away. Second tick getting worked on, but now no more respawns. Itchy with the team name, but I don't even think that's going to matter. Prof looking to get into the mix now. Blindsided by Signs. 2 players remaining, but there's just no time, and nobody's here to play it. Northern Arizona wasn't an easy task going into this game, but they made it look easy from start to finish. A 3-0 sweep over their sister school, the University of Arizona, on tonight.
A big win for them to come out and take, and a statement at that, it felt like. Really dominant, turned up when they needed to. You know, we saw them clutch up in a round 11 situation. We saw them win a respawn by 100 points and come out here, take a hit in the control and still find a way to pull it out. So, again, a squad that looks battle-tested and ready for whatever the rest of the season has to bring them a great performance from. Again, usually you find one standout player that's like, wow, they really, took over for the squad. But again, all 4 players aid, maybe, or I want to say Itchy or big prediction. Again, all 4 players doing their thing here. Signs even at 2016 at this point in the map that we're seeing in this highlight, even though it's an Itchy highlight. Again, any of these 4 players could be the MVP of this match. They all stepped up and went big for the squad in order to get this 3-0 win tonight.
I mean, you saw it in that replay too. Just the scoreboard for Northern Arizona, like all 4 players just near even in slaying. So it's hard to fight that when you are the Wildcats. But for Northern Arizona, like you said, a statement for tonight against the Wildcats, and something that they are definitely going to hold close to heart for future matches down in the future of their collegiate Call of Duty run. Now, we came into this one predicting a win for the Wildcats. The University of Arizona, they just were not up to the task tonight. It seems like this team has a lot of improvements that need to be made.
Yeah, I mean, I'll give us that we predicted an Arizona school to win tonight, so we're not all wrong. But we did predict the wrong Arizona school. I think for the squad, it's getting everyone on board and on the same page. Again, we know what Beaston brings to the table. I feel like if we say Beaston anymore, we might have to start a fan club. But again, we know what this individual can bring to the team. It's getting everyone on the same page, whether that's resetting the team camp chemistry and vibes, getting everyone to fit into their roles a little bit better, maybe even switching roles. It's a point in the season where a decision's got to be made to, again, if you want to make a deep run in playoffs and be a standout team for the rest of this collegiate season and finishing Vanguard strong, a change has to be made, whether that's something like, again, resetting that team chemistry, getting everyone on the same page as far as strats go, or a roster change. Who knows? But we just know that some more help is needed and some more balanced workloads need to be distributed amongst the squad.
No, I mean, if there's going to be a fan club built for Beaston, I'll be the first one there to sign up for it. Yeah, I'm a big fan of him. Back on Westcliff, he was a pivotal player for that school to find success in not only the CCL but in the Call of Duty Varsity League in the previous season. But going into this one, it can't just be the Beaston show. It's not a one-man army, and this school, Northern Arizona, they just let us know that it is not a one-man army, and they put in the work. Congratulations as we bring prediction into the interview booth. How does it feel to have a dominant win like that tonight?
Man, it feels good, man. We had a really good day of practice yesterday. Kind of just going through the motions of the game, even though it's still kind of the off season. Just building the chemistry, and it's a great match. I'd also like to just say prayers to University of Arizona. I know it couldn't be easy focusing on this match after the situation that happened today. So I'm just glad they're all safe, and we could get a good match of Call of Duty in for you guys.
Yeah, prayers definitely going to go out to them and everybody over at the school for sure. It's a tough one to go into to face this one and have that going through the day. But I mean, both teams, they played great today. I mean, Northern Arizona, you guys played lights out. I'm going to start with a simple question though. You were talking about practice yesterday was good. What goes on inside of your boot camp whenever you guys are going through practice? How are things shaping up?
I think like for now, I know a lot of us are just starting school again. For me, it's my first year here at Northern Arizona with Aiden and Richie, Itchy and Skylar Signs. So just kind of just building the chemistry, just enjoying the process. These guys are absolute beasts. It's a pleasure to be able to practice with them every day and play alongside them. So just kind of giving it everything that we got going into the next game, and just trying to build the fundamentals now and have some fun.
Yeah, that's what it's all about, having fun. I mean, I'm glad that you guys are tackling fundamentals so early on into the season too, because for the fall semester, a lot of you guys might even be playing for sort of the first time. Do you guys have a relatively new roster together, or do you have time played together even previous to this?
Yeah, we Signs and Itchy played together for last year, and then me and Aid, both from California, just moved up here in August. So all of us have played competitive Call of Duty since we were young. So kind of everyone's just meshing in, kind of getting used to each other. And just the process has been excellent, and school's obviously a bonus as well. So it's been a lot of fun with these guys for sure.
Well, I love that for sure. I'm going to toss you over to Cash, though. I'm sure she's going to pick your brain with a couple things. Cash, take it away.
Definitely. You know, you had alluded to this kind of being something getting ready for getting team chemistry up, getting ready for what would be an NW2 season coming up, the 2023 season. You know, obviously the CODs are going to be very different, and you talk about building team chemistry. Is there something in game, or maybe something that pertains to Call of Duty, of course team chemistry does, that you're trying to build? Is there something in Vanguard you're still trying to work on specific to that game, or is it really just focusing on the team camp itself going into the 2023 year?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a mesh of all those things. I think fundamentally a lot of things will be similar, like calling out, like the way you call out the purpose of being, you know, specific with little things like that. I think it's just trying to get the little things down now, have a lot of fun while we're doing it, and you know, just the little things will branch off, and then we'll have a lot more fun when we do the big things. And it's obviously fun to play a rival school in state. So it was a big moment for all the guys. I know they're all hyped up over here to my right, so I look forward to celebrating with them after this, and yeah, it's been a lot of fun.
Absolutely. Well, you know, it's been a pleasure having you on here. You know, able to pick your brain about the series, and I know you're eager to go celebrate that win as well. So you win your intrastate rivalry. You are the top school in Arizona, at least for now, and hopefully we see a matchup later on. I'm a sucker for rivalries, but I appreciate you joining us in the booth and you know, giving us a rundown of how that win felt.
Of course, appreciate you guys.
Well, I appreciate the kind words from Big Prediction, you know, after, you know, that interview. And also, you know, I had to take a look to it and what went on. Big, you know, prayers out to University of Arizona for what went on there. I hope everybody is all right, and I hope that, you know, they're able to bounce back from that. But for the end of today, at least for the Call of Duty Varsity League, a strong showing between two rivalries. It looks like University of Northern Arizona were able to, you know, come out on top today, look as good as ever. On top of the world, I'm sure that a couple of them felt too, but I doubt that's going to be that we see between that rivalry, Dash.
No, even if we only get one more matchup here in this league, I hope that's something that continues to blossom. I think rivalries bring out the best in teams and players, and we saw it there in our interview with Prediction. Just someone who has the utmost respect for his competitors, but loves and knows the you know, the monumental win that they were able to get here tonight in the regular season. So really exciting to see from them. Our first matchup was a great one as well. Game 5, round 10. And again, another great week of COD. We only get 2 matches, and it feels like we get treated to so much more, specifically due to those interviews. I love picking the brains of players and, you know, getting more insight into kind of what goes on in the team camp.
Yeah, it's nice to see the way that they're developing, you know, behind the scenes with a couple of these players and how the teams are shaping up in the fall season, which, you know, for a lot of schools will be a developmental time for these rosters, you know, to piece things together and see how they fare up going into the playoffs or even in the next season to come. But for the action for the Call of Duty Varsity League, that's going to be an end for our 2 matches. Fanshawe Falcons, they made a good run in the first one, but Stockton ultimately come out on top to shut down that reverse sweep in a 3-2 Game 5 fashion. We just saw, you know, the 2 teams from Arizona, Northern Arizona and University of Arizona, go head-to-head for a little bit of a rivalry battle. And it's a 3-0 sweep from Northern Arizona to really put themselves on top of that pedestal. The action's not done from Nace just yet, though. We got Valorant on the other side of a break to take you through that. Vincent and Cephalins. We'll see you on the other side.
It's that time again. Welcome to the stage. Oh yeah. Where energy and creativity collide. Here we go. Let's level up. Make this something to remember. All right.
What is going on, everybody, and welcome back to NACE Star League Week 5, but Valorant, we believe, Week 3. And I know you're a little disoriented, a little jarred already. This is not the voice you were probably expecting. I am Septilance, joined by Vincent. We are here, both being substitutes, both filling in, but we are just as excited as the casters who are normally here. We're going to have two schools, James Madison University versus Drexel. And Vincent, you know, before we get into all the analytics and the discussion, how you doing? How are you?
Hey, I'm doing good. I mean, listen, maybe a little later start than we were expecting, but I think that just means that these teams are going to be just that much more warmed up and ready to get going. I'm feeling good, ready for some Valorant, Septilance.
Absolutely. I'm very excited. And folks, you know what this is all about. We've got that whole season format. You start things off, regular season, you're going up toe-to-toe with a lot of schools. Conference play-ins, that's where things get intense. You look at that, you move over to conference championships, the best of the best, fighting toe-to-toe right there. We jump back, last chance qualifier. Things a little rough in your conference, that's A-okay. You fight through that into playoffs. Those playoffs take you right to those in-person grand finals. And Vincent, at the end of the day, that's what everybody is fighting for here.
Oh, I know. I'm so excited for it as well, Septilance. It's going to be a fantastic time. Some awesome finals last season. We're definitely looking to see that. Those will be happening December 3rd and 4th, by the way, but the rest of the regular season up until the 21st before we get into the real difficult times with those play-ins and playoffs and all of the such. Of course, last chance qualifiers you were talking about. But with all of that being said, I mean, we have so much to offer here, and the prizing is all part of it. $2,500 in scholarship to first place. It's going to be $1,250 for second, and then third and fourth, you're going to get $625 aside, which ain't too shabby, to be honest with you.
Not shabby in the slightest. I mean, those are good numbers, honestly. Just sit at home and play a video game, something that many people often hear. You're not going to make money playing video games. Hey, look at that. Now we're making money playing video games. Gotcha. Caught ya. And that's always very, very exciting. And of course, I want to give that shout out to Extra Life straight away. Change kids' health to change the future. Join Extra Life. It is a really cool organization and a great program. I genuinely, if you guys have free time, if you love video games, and if you love helping people, please genuinely check out Extra Life. They do amazing things.
That they do. And well, listen, I couldn't be here. Listen, I mentioned it's getting late. NACE Star League, they run on Duncan just like I do. If you click the Twitch panel right down below, you can find a Duncan right beside you. I'm sure there will be one coming up there as well, Septilance.
Yeah, and folks, another shout out to Monster Energy as well, which is an official partner at NACE Star League Canadian Initiatives. And did you know that Canadian esports clubs can receive complimentary Monster Energy on campus, which I think is super cool. That is a very neat thing. Nothing cooler than a drink sponsor in any esports situation. Not only that, but Monster Energy, the big dog. You can check out more about that. Check out NACE Star League on Twitter or Discord. They're going to have information on both those things. That is very, very cool. This is a very genuine Septilance moment. This is that's super neat. So please, go check that out.
I always love to see it when you get like sponsors that are like super helpful, super awesome.
Yes,
are definitely one of those. Same true for all of the amazing NACE sponsors as well. But yeah, week 5, we mentioned it. It is just the third week of the Valorant side of things, but varsity premiere here, and it is JMU, one of the top 4 coming from JV last semester. They did very well, finished 3rd to 4th place, and they're going up against Drexel University, a team that, well, maybe hasn't really proved themselves in Valorant, but I mentioned during our pregame here, Septilance, that this Drexel team, or this program, they have a winning Counter-Strike roster.
Yeah.
They've had 2 national championships in a row, so I've definitely got some high expectations.
Yeah, and I've got to say, JMU, they are the team I'm more familiar with. I always try to keep it 100 with chat. I don't want to pretend I know things that I don't, and I have not seen Drexel before, but there's a pretty easy assumption to make here. If you're running the same score line as JMU, you're doing something right, because JMU has some real star-studded players. The two to look out for, as soon as I saw their names, a light bulb went off my mind. I remembered the chaos I have seen them bring to the table before is Noah and D-Duraco. Those two maniacs in their own right entirely. So if Drexel comes out and brings anybody on board with that same level of aggression, this is going to be one heck of a series.
Yeah, and it's going to be Meester on the duelist role here for Drexel, so maybe potentially be looking that direction for that aggression that we were just discussing. But I couldn't agree with you more on D-Duraco as well. I mean, dominated when I watched them play in the JV finals last season for NACE. That was for the JV side. But here is going to be our map poll. Unsurprising that we get to see Ascent Septilance. I mean, it is Collegiate after all, and
Truly.
even out of Collegiate, this Ascent is just sort of the go-to. But the thing that interests me is that Drexel are the ones who picked this, but both teams, I talked to them, and they both said, we love Ascent. Give me some Ascent. So I think whoever wins that first map is going to be in a great position for the next map.
Without a doubt. Ascent is the map, you know, I often refer to it as the face of Valorant. It is the map we see in almost every best of 3, best of 5, from the lowest rank in the game to the highest, because it is a map people are familiar with. It was one of the earliest maps, most played maps in the game. People have compositions on it they're going to be running. And Vincent, Noah, who I mentioned earlier on the side of JMU, is a Sova specialist. Yes. People literally call Ascent Sova's playground. So I assume we're going to be seeing Noah here, and that's going to make things a lot harder for the side of Drexel, because that means JMU is bringing out their absolute A squad.
That they are, and you know, that is something interesting to kind of note, right? JMU, actually both these teams have sort of not necessarily a confirmed starting 5. It's very map dependent, and so like you're saying, Noah more than likely is going to be in because they play on all of the Sova maps. Darpy, on the other hand, is in for the Fade, and whilst, you know, it's hard to say that those are like specifically, you know, swappable. We might see both at once. I'm not sure, but what I am sure of is that we're just about ready to get things started, and Septilance Game 1 getting underway. James Madison going up against Drexel University.
Oh, and here's my favorite part of the entire game, Vincent, is the agent draft, the agent select, because this is where we can immediately start to dissect what these teams are bringing to the table. D-Duraco locks in Jet. That screams Operator on a map like I said. Mur locking in Chamber. That literally also screams Operator. Noah, he's going to be on that Sova as a surprise to absolutely nobody. We're seeing a little more hesitation on the side of Drexel, but something tells me we're going to get almost, if not a complete and total mirror matchup here.
It's certainly looking like that's going to be the case. I mean, if Rye, yeah,
there it is.
Yeah, okay, yeah, it's just gonna confirm that for us, and I think this is exciting because it makes it easy for us on the desk to just kind of like play the head-to-head games here. It's like, oh, well, how's this player doing versus how is this player doing on the exact same agent and the exact same role? Well, I definitely think it's going to be down to Meester, as I mentioned earlier on, being in that duelist role. How are you going to shape up on the likes of D-Duraco against the likes of Mur? That's a question mark in our heads, and I hope we're going to get great answers. I'm ready for it. Drexel, the potential is here, but this best of 3 is going to have to be phenomenal from them.
This is going to be interesting, Vincent, because, well, Valorant is obviously a team-oriented game. When you get a complete and total mirror matchup like this, you see a really unique sense in this, in an essence, is 5 1v1s happening in simultaneous. It's gonna be D-Duraco versus Meester. It's gonna be Furlough versus Rye, because they have to outplay somebody who's playing the exact same agent. They're gonna run the same strategies. They're gonna hold the same angles. They're gonna use the same lineups. It's gonna come down to individual playstyle and genuine reaction time, game, and mechanical understanding.
Well, we get down to it. Some upgrades in the weapon categories here. Meester picking up a Ghost, and well, we talked about the Sovas. Already a Recon Bolt, looking for information there towards B long, but nobody has actually found any of that information just yet. Nothing found off that Recon Bolt. Mid control is now in the hands of Drexel.
Yeah, I love the hesitance here from Drexel, because how often does somebody get a run up mid like this completely for free, but it seems they're going to be able to. Meester takes a a couple of bullets there. Noah actually picks up combat first. Murmur taken out. The chamber 1v1 not going to end well in favor of JMU. Tied up now, looking at a 4v3.5 situation as a lot of damage has been taken by that chamber from Drexel. The spike is closer to sight, but not planted yet. DiDuraco holding a non-existent angle as there's already a teammate watching it, but getting that motion in, covering every single possible spot, and now they know. There's got to be a couple of folks on site here. Okay, that dart's really going to let them know. There's some folks here. DiDuraco finds that first elimination onto Furlough. Meester puts 2 down, though, making the 3v2 in favor of Drexel. Another great tap onto Meester. It's going to be Javis who finds that Elim. Cermak takes him down, and we are looking at a 1v1, 3 HP on the board right now. And it is not going to matter if they don't even see the KO before this round comes to a close.
Yeah, that big old brain on Cermak, the in-game leader for this James Madison University squad, taking the time, understanding that if nobody has swung there on site, there ain't nobody back boathouse. That has to be a flank coming through, and Drexel, unfortunately, unable to take that round off the back of it. But I liked what they were doing. I thought it was solid, right? That mid-control, the initial positioning that they were at, where they denied information from the recon bolt over towards B, it was all good. It's just, unfortunately, the retake and everything else didn't quite go their way. This time, Drexel not going to be working with too much of anything. They're going to be on an eco round, and it'll be James Madison working against that, hoping to keep as many alive as they can.
Oh, a great knife there. Going to be able to catch both the Omen and the Jet. DiDuraco, relative ease, doesn't even dash back out, hits a bit of a moonwalk as DKS going to bite that bullet. Far too early to be comfortable on the side of Drexel. Quick rush now up to the left side. Meester finds DiDuraco, and we are tied up all over again. A Marshall in the hands of Drexel. They're moving in quick through tree. This could be a bloodbath, honestly, on either side. And it looks like things are not starting off well for either side. Ray finds 2. All of a sudden, it is a 3v2. A weapons advantage still up for JMU.
And a plant as well. This is very nice, though, for Drexel. They're able to put themselves in a position to potentially win this round. Meester. That owl drone actually gives so much away.
More bang. Ooh, the flash. Cermak goes down. Cermak takes Meester down. Combat finds 1. We're going to need the 2v1 of a lifetime, and unfortunately, with I think it was a Spectre, you're not going to be able to make that happen easily. JMU winning the round following the statistical expectation. So Drexel, this round 3 here, this is their time to rewrite the narrative.
Well, but they've already started to take out their pens and paper and written down a few things. The first of which is getting a spike planted, and the second is the 3 kills that they were able to take. Yes, it wasn't quite that close when you look at the end of the round, but ultimately the damage was done. And Drexel, they're absolutely in position to push this advantage to the limit. You can see the buy from James Madison, where normally you would be working with a whole lot more. Instead, it's going to be 3 pistols. Sure, one of those is the headhunter, but that's potentially a problem for him.
A lot of Utah going to come out early. That Sova Dart followed up by that KO knife. A wallbang opportunity, but not going to find it. I can tell. I've never seen Meester play until today, but I can tell from this player's play style that holding this Vandal just is going to be absolutely lethal here. I would not be surprised to see quite a few nasty shots coming out. Dash in, possibly in through. No, it's in the smoke. The lethality not in favor of Drexel. Their combat finds 1. 2 more fall on the side of Drexel. Even with the weapons advantage, Vincent, they just got caught out in that smoke, and I think that really kind of ruined their momentum.
Yeah, and I gotta keep it a buck, Septilence. Not a huge fan of walking through that dark cover.
I think I agree.
I mean, I understand the thought process, right? Like, you're trying to catch a bit of a timing, sure. But all things considered, it wasn't the right call, as we have seen.
Oh, wow! I think a bit of a weird exchange there. I don't know if anybody really expected that smoke to go down, but DiDuraco certainly did not expect the chamber to be hiding there. I think the real play here is, kind of the pseudo-hero play. You're really going for a save, but if somebody does run this way, you want to be ready for them. Right, going to be going on to logs, guarding the spike, because 30 seconds left. That's plenty of time for a chamber to do something.
That's another dark cover. Max value out of these dark covers as well from James Madison. Well done. The spike being down, that's the big problem, big issue, and crossfire set and forgotten Tmur. Gonna pick up the triple kill, and like we were saying, right, Drexel, some good ideas there, but just a little bit too aggressive in trying to find that positioning, and James Madison take advantage, especially Murr utilizing that headhunter to great effect. We mentioned 3 pistols. Well, one of those was a headhunter, and it found 3 kills.
Yeah, the elims from Drexel here, I think, are doing a great job of stabilizing the economy, not really letting James Madison get 9,000 by round 5. It hasn't stalled them in the sense of not letting them buy weapons, but it's keeping them humble. It's keeping them, you know, we have to really play safe. We can't just buy another op next round. We can't just buy another Vandal next round. Murr gonna give us that classic chamber gameplay moment where, you guessed it, folks, nothing happens unless somebody walks in front of that scope, which seems unlikely as a lot of the majority of Drexel trying to head toward that A site.
In fairness, the spike is over in the B direction, at least temporarily. I think that may change here in just a moment as the smoke, that dark cover, goes over through towards mid. And it's going to be back to what we saw in the pistol round for Drexel, right? They take some control, look for some aggression, but ultimately they push themselves up mid and take market.
They've got market once again. This is kind of a Drexel strategy we saw back in round 1. They're going to try to bring it out again here in round 4. The door busted wide open, which gives Murr a great angle. But it's kind of a tough angle because if somebody comes up bricks, you're in hot water. Somebody comes out of market, you're in hot water. You're going to have to land that first shot. And it looks like, okay, there we go. Thank you for proving me right there, Murr. DKS with a phenomenal spray through that smoke. Didorako gets some value up and through mid once again. I've got to say, DKS, a maniac with this headhunter right now. 3 kills on the board. To be fair, one of them didn't use a headhunter, but Didorako knew somebody was hiding in that corner, could smell him. And all of a sudden, it is a 2v1 in favor of James Madison once again.
2 bullets.
Oh.
That's nearly taken away.
Oh.
The attempt through the wall was so good from combat, but Didorako fortunately keeps themselves healthy, and the bullets through the wall don't connect. But man, they were on target, weren't they? Just a little terrifying there. James Madison University, though, at 4-0. A really strong start. I mean, and on the defensive side, this is the slightly favored side for this map. But, you know, starting out strong, starting out just 2 rounds away from your 6 rounds, which is what you'd like to target, I don't think you could ask for anything better.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, 2 rounds away from your ideal worst-case scenario is a very comfortable place to be. And now, Didorako giving us one of my favorite plays, the only character in the game that can do something like that. Unfortunately, it doesn't find the luck, it doesn't find the shots, but it's still flashy, it's still fun, and personally, that's what I'm all about. So, here comes another dark cover, Vincent. I feel like we should start counting how many of these we're going to see, because they really use them. I mean, they do not use them sparingly. If it's ready, if it's in the back pocket, a dark cover is coming out quick. This is interesting, though, because James Madison, not only are they playing on A site instead of a more dominant B site like they've been preferring, they are playing slow here. Might be working well as Riot able to take down combat. The resurrection will come through from DKS, so 1-1 trade stands true, but not for long. Cermak finds 1. Noah with that. Odin finds another. Finds 2, excuse me. I mean, that Sova and Odin, just like peanut butter and jelly, man. I feel like every time I see somebody with an Odin, it's got to be those Sova players.
Yeah, a combo is certainly effective at a consistent pace as well. It feels like Noah, of the players that you have in the server, who else do you want to have that weapon? Big investment, sure, but if you get 2 kills out of it, no problem. Especially, though, I want to draw our attention to the fact that the null command was invested there by Drexel, and it really didn't get all that much value out of it either. Yeah. Sure, combat did well, even found a nice trade kill, but it wasn't enough.
Guys, I think he wants to play. Drexel,
well, let's play.
Yeah, let's play. You want to play? Let's play. Gonna bring out that tour de force. Hopefully find some value with it. You know, it takes a little bit longer to get as of recently. One of the most recent updates made it require 8 ultimate orbs instead of the 7, which it was hanging out with. One of the most expensive ults in the game now. You know, tied for. There's a lot that are at 8 actually. As soon as I said that, I mean, there's the Showstopper, Rez, Hunter's Fury, and this now. So 4 out of 13. That's kind of a lot.
Yeah, definitely.
So, you know, it makes that value even more worth it because you are so much less likely to get another one per half. You're kind of looking at an ult twice per game. I think that was, Javis getting caught out. Furlough now as well. Noah had the intel, had the lineup, and takes 2 down early. A bullet has yet to be fired in this round, Vincent. Oh, just kidding. Okay.
All right. Well, it's
my bad.
Meester's like, okay, well, listen, ultimates, they've been a lot of those. I need to shoot back. Need to figure it out. We'll do just that. Been able to find at least 1 pick back the other direction, but listen, Zeppelins, it's not enough. They're still working with a deficit, and well, they even check Cermak here.
Oh, it would would be disastrous not to. DKS finds one. No way. No way. Oh, and it's a bloodbath. Oh, it's a massacre, but DKS able to use that Tor to force the quickest scope in time in the game. Takes that KO offline, and it's the shock dart. It's the shock dart from Noah that seals the deal. That's a 3K for my man Noah, and that is James Madison going up 6-0. Vincent, they could lose every round in the rest of this half and never fall onto a losing side.
That is mind-boggling, but let me share some other mind-boggling information.
Yes, please.
Here. Noah didn't shoot a bullet and got 3 kills this round.
You're so right.
Like, oh my goodness. That's so ridiculous.
Util, name that begins with a U here. Util Earl. I can't think of a better one. That's all I've got lined up right now. But, I mean, no, you're totally right. The Hunter Siri came out, found 2. The Shock Dart takes down a 3rd. And jumping in quick. Wow. Oh, man, talk about a bit of overconfidence from Murr. Now, to be fair, it didn't get him killed. So it was totally fine. It was just a weird play.
The old rendezvous out of there, I guess, if you're going to make an aggressive play.
Oh, no.
With the rendezvous.
Cermak got clapped there. I think there was not really anywhere they could get out of that situation. I think there was 4 people with their sights, lined onto Cermak. 6-0. This is the first round, Vincent, where I think Drexel has a very, very realistic chance of winning. They've got the spike planted. They've got the numbers. It's their round to lose right now.
That's true, but there is a 4v5 here, and I mean, JMU, they've been good at the retakes. The difficulty is getting into this B side, and I think that, unfortunately, JMU are feeling the pressure of it right now. You can see, I think they might just be holding back.
Okay. Oh, okay. Mild change of plans here. Didi Rocco got bored, wanted the whole W instead of S. Finds 2 elims. You know, classic Jet player. Wow, I'm actually amazed that didn't hit, but the trade still comes through. Furlough tying things up. We talk about those 1v1s, Vincent, and it comes down to player versus player. Javis takes out Rye, and that is Drexel. First round on the board. Now, here's the question. Are they going to win the next 5? Is this going to turn into a full-fleshed series once again? Or is that kind of a light in the darkness? Is that kind of a once-off?
Listen, obviously it's early to say that, but let me just kind of jump deep into there and take a gander. James Madison still have a lot of money. They can buy into this round, and because that was down to a 1v1, look at the cash. I mean, it's not great there for Drexel. I mean, yeah, they got guns. Don't get me wrong. It's still a gun round, but it's definitely a little light when it comes to the utility belt.
Yeah, without a doubt, and I think we're seeing almost the opposite of that on the side of JMU. We're seeing the Tour de Force available, are actually being used. We're seeing that KO ultimate and the Omen ultimate, that teleport as well. To be fair, teleport, not exactly the strongest ultimate in the game, but could be effective regardless. You know, you can find some opportunities with it, especially if you get creative with it. Those are always my favorite plays, is those Omens just going bananas with that ult. Or the spike grab, that's a classic.
Yeah. I was just about to say, I love the spike grab.
Oh, Cermak. Oh, I love the use of the nade there. You know, he was blinded, he was smoked, he wasn't going to be able to make it out easily. Just throws the nade down, makes it so much harder for Drexel to push in. Goes into Boathouse, no command. The TP as well. What a rotation! Oh, but it is not working well. Meester finds one, Rye finds another. Not going to get that res anytime soon. He is caught between a rock and a hard place right now.
Oh, though. What a fast rotation in Murr.
Oh, no!
Ooh, that was a little ambitious.
Yeah, a bit of a pre-fire there. Murr gets a little bit overzealous, and honestly, Vincent, I'm not going to say Murr individually might cost them the round, but losing that chamber in such a pivotal moment is going to make this retake, okay, even harder now. It's a 1v1 again.
True, but Noah, I mean,
yeah,
very clutch player here for James Madison.
Noah moment, plus HP diff. Oh, he's not looking the right way. Oh, Furlough, 7 HP on the board. That's the second round in a row, Vincent. In this game, I mean, it is about one thing: momentum.
Yeah, and listen, James Madison walked into that round with 3 ultimates. They walk out with 0, and they don't get the +1 up the top.
That's crazy.
Yeah, and I mean, on the flip side, Drexel, they walk in with 2, and they walk out with 3. So, you know, it's definitely a situation where Drexel took advantage and made the most of what they had. Of course, all of that can change in a heartbeat with the buy still alive. Guns are definitely a huge factor despite the ultimate advantage.
A big stack up mid here. I wouldn't be surprised to see Drexel try to retake market. Didi Rocco gets a little aggressive in the smoke. The null command has picked him up. Combat rotating up and through. Wow! The blind fire phantom headshot to take arguably James Madison's most consistent DPS, their consistent duelist, off the table early, giving them a huge lead once again, a 5v4. Drexel has a full market presence at the moment.
Push. Oh, that was so unfortunate. The paranoia comes in at the perfect time, and it's now up to Noah. Has to play in the back of the boathouse, and, well, playing versus a Blade Storm is just not going to be good in the best of times, especially not when a shock dart is coming your way.
Yeah. Noah probably thinking, oh, Noah, right about now. We've got the 5v2, Rye and Murr left on the board. I think they've got 2 Vandals, might be a Vandal and a Phantom, but the point is they've got guns worth saving, and it looks like they're getting ready to do that.
Ready.
I can't say I blame them. I feel like some teams often don't save enough.
Man, we are literally on the same wavelength tonight, Subtilance. I was just thinking the same thing, because oftentimes, especially, listen, college teams, I'm calling you out. I love you, but I'm calling you out. Because it does feel like often the collegiate teams will get in this mindset where it's like, okay, well, we have to try. We have to go for it. Because crazy things can happen. Yes, true. But these weapon saves are perfect for James Madison. I like that they've gone for it. And I also really like that Drexel hasn't gotten a little too aggressive there. Just electing to keep all 5 players alive, walk into the next round, very healthy, keep their economy working in the right direction. All of those are good decisions, and decisions that I don't take lightly.
I have to agree. The first timeout going to be activated here, and I think it's a reasonable time to use one. You go up by 6, and then you fumble 3 in a row. That definitely shows there's something the team needs to be changing, whether that's abilities or rotations or just, as stupid as it sounds, finding the eliminations when you get them. We saw a round lost because of a 7 HP differential. So maybe it's a little more about that focus, about that slow gameplay style. And let's be honest, when your team goes up 6-0, you get a little confident. You know, you get a little overzealous perhaps, and maybe this is JMU pulling themselves back out of that mindset and more into the competitive one.
Well, I definitely agree. There's just sometimes you'll take peaks that you wouldn't if you weren't up in that significant of a fashion. But in fairness, I think James Madison have been pretty darn good at being consistent about their gameplay style, at least for right now. For me, I think the biggest factor has just been Drexel stepping up in a really big way. I mean, you can see DKS up at 11 and 8 now. Has been very consistent. Combat as well. Sure, on the scoreboard 6 and 8, but has found that opening pick in that last round, taking DiDuraco out of the fight. You know, denying that player in specific is just as big a deal as getting any other kill.
Murr with that rendezvous kind of rotation once again gets intel that somebody's right around that corner. I don't know if he's aware that there's going to be 2 of them though, and if that knife comes out from KO, that could spell disaster. The rotation out now down toward A site, and it looks like it's going to be a full commit here. Now they've got the opportunity to fake. They're running down towards A. They've got pretty much the entire timer left on the clock, but if DiDuraco walks into this, or is walked into a 5v1, that could be disastrous. His first shot is going to count now or never, and they are going to miss it. Still rocking at that 5v5, but in some kind of miracle, everybody lived to tell the tale.
Quick dash out, you know, that'll do it. Help out a bit.
Oh no.
Comes that push.
Rye just kind of caught in target focus. It was struggling a little bit. There were 2 people there. Combat now finds Cermak. Noah has to bring it out quick. DiDuraco finds Furlough. Javis finds DiDuraco. And the Hunter's Fury gets a tickle on a couple of folks, but not quite an elimination on any. Wow! Phenomenal shot, and that shot alone, I can tell you right now, required on great communication. Murr had to know somebody was going to be there, had to be ready for it, and as we're looking at a 2v3, look how low the HP from Drexel is.
Oh, look at this. How do you anticipate it?
How do you know where to look?
Recon bolt gave him away. One player remains, and oh, Noah to close it. That double kill right by Xset is perfect from JMU.
That was one of those moments where I had so much to say, but no words would come out. Like, I was just so baffled. I was so like, oh my goodness, what a reaction time from Murr to secure another round win for JMU. They have completely ripped all the wind out of the sails for Drexel University here. And if they can go into the half 9-3, statistically, that's great. In terms of superstitiously, that's not so great.
I see. We are believers in this chat room. Understood. Let me disagree with you just slightly, though. I think that there's still a little bit of wind in the Drexel sails. And I'll say that because they still have plenty of money to buy. They've got this tour de force, and they also have 3 other ultimates to work with, too. Now, we'll see what they do with it. That's the big question mark. And 7-5 still a real possibility for Drexel. And after going down so early, was it 6-0? Yeah, it was.
Yes.
I mean, 7-5 would be crazy good.
Yeah, 7-5 would be an incredible turnaround, and DKS has that tour de force out. If they are even half as good with that as they are with the Headhunter alone, we could have a miracle on our hands. Furlough into the back line. Cermak takes down DKS. Unfortunately, that Headhunter gonna have his head hunted. James Madison University in a tough, or in a better spot. Drexel's the one in the tough spot. Javis gonna hold the corner, gets flashed into the double swing, the wide swing, no less. And I think Drexel, they're getting picked off like we're watching an Alien movie right now, just one at a time, not even seeing their attacker combat a phenomenal flick onto DiDiRocco, but those numbers not gonna add up fast enough. Spike plant ends in favor of James Madison. That is 8-3, 1 round left in the half.
Yeah, I am no mathematician, but I would agree. Those numbers do not add up for Drexel in the slightest. Nicely done from DiDiRocco on the Blade Storm. But the other thing to note, right, Cermak had a player there with him to play with the Flashpoint. It was just really good to see that because, you know, you were kind of mentioning the different changes to the initiators. That's actually one of the changes to the KO, is that flashing for yourself a little bit less effective at this point.
Yeah.
There's some numbers behind that, but I won't bore you with the specifics. It's just a little less effective if you're throwing the flashbang yourself. So I like to see them play together.
Yeah, absolutely. His flashbang duration decreased in the underhand of the throw, the soft toss, and increased in the overhand, but it's so much harder to flash people with that one because you've got to bounce it off 35 things before it hits somebody. So I definitely see nerfing that to make KO a little bit less of a meta pick, but you know that's a very new update. Nobody's really decided what the new meta is going to be if KO still has a place in it. Personally, I think he does, but that's up to the pros to decide. And now Ray gonna get caught out awry. I can't decide. I keep flopping back and forth.
I like Ray. I think it makes sense.
We'll go with Ray. We'll go with Ray. Ray gonna be going in here quick. Oh, Meester dives in quick as well and gets deleted for their efforts. DKS finds 1 at the 1-1 trade. First now in favor of James Madison. The nade comes out from combat, but DiDiRocco already creating that bloodbath all over again. Furlough finds the trade 3v2 now in favor of JMU and Drexel in a very tough spot to win this. They've got a lot of util to work with. Matt Knight gonna find all through that 0 point. Really coming in handy, but Cermak takes 1. Furlough finds another. It is a 2v1, and that operator honestly gonna make this kind of hard for Mur. Oh no.
So close. Playing around. Cermak's just holding up top, playing close range, and okay. There we go. Cermak able to hit the shot. Throws out the no command. Just add insult to injury there. But it is that it's that cursed number. It is the L93, in fairness. Maybe Drexel has something up their sleeve. I mean, listen, it is spooky month now.
It is? Does that increase our chance of curses?
You know what? I'm going to go with yes. Do
I
know?
believe that.
Not at all.
Absolutely not. And for those who don't know, just a quick rundown, the 9-3 curse is something where a team will be up 9-3 in the half, and then they will not win another round for the rest of the game. They will lose 13-3. That part's not always mandatory. They can lose 13-11 or whatever, but the point is they lose. That's the scary thing. It's a mentality. It is a superstition that a lot of players have. We've seen it in the pro scene, way more than you would ever think.
You know what? And listen, if we can be a little bit of a skeptic here for a moment. I think part of it is, 9-3, it feels like a ton. You're right there. You're very close to victory. But it really actually isn't that crazy. I mean, it's just 6 rounds. And we saw how quickly James Madison came out to that lead. Drexel could do the same.
I think this first elim is really going to be the one to decide. First of all, shout out Combat. I love the Mage Punk Ghost. Super cool weapon. One of my favorites in the game, that Mage Punk set. I have the operator for it. Combat now, I mean, has no idea there's 3 people right on the other side of that smoke and has to play it slow and steady to win the race. Got a shot onto the Sova. Clueless about that. Oh, finds DiDiRocco with his back turned. Oh, and finds the headshot. A little bit sloppy, but it works out well at the end of the day. 64 HP in the Dream. JMU, they have it down. I'd love to see Noah just shoot a shock dart into the air and kind of play one of those slow burn play styles, but right now he's not going to be able to run out into the middle of sight like that. Finds 1, gets ready to take out another. Cermak picks it up. We're at a 2v3, now make it a 3v1. I don't think Mur wins this. 5 HP in a Dream, takes down 1. Combat's crit, and it's Combat's wall bang that finds that 5th and final life. That's a 9-4 in favor of JMU, but Drexel coming back to life.
Yeah, listen, I thought that was possible. If that wallbang doesn't come through from combat, the HP there for the both Drexel players was so low.
Yeah.
It was just one right click. I mean, yeah. We both know the right click can be a little outrageous sometimes on that classic. So
that right click do be devious. I mean,
it certainly does.
It's a bit of a maniac weapon. It's a free gun, and I've seen people ace with it outside of a pistol round. It's absurd. That weapon wildly strong. And
see, people don't believe me. I'm glad we're
I'm with you, Vincent. I'm with you.
We're right there. We are together on this. we stand as one against the classic.
The classic non-believers.
I know. Imagine being a non-believer. By the way, you're also right about this Mage Punk, the blue variant here. The DKSS.
It's so good. It's so good. It's just such a classic and such a good-looking set. I love it.
Best ghost in the game.
I should have bought it. You know, I should have bought the set, but I didn't.
I got the ghost. That's all that I cared about.
I got the op. It was in my store like 3 months later. I was like, all right, well, you got me.
Right, please take my money. It's just.
Oh my goodness, we're Mage Punk everywhere.
Everybody knows. We're spreading the good word.
Mage Punk mania right now. Let's see what Combat can do with that Mage Punk. I love Combat's hyper-aggressive use of these nades because you're realistically probably not going to get an elim with it, but you're creating space. And you're making it that much harder for the opposing team to move in. DDRocco goes up quick through window into Cat. I mean, caught between a rock and a hard place here in Combat. Going to be able to find that first life off the board. Drexel has a 5v2 now. Furlough ripping this team apart at the very seams. A flawless round, Vincent. We talked about how a 9-3, not as confident a lead as you may expect. And now as we're staring a 9-5 down the barrel, it becomes even more apparent.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you just win the pistol round, you win the follow-up, that anti-eco, and you're looking good. Now, of course, there's still 4 rounds differential, and Septilence, this is where things get a lot harder, right? Drexel, yeah, you got the easy one there with that last round, but now it's against real guns, and you're working with 4 Spectres and a Ghost, with the Vandals and Phantoms on the other side of it. Not as simple.
Oh, yep. DKS gets way too overzealous there. DDRocco finds one. Noah finds another. And like you said, Vincent, these real guns, well, they combat a heck of a lot harder. They fire a heck of a lot faster than a Ghost or a Classic. And those bullets, they hurt a heck of a lot harder. James Madison University there in a 5v2 situation. I can't believe the reaction time was there from DDRocco to not just eat a couple of bullets. Furlough gonna take no damage, surprisingly, but will catch a bullet to the dome. That's gotta be enough to seal the deal. There was only a Ghost to his name. Davis, gotta play it slow, gotta play it quiet. And why is nobody checking the logs today?
I know, nobody. Listen, in fairness, Cermak did check it because he played there all that long. So.
Valid.
Yeah, so Cermak came around the corner and was like, guys, I've been sitting here taking advantage of the spot all game. We need to check it, all right? Figure this out. But yeah, Drexel, an understandable loss in that round. To be fair, I really like what they did. They tried to get aggressive. They played very far forward. They even pushed towards mid. It's a pretty common play to pinch tile there, but it doesn't work out, and now Drexel have the upgraded weapons of their own. Even an operator out in their hands as well.
Got that op on the board.
What? That looked like it was on. Correct me if I'm wrong, Sep.
No, I mean that's why we both went. Because that definitely looked like it was on the board, but I mean unfortunately it's not going to work out well. It's going to be a bunch of ifs, ands, and buts about it. And now you've got to look as Drexel. They're still going to be able to hold a lead for a moment. Cermak committing the null command. And I think that's a very intelligent play. I think null command, the best time to use it is when your team's down one like this. It really, it gets rid of a lot of abilities. It creates a lot of space, and it makes it a lot easier for your KO to overextend. And there's a little bit more confidence when you've got that null command in your pocket.
One thing that is concerning to me though is Noah and how sort of disconnected he is from Cermak here. Cermak is going to have to make a bit of a hero play, or Noah, one of the two.
Cermak, full attention on him now, takes one down, and they're both looking at Cermak, but still Noah can't find the elim. The flash comes out, but might be able to find 2, and as the spike gets ready to take down deeper and deeper. Chamber, what? Wow. Oh, I thought that Cermak was at least going to find the 1, but instead doesn't find either. That is Drexel winning their 6th round.
I don't really understand the thought process there from Javis. Javis ran away, must have gotten flashed by the first flash, But
Yeah,
ironically, that bailed them out because the quote-unquote right play there is to play together. It's to drop together.
Absolutely.
But if Javis was with his teammate, they would have lost because they would have both been flashed. That's actually so funny to me that's how it worked. But hey, you take it. Double digits might be James Madison's, but Drexel right back to winning ways with 3 out of the last 4 rounds.
Quickly taken away. DKS, I feel we're seeing the reaction time just a little bit too quick. You know, we're seeing the flick a little bit too hard as DKS slows it down just a minute. That is not going to save Meester from the Bucky kill. DDRocco trades it out for a Phantom. A heck of an upgrade if you ask me. We've got a 44 on the board. Oh, whoa. Our first disagreement?
He wants it back. The Bucky is like... big. I mean, true, it is a big upgrade. But Bucky time is what I'm here for.
I've got to say, I love it. As weird as it is, I love it. It's an aggressive play, it's a weird play, and it's one that's not going to work out well. All of a sudden, JMU, they were at kind of a tough scenario, a will they, won't they, and as it turns into a 2v1, we're definitely thinking, you know, they will. Shock dart's on the table. I'd love to see James put one shock dart in the left door and then rush the right door and look for those opportunities, because you assume somebody's back there and will get the sneak up on Murr. Oh, no!
Man. And he's not gonna get
time.
No time.
Wow.
And he might die.
Series of unfortunate events.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Not only is it a thrifty, but Javis can't even get out with the operator. It's 11-6. Drexel.
I'm flabbergasted. I'm bamboozled. I'm flustered. I'm everything under the sun here. Holy cow. There were a million ways that round ended, and I truly was not expecting it to be like that.
No, I mean, it's so hard to anticipate. And, I mean, we kind of forget that James Madison, they didn't buy that round. They barely invested.
Oh, there was a Bucky.
Yeah.
Oh, wow, you're totally right.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's what's impressive. And, listen, I don't want to take anything away. Javis in that clutch was actually really good. I mean, it's kind of hard to anticipate the double setup there inside of Boathouse, right?
Sure.
Like, especially considering you get the kill Boathouse and then the other person doesn't immediately swing. You would think they'd be playing for the trade, but the patience there paid off.
Yeah, and I've got to say, and you know, I believe they get three timeouts, so it's not the end of the world to be using one right here. But I do think it's quite interesting.
Is it 3 timeouts for an ace?
I don't know.
It's typically 1 timeout per half.
Oh, per half. You're right. Okay, I forgot we swapped halves, to be honest. So now I actually am going to change. I was about to say, I was going to be like, oh, well, I kind of understand. I don't understand what the timeout is here to do, because while James Madison lost that round, it was mighty close. It didn't feel like the type of round where it's kind of like a, okay, we need that reset situation. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like maybe save that for a rainier day than a close round loss.
Well, I mean, but wait, hold on. JMU took that. They won the round.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, you're right. Wait, they won. I'm so confused.
I mean, I think that makes your point even better. Like,
right?
I'm in agreement.
It's why would you pop the maybe somebody really had to use the restroom. Maybe that was like a bio break.
True. We are like trying to like fully CSI this, and somebody
trying to justify it had to be a bathroom break.
True. Or the common, you know, toxic, just take the time out after you win a round.
Oh, yes, yeah.
I'm low-key a fan just for the mental gameplay.
The mental boom.
Yeah, but also toxic.
Oh, but also toxic, that's true. Oh, Combat loves to hold this angle, and I'm really curious if it's going to pay off. That immediately makes the answer no. So we missed something kind of wild. We see it in the kill feed here. Furlough with a Judge takes down 2, and that Judge, while it does get a little bit of action, Vincent, it's not going to get the elims they need. James Madison, even with a Judge play here that went the extra mile, they're still going to be falling just a little bit short. They're down by a player and down by a heck of a lot of HP.
Yeah, Drexel looking to try and retake, but they do have his Tour de Force. A player towards Exet. Timing on the swap, not good. Oh, man. By the way, I am confirming, like, I want the box on site to be called Exet from now on.
Valid.
Yeah.
Valid.
I'm calling it that, just for the record. If you're confused, just Google.
Catch up.
Yeah. XSET champions, or champions, VCT, whatever. You get what I'm saying.
You guys get it. You guys get it. I've got to say though, I mean, the timing diff bonus we have seen for JMU a couple of times.
Yeah.
Where they find an elim simply because somebody's swapping weapons, or somebody's turning left when they should be turning right. I mean, it really has been working out very well for them. The tour de force now comes out from JMU, trying to put on a bit of a masterclass. We've seen some great success from our chambers so far, but DKS is going to be the first one to bite the bullet. Murr takes another one down with that tour de force. Jameis bites the dust, and 5v3 in favor of JMU. This could be the game-winning round here, Vincent.
Listen, Drexel, I'd love to be a believer, friends, but this is not looking good. That's Rye finding the early kill there. Furlough down. It's down to just these two. And, I mean, Combat's had some good moments. Don't get me wrong. We've seen Meester pick up some good frags as well. Now in a two-player situation where... Oh, the Blaze Storm? No! Denied!
Oh! What? Oh, and the slow-mo body fall to the ground. That hurts. That is a tough one. But James Madison University, things get a little bit shaky there in the middle half. They really turn it around. They really begin to clutch it out, and they really find some great success. 13-6. Now, I know our next map is going to be Haven. So before we throw it to our little break, Vincent, do you think we're going to see any major composition changes? I feel like a lot of those characters might reemerge in map 2.
You know what? I think that's true, but I think there's a possibility we see Darpy come out from James Madison because the fade is very good. I'm not sure who will go out, though, to be honest with you. But regardless, I think that could be a swap up as we get a little bit further forward. To be honest, AGL is sort of the sub here for Drexel. Don't know if we're going to be seeing them come in. Typically play on that Sentinel role, do a deuce, have some flexes. It kind of feels like if you were going to run a Sentinel that isn't chambered, you would have run it on Ascent, and you wouldn't then change that on Haven. So that's my 2 cents. I don't know. We'll see in just a few moments. Stick around. We'll be back in just a second.
Now, folks, I know what you're thinking. Oh, gosh, Septilance, map 1 is already over. We might only have one map left. Yeah, I know. Even if we have 2 maps, we're almost done with tonight. Guys, I have the coolest news for you. Today's only Wednesday, which means Call of Duty happens. Valorant happens. Tomorrow, Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, one of my favorite games to watch in the world. I love it. I promise you guys, go check that out. You'll have a good time. Friday, CSGO. And then, next week, got the whole same thing. We run it back all over again.
Wait, Septilance. I think you've forgotten something, actually. We might have something brand new coming at you next week. I can't say what or exactly when, but keep your eye out on social media. The Twitter space is empty for now, but you better be keeping your eyes peeled to check out what we've got. New game coming up next week, so make sure to tune in for that one. It's going to be a good time. Trust me, I wouldn't lie to you. Come on now.
Vincent would never, and I believe that'll be on Tuesdays. Don't quote me, I'm pretty sure that'll be on Tuesdays.
There's a little gap right there in the schedule.
Yeah, if you've noticed Monday to Wednesday, oh, that's a little weird. Maybe something's going to happen on Tuesdays, but guys, that will be sick. And you know what else is going to be sick, Vincent? Our upcoming map, which I'm very excited to see because it's going to be Haven. I love Haven because, of course, it is the only map that has 3 sites. It has 3 locations, and that makes things weird. That shakes up the entire fundamentals of this game.
It does. And you know what? It really makes it so important. That's going to be aggression on the defense.
Absolutely.
Normally you think about, like, aggression, right? Okay, well, there's attack. Obviously, aggression, attack, both start with A. They mean similar things, right? Like, that's what you immediately think in your head. But actually, it's the defensive side of Haven that you really need to be aggressive on because you can't be everywhere. So you need to take some space and confirm, okay, they can't be over at A long, so they're probably at B or C. That's the fundamentals that I'm really going to be looking towards on this map.
I wholeheartedly agree. And there's such that unique kind of base of having 3 points or 3 sites is you can't do the 3-2 stack. You have to aim for a 2-2-1, or if you're going to gamble stack, your odds go way down. Like, there's a lot of things that a team has to take into consideration here. And one of those things is, of course, team composition. What are they going to be bringing out? Are we going to see a repeat of those agents? Are we going to see that mythical Fade we've been talking about all night? And we don't even get to see him lock it in. Fade is already here. But Vincent, I made a comment to you at the very beginning of tonight. We weren't even live yet. I said one thing about me. Do you remember what it was?
Please, re-enlighten me.
I love Raze. I think she's the most entertaining character in the game. I think she is so fun to watch, and I'm so unbelievably excited to see a Raze on Haven, not once, but twice. That's insane to me. I never see her here.
You know, it's gotten a little bit more consistently picked over the last, like, couple of weeks, I feel like. I'm not sure exactly the reasoning why, but I think a lot of it has to do with the consistency with which you can combine the paint shells with the C's. That Fade utility alongside the Raze utility
so good.
Is really fantastic. But you know what? I've been proven wrong. I just need to, Vincent wrong on this one. I said I really wasn't sure the AJL would be coming in here, just because I wasn't quite sure why you would be picking a Sentinel on Haven when you didn't go for it on Ascent. And I still sort of feel that way, to be honest with you. But IGL in, and so is Squishy. So we're actually seeing 2 swap-ups there with Meester going out as well. So, hey, hopefully this will be the difference maker that Drexel need in order to push themselves forward over JMU.
Yeah, and Vincent, I was so excited about the Raze I don't know if you've missed this as well. Cermak is on Breach.
A big fan.
Which,
Huge
yeah, I'm a
fan.
huge fan of that. That's something we used to see that kind of got forgotten in the sands of time as new agents came out, things changed, people introduced stranger compositions. But to return to the roots of Breach on Haven here, I mean, that could really, and I truly expect it to be, a thorn in the side of Drexel on this map.
Yeah, this double initiator has been so popular as of late. And, you know, it almost doesn't matter which initiators you're picking.
Right.
Typically, it's going to be one of Breach or Sky, and then something else, usually that Fade. But even KO has been seen here. It's just great to see. I love that James Madison is running this. This is what I would call basically the meta composition that James Madison are running. A little different for Drexel, but I'm not saying that's bad.
Right. Yeah, different does not always mean bad. And okay, DKS giving us a great example as to why. Takes down that mythical Breach unbelievably early. Ray gives away their location. Combat takes up and down quick. D-Duraco finds Squishy. Combat finds D-Duraco once again. The Fade already shaking things up, already making a massive change in play style. 3v2 in favor of Drexel. The spike plant is down. And Vincent, in round 1, I will say, I think the spike plant is more important than winning the round.
Okay, I'm sort of on board with that. You know what else?
It's because it's more of a contingency plan. It's a backup plan. Even if you didn't lose, you get the credits from spike planting. You put a win on the board. You're not leaving yourselves out.
Ooh, Murr! That's fantastic! And this is, I mean, listen, I'm sure this is why you love seeing this raise, right? Like, you gotta be a fan of those paint shells. That placement, just perfection from Murr. And as, of course, the swing thereafter was also solid. But, you know what? I was right on one side. Dart BN on the Fade. You know, at least
yes.
I might have been entirely wrong on the one side of things, but at the very least, we got the win victory.
Hey, that's a W for me. I'm excited to see Darby on the Fade. I'll be full disclosure. You know, I keep it honest with chat. This is the first time I'm ever actually getting the chance to commentate Fade, so I'm very excited.
Okay.
Yeah, even when I was casting when she was out, she just wasn't common. I guess she wasn't in the meta, so to speak.
Oh, well, you're gonna get a fun time this evening with both of them on the server.
Yeah, a friend of mine who I duo with plays Fade, and I obviously play Raze. So we've been rocking and rolling with that combo. As long as we saw it on Twitter, we were like, okay, we're learning how to do that. And by golly, we learned how to do that. It's such a strong combo. I'd love to see it used here. Not a lot of luck. Murr's Blast Pack, it's like a fake? It's like a decoy Blast Pack, perhaps?
Yeah, you got me on that one. I don't know.
Maybe it was just an accident, probably. A misclick, if we're telling the truth here. Wow! Gets the Elim and lives to talk about it? That is surprising.
The old 1-2 rendezvous. That's the nice, nice and easy win there. Squishy is bringing back to kill or two. Some HP significantly down there for D-Duraco, so it'd be a little dangerous to keep peeking, so Cermak's gonna take it out. No problem. Combat will fall. It's 2-0 for James Madison. Now I have a question. Do you think this is gonna be the same sort of situation that we saw back on Ascent for JMU? Are they gonna run out to 6-0, do you think?
I would not be surprised to see that, because they are just JMU. You know, they are a very talented, very effective team at this game, and I think it wouldn't be that surprising to see them kind of walk away with a 6-0 lead. The question more in my mind is, if they do get there, are they going to hold it a little bit better? Or are we going to see the struggle flip into forcing a 9-3 and losing all dominance in the beginning of the round, or are they going to find a little more success with it? Can they play a little easier, a little more laid back?
I hear you. Sepulence wants better. I can understand this.
Seppi want better.
Yeah. Furlough, he's giving you better. At least for Drexel. Picking up that first frag. Nicely done. And that's sort of the problem if you are JMU and getting aggressive individually, is if those duels don't go your way, well, you're in a bit of a rough spot, aren't you?
This is definitely a difficult map as well, because, you know, if you find yourself caught out in a 1v1, your teammates could be so far away that they're never getting there in time to change the pace of anything. And it's going to take them ages to get to your location. I think that's maybe what we're seeing, just a little bit of a huge rush in. Nobody checks the high ground, and DKS just mows down the members of James Madison. That 6-0 immediately out the window.
Yeah, and a flawless victory as well. Now, of course, James Madison, sort of in that same spot where, they had first two rounds, but they didn't have the weaponry into that last one that they could have been able to utilize. So, I hold back my my full opinion for this round, because this is where things could really turn on their head for James Madison. Or,
They're lining it up.
oh, they are. You're right.
Oh, nobody's there though.
And the paranoia too, just in case.
Just safety first. Oh, that's a bummer. I love the strategy. I love the attempted play, but with nobody being there, you unfortunately.
So let me fight back on that just a little bit. It is a bummer, no kills, right? But like the control is actually fantastic. This is exactly what I was looking for, right? They got everything that they want because now everybody converts it.
Oh! I saw into the future 1 second before that happened, and I was like, D-Duraco is going down off that shot. DKS, I've got to say, an absolute demon with this chamber gameplay so far. AJL also really putting in the work. A great substitution in for Drexel. And just when we think JMU can take a dominant lead, it turns out Drexel had a lot of plays in their back pocket, and they are doing wonders. We're in a tied game for the first time, Vincent.
Yeah, and we got to keep in mind, right? Drexel picked Ascent, and we know that both teams enjoy Ascent. That is what they have said is their best map. But clearly Drexel have a game plan here for Haven. They are absolutely capable of playing this map as well. And I think that play over towards Long really gives me a lot of confidence that, at least from a mentality standpoint, Drexel are still very much in this. They're looking for the victories. They're looking to push this to a third map and send us to Icebox.
A bit of a surprising timeout, one that comes a little bit late in the round, but that doesn't take any validity out of it. So it's JMU, and I think this timeout makes a whole lot of sense. I think that completely finds some great value here. You win 2 rounds, you lose 2 rounds. You are at the statistical expectation. That is statistically exactly what is supposed to happen right now. So I think it makes sense to kind of unpeel the layers and think, how do we rewrite history?
Yeah, I agree with you 100%. It's right when you would hope that James Madison would take it, especially considering that I think they kind of felt like after that first map that maybe things were going to be a little easier on Haven.
Yeah.
And Drexel has put them on notice. They're like, nah, that's wishful thinking, guys. This is not easy mode. We're playing on hard.
Drexel said it not today, and I wholeheartedly agree. You know, maybe JMU found some relative ease in taking some of those rounds back on the map of Ascent, but then you take a look here, brand new map, there's 3 sites instead of 2, essentially a brand new composition. I mean, we see the repeat of Chamber and Omen. Everybody else was tossed out. We are looking at a very new compositions, and I think that's absolutely no surprise, because that realistically can kind of be the point of Valorant, is each map recalls for different agent understandings and different ways to play this game.
That they do. Let's see if that continues here. The Haunt goes out, the Prowler to follow. Nobody home on the B site.
Waiting now, a lot of patience out the gate. A great flash onto combat. The smoke to boot, really trying to make sure that they're not going to be able to get around this. Or they are to get around this corner. Going in quick, walking into all 5. Doesn't even get an elim before they are elimed themselves. Squishy P finds a double kill, making it a 3v2 now in favor of James Madison University. Drexel University, they are looking a little rough here, but it is only round 5, and they've taken a lot of econ off the table for JMU. The showstopper! Now that's a surprise, and AJL doesn't take a lick of damage off of it.
Oh, Rolling Thunder as well. I mean, I like these investments. They make sense.
I agree.
Furlough and AJL get tagged up by it as well. So much time in the C's. The C's just add insult to injury. Great utility there from James Madison. It took them 2 ultimates, but I don't care. They won the round.
I mean, they said, "See you later." Am I right? Like, get out of here. It's JM. That's right. Wow. I cringed to my. I couldn't even finish my thought. I cringed to my own joke.
No. Do not apologize. That was fantastic. I'm here for it.
All right, great. All right, as long as I'm being validated, I feel better. Oh my goodness. So, James Madison University, they win the round. And like you said, Vincent, a pretty aggressive committal. But I think it's worth it. In a situation where you're tied up, you want to take an advantage. You also don't want to throw your econ out the window, right?
Well, they had the man advantage as well, right? I mean, they had an advantage, and they pushed it to the limit. Nothing wrong with that.
You got to push it to the limit.
That's right.
You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm
glad you picked up.
Absolutely. I mean, how can I know? I'm a huge fan over here. Anyway, back to Valorant. I can talk about my obsessions later. DKS has decided they don't want to hear any more from me or Mur as they're taken out immediately. Drexel University giving themselves a massive advantage. Kind of an op v op, but Chambers op is, of course, special. It's different. It fires way faster. It reloads faster, and it creates that weird little slow field. Not sure of DiDuraco's intentions here.
I know exactly. So, okay.
Oh, he's trying to shoot a slow?
No. Yeah. So there's the trademark is usually placed right there on the close left side.
Oh!
And so he's trying to line up where that trademark is behind the wall and get that trademark without committing.
All right, so I put a little critical thinking to it, and I did understand what was going on. That's always exciting.
I believe
yeah, we got there. It just took a couple minutes. Darby finds that Elim onto DKS, takes down Combat as well, and gosh, I love the aesthetic of that Fade ultimate.
Well, I mean, I love it from here. I don't love it when
yeah, actually, great point. Super good point.
You know, but from here, it's great. C's not so much, but the paranoia certainly is.
Running right into...
Yeah. Goodbye. See you next round, Furlough. DiDuraco shoving that operator straight down his throat. Makes it very difficult to be living.
Kind of a jump scare, Elim, there. You're completely blinded. You have no idea what's happening in front of or behind you, and you've just got to kind of guess. You're like,
the paranoia. That's
literally.
The perfect name as well. You're just like, where?
I think whoever named the paranoia, I hope they got a raise over at Riot, because I truly don't think there could be a better name. It creates two things, darkness and paranoia. So, I mean, they nailed it.
Okay, so Drexel, they have a showstopper here. James Madison, on the other hand, they are looking very one-dimensional. Their attempt is going to be C, and they are not looking to move anywhere else with the Nightfall.
Going into Garage, they're able to get a lot of action. The nade out from Mur, it's an aggressive one, but I think it's a good one because it clears that window and gives your team a clean opportunity to walk through onto site. Spike plant comes through. Not quite as important as it may be in a pistol round. Also, did you hum at the location of the plant there?
No.
Oh, okay.
Humming at the location of the Nano Swarm there, and nice that we saw it get taken out.
Yeah, I was very surprised to see the spike plant location. I don't think it's bad. I just think it's a little weird. So I'm curious to see if they have intentions.
I think it's all about dealing with those nanoswarms, but hey.
Oh, okay, a showstopper from Drexel there. Not something I would have expected, but I think they're just kind of going for the mass damage play. AJL Bomber going out of the spike. Thinks they're going to get a defuse, but Breach just around the corner. Slack takes them both out the gate, turn it into a three-piece, and all of a sudden, James Madison University, in a round that truly could have gone either way, turns into a flawless in the blink of an eye.
So, you remember when I talked about how, like, flashing for yourself is not so effective with initiators? Never mind. I take it all back. Listen, Riot tried to stop Cermak, but Cermak cannot be stopped. There was no stopping this man.
That truly was an incredible flash. Took down 3 off the back of it. And I was trying to like do the speed math in my head there. I don't think that third Elim got flashed. I think that was just an Elim off the back of a play.
Yeah, no, it was. The first 2 were flashed, but no, the third not even flashed, just pure skill.
Just a clean headshot. Now, speaking of headshots, Squishy P using the op, the only gun in the game you can get a one-tap kill with and don't have to headshot. So, gonna make it a lot harder to bring that op out.
That's a Marshall.
Oh no, I'm so sad and embarrassed, but I said it already. You can still get a one-shot kill with a Marshall. That's gonna be a headshot, though. Gosh, it's almost like it's 11:15 or something. I don't know what's going on.
Checks watch for excuse. Yep, understood. Drexel gonna be doing what they can though with this limited purchase. You do like to see the Marshall though. I do think this is still very effective. Unfortunately, shooting it off like that is gonna give away the information that hey, this site might not be the best defended at the moment.
Yeah, this nade, though, going to make it a heck of a lot more defended. Probably going to listen in for the... Oh, I expected to listen in for the flash and then go for the toss. Going to toss it in too deep. We're all going to run right in past it. Bomb, but he finds Squishy and finds the Elim. That is going to be an unfortunate way to lose a life and open a site. JMU, they are rushing in quick. They've got the numbers, and they aren't going to have them for long. Combat finds one. DiDuraco gets that immediate trade. We are back at a 4v3 in favor of JMU.
Still, very nice trays onto the site. The Stinger, I mean, getting 1-for-1 is fine there. It's just,
yeah, for sure.
You know, unfortunately, you have a Stinger. And that's pretty much maximum what you're looking for. Timing on this not going to matter at all. TKS thought it could drop down, but no longer available. Nicely done from James Madison University. 6-2. I mean, it wasn't 6-0, but 6-2 still looking very good, I would say.
I have to agree. I was just going to say that exact same thing. Back to the wavelength situation here, Vincent. I was thinking that same thing. 6-2, not as good as 6-0, but still good enough to be proud of. That is a great lead and a great, again, we're in the situation where JMU, their worst case scenario, their worst nightmare right now is a draw. There's no situation they're going to fall into a round deficit anytime soon.
Yeah, and just if you don't know a ton about Valorant or what the sort of winning sides of this is, at the highest level, typically pretty even, generally speaking. That can change meta to meta and everything like that. But regardless, Drexel, they are taking a timeout here, and we're kind of in this like loop semblance where we're talking about, do we like this timeout? Do we not like this timeout? Right. I'm a big fan. I think this is the right timing. Drexel, they had some success for those 2 rounds, but they've just lost now 4 in a row, and it's time for them to try and rethink what they've been doing.
And I also do want to point out, this is actually Drexel's first timeout. We did not see a timeout from them. Both timeouts on Ascent were JMU. So we have not seen Drexel bring a timeout to the table yet. That
is crazy. You're right. I didn't even think about that fact. That's a little bit concerning, maybe, but...
Right. That's kind of where I'm sitting as well. I feel like timeouts are very valuable because it gives you even more time to talk about, what ultimates do we want to go for? What ultimates do we have to use now? Do we get the ult orb? Do we go for elims? What site do we find ourselves ending up on? Most likely. And I think, hopefully, we're going to see if this timeout works well for Drexel because they had the full thing. They used every second of it, as every team always does. And let's see what value they can find. I wonder if one of the notes was DKS, stop running it down. You've got to play slower. You've got to wind up a little bit. And the rendezvous, going to let this chamber live a little bit longer in a great reset into a new off-angle location.
Yeah, I mean, I like to be fair, I think DKS has to play aggressive there, especially if you're playing on chamber. Use that rendezvous to the best of your ability.
Right.
Get some information and then fall back, and that's what he's done here. So I'm very much a fan of that. Of course, James Madison, they are playing so passively. You can see all the utility set up by this Killjoy over towards C, and well, unfortunately, it's going to be mostly irrelevant if this hit comes towards A like it appears to be.
Yeah, and Vincent, I've got to say, this might be the longest we've gone tonight without an Elim on the board. Now the bouncing breach ultimate going to come through and open up. Just James Madison going to find Elim after Elim. Like a 2-for-1 trade. Things looking even better, but now a lot of damage has been done on both sides. The Fade, she's crit. The Raze, she's crit. So we're basically with a 3v2, still in favor of JMU.
A little bit of a rhyme there. I like it. The From the Shadows is available. I'd like to see Drexel throw that out maybe for some information gathering, try to confirm one of these positions to get an advantage, but at the moment that's not happening, and actually very slow on this timing to rotate in.
Great turnaround from Drexel here, but okay. Maybe I spoke a little bit too soon there, Vincent. They had the elims, but unfortunately they just didn't have the numbers. They didn't have the fire rate. And JMU, they put a 7th round on the board, which means worst case scenario now they're still up by 2 going into the second half.
Yeah, I mean that's just massive, isn't it? And let me do some more praising of JMU. I know we've been doing a lot of that as of late, but they've been playing well. It's that they have been doing a great job at their trades. That's something that I think a lot of teams don't necessarily get right, or that is very hard to get correct, is just that spacing. But the entry into the site, making sure to go 1-for-1 at the very least, and the defense was the same way.
Yeah, I am trying to think. I don't really know the last time I've seen a series where the trades were so consistent. I think you're spot on. They are very, very common in this series so far today, and you've got to wonder if that's intentional, if that just comes down to kind of a, I don't want to call it a skill diff, because I'm not trying to say a negative thing, just kind of a mechanical understanding diff.
I think it's intentional, 100%. I mean,
yeah.
You and I both have seen this James Madison team. They are not a team that does things without intention.
That's a great point. That truly is a great point. JMU, they are not the type of team to walk in and just kind of play it by ear. They're going to walk in and play it by we made a plan for this 5 weeks ago. They're gonna walk in and just be ready for anything that is thrown at them. Now the showstopper comes out quick. AJL caught between a rock and about 35 hard places. Dorpy finds that Elam. Now the showstopper not getting a lick of damage, but before I can finish the sentence, it does in fact find combat. Already a 5-3 in favor of JMU. An 8th point on the board here could work wonders for this team in terms of confidence and game-winning rounds here in the first half.
Indeed. Could confirm number 8. And 3v5, honestly, I wouldn't hate a save. I know that seems sort of crazy. You need rounds for Drexel, but unless Squishy just randomly finds his kill, there's still a haunt available.
Yeah, it would be crazy, but in like an understanding crazy way. Like, I definitely think it would not be the worst play to save a couple weapons, but Darby has decided that they aren't going to save any weapons. They're actually going to single-handedly put 4 of them down back to back to back to back. And that's just such a strong play from JMU again.
We didn't see it from Darby's perspective, so let me explain what actually happened there, because it's kind of hard to see. Darby threw out the haunt, right? That haunt gathered information on 2 players, through which they could get a kill through that dark cover twice, and then just swung for the 3rd. That was the quad on the round. That late haunt was so fantastic. It really set them up for success.
Yeah, Haunt is the type of ability that we often see where they kind of send it out early to gain information, to gain recon. Is a site open? Is a site, is somebody attacking or defending towards the site I'm on? But instead, holding it late, playing it slow like that, I think really worked a miracle for that team. Not that JMU needs a miracle right now, but I mean, if they did, it looks like they're being handed out.
Yeah, well, and of course, it's a pretty long cooldown, but you do get it back over the course of time. So.
Oh, you're right. See, you guys never cast Fade before. Gotta make mistakes. That's
why you got me. I'm here.
I'm here
to help you out.
Love it. I love having help. I love being helped. It really is nice.
Help fun.
Just did a solo broadcast the other day. Let me tell you what, folks. Having the help, fun. Very, very fun.
Can confirm. Yep. Solos are not a good time, but Drexel, they're the ones not having a good time at the moment. Down by a factor of 6 rounds.
Oh. Rendezvous. I really thought that was going to be the stock, but instead, here comes that Fade ultimate once again. DiDiRocco goes in quick, and Murr, a huge speed boost. Oh, angle check, able to find one. Oh, maybe another. Wow! What a shot from Murr to seal the deal here on round 9. If JMU wins, not this round, they've probably got this one in the bag, but if they win the next round, that'll change the course of history. That'll shake up the scoreline from Ascent.
Oh my goodness, you've heard of the 360 no-scope. You've not heard of the 360 headshot there, man. Darby gonna close things out. Another flawless round there for James Madison. And this is just dominance continuing. It was 2-2 at one point, Septilence, and you and I were like, well, things are different. They're no longer different. I take it all back. I
agree. It's interesting as well because I gotta tip my hat here to JMU because they have probably one of the fastest and most consistent adaptabilities in game that I have seen from a team in a really long time. They've changed things up. Even the smallest of plays have become massive plays. The locations of the util they're throwing out, they're not following the same 2 lineups every time. The choosing when do we or when do we not use our ultimates. It's making impact after impact here, and I think it's working out really well against Drexel.
And they're so preemptive about it too. Think about the fact they hit A like 4 times in a row there. Just randomly went C last round just because it was the right call at the right time. They got away with it. But speaking of getting away, Squishy away without a trace. Able to get that frag and fall back.
Yeah, Squishy just completely vanishes from sight. DKS able to find that Elim onto Murr. Drexel, I mean, this is the turnaround round, right? If they want to find momentum going into the second half, this is going to be the round to look for it. If they lose this one, they are down 10-2, which means James Madison needs to win the pistol round and then only 2 more afterwards to seal the deal.
Wow, I mean, just I know that, but when you say it out loud, it changes things, you know what I mean?
And when you win the pistol round, you almost always get the second round. So basically, they have to win the pistol round and 1 more round, and they could win it right there.
That's exactly right. Situation going from bad to worse for Drexel.
30 seconds left.
Unless
no, wrong corner. Ah!
This is a horror game. I'm convinced. Absolutely.
Oh, I forgot about that in the back pocket. DiDiRocco going to get hit by their own teammate here. The flash is sending out, guarding into heaven. I think a ceiling spray from Survey. Oh, you're right. 10 seconds on the clock. Oh, this could be disastrous. The pipeline has to go down right now. The Fade is going to come out with an ultimate of their own. AJL Bomber going to catch a bullet to the dome, but no, it's DKS who finds one. AJL the next to fall. It is up to Ray to save the day. That will not happen here today.
Man, you're on it. Freaking Dr. Seuss over there. with
I'm
the
a
rhymes.
poet, and I didn't even know I could rhyme things.
I love that ATL just went down. He lined down inside the spike. I don't know why I like that, but I do like that. Okay.
One heck of a strategy.
I don't have to have a reason. Don't have to.
Absolutely not.
Drexel, listen, they have brought it back to the old cursed scoreline, but that does beg the question, okay, well, it didn't work last time. Is it going to work this time? I don't know the answer. I have no clue. But what I do know is that James Madison have put on a near flawless game thus far.
I truly agree. And this is the exact scoreline we stared down back at Ascent. So we saw James Madison University up 9-3. I think we got as close as 9-6 at one point.
Yeah.
Before James Madison was able to really turn this around. I think
Well,
if
then
they
it was
run their
13
pistol
to
round.
6.
Yeah, of course. And then it turned into a 13-6. But I think if we see the situation where James Madison wins the pistol round early and they snatch all of that momentum away from Drexel, this could very, very realistically be a 13-3.
Yeah, that's a scary thought. Scary for these Drexel players. Squishy. Okay, well, rendezvous. You think you have some space? Nope, Cermak still swinging, still peeking. Goodbye, Squishy.
Oh, Ray might be able to find some action here. Peeks through the dark cover, picks up one off the smoke. No, wow! Combat! I mean, what a turnaround. An AJL Bomber puts down 2 of their own. I've got to say, Vincent, even with a 9-3 scoreline like this, AJL Bomber, to me, has been the most impactful player we have seen. If we stripped all 10 of them individually and looked at what they've been bringing out in this series, AJL has been putting in the work.
We'll get back to that. A 2v2, and oh my goodness, how does
Maybe
Dark
not
find
all
both?
the work.
I don't understand. That was literally so fast.
That was just, I mean, it felt like one bullet. It wasn't a
It
collateral, but
did.
you could have fooled me. It very well could have been.
So, okay, it's so funny you say that because I legitimately was like, hold on a second. Was that I thought it was a collab for just a second. Like,
I don't
That's
think
so
it was
fast.
a collab.
No, it wasn't. It wasn't.
Yeah, okay.
But regardless, let me get back to the point you were making because I think that this is a good point. HL 7-10 right now. Hasn't necessarily on paper had a high impact, but you look at where they've been playing, they were on the C site pretty much the whole time.
Right.
And then ironically, whenever the C site did get hit, it felt like they were actually not on the C site. So has really been not in a position to actually have high impact just yet. On the attack side, maybe that'll change.
Yeah, it's definitely picking up those pivotal elims, picking up those small moment kills where they pick up 2 and all of a sudden it's tied, or they find one and all of a sudden the round has been won. It's been some great progress from Drexel so far, but, you know, looking at the one player versus what JMU is bringing out, it feels like all 5 on the side of JMU have had their moment and their time to shine.
Fair enough, yeah, absolutely.
Ruh-roh.
Oh boy.
Murr looking at the ground on that one. Not exactly where you want to be lined up.
That's a flash. Another kill there for Cermak, as we've sort of come to expect from him at this point.
Most definitely. 4v4. Spectre comes out from Cermak. Oh, wowza! And all of a sudden, it is a 4v1! Furlough picks up Cermak, and that has to be it. Ray, the last one left alive 2 rounds in a row, and simply in a 1v4, you just cannot make the magic happen on that. The spike goes off. DKS, whoo, stares death in the face and laughs. It is now 10-4, Vincent. This has so far been a near identical repeat of what we saw back on Ascent.
Yeah, that's a good point. Though, in fairness, Drexel winning the force fly round there is a little more impressive to me than just.
I wholeheartedly agree. Yeah.
I don't know why. I mean, it is just one round regardless, but still, I think it's very impressive to pick that up. And look at what James Madison are doing. I think this really is a good point at what this whole JMU team is about, is them saving this. A lot of teams would go ahead for the force fly, but they've gone with most of the classics, and they've just committed to letting Drexel win this round, and they're just going to buy and win with guns next time.
It's funny because when you say it out loud, it sounds so simple, but it's like it's such a strong and intelligent strategy to bring to the table. Is just kind of allowing a little bit of wiggle room. It's like giving an inch so you can take a mile. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, and sometimes, like a spring, you have to have a little give.
Speaking
What
of
is this
give, let's
lineup?
see. I was just about to say, I was saying, speaking of give, let's see what Darby has to give here with the weirdest lineup I've seen in a while. That picked up the top left corner. Nobody was on site to be caught by it, but I can't imagine a spot on site other than hell itself that you wouldn't have been seen by that. That was a very cool lineup.
Massive. Love the work being done.
Zermatt hit a shot challenge.
1v1. How has this come down to this? The reload
Again,
as
it's
well.
Ray. It's Ray's redemption arc right here.
Ray's about to get half.
No, Ray's not going to get half.
man.
Furlough had the lineup around the corner. Dead, though.
Oh my goodness, yeah.
Third round in a row, Ray is the last person left standing. On the side of JMU.
Think about that there, Drexel. They committed a lot to that. And okay, so hot take time from Vincent. I think Drexel's not that sad about that. I don't think that's a problem.
Valid.
And actually,
Valid.
I think that is low-key a positive thing. Because now they're going to buy full rifles, and they have a much better chance of winning this round. I think, and this round is so important because it's about momentum.
Oh, come on, hit the lineup. Again, nobody's there, but it's a cool lineup. I hope one day we'll get to see it, but I think everybody's fully aware why you're picking Fade and Raze on this map, and nobody's going to voluntarily walk into that.
I say that a lot, but then people do it again.
But then people walk into it, yeah, very. As a Raze player who, you know, definition of insanity, same thing over and over and expecting different results, that's Raze in a nutshell. That's what she's here to do. That's what she's here to continue to do. That's just how it be.
It do be how it be. James Madison stepping into the gun round here, looking to do what they can. They do have a pretty interesting combination of ultimates available to them. That's going to be the Rolling Thunder alongside the Nightfall. It's an expensive one, don't get me wrong, but you choose the right place to put it, and that is a deadly combo.
Oh, shucks. Ray fires directly into the ground quite a few times, gives up on the reload to swap to the pistol to find that ultimate, or excuse me, that ability to shoot it down. 70 HP on the board, already a one-player disadvantage. The nade comes out though, which opens up a little bit of hyper-aggression. Here's a paranoia into Rolling Thunder, into that Fade ultimate as well. So every ult under the sun from JMU. They want to win this. They need to flip the momentum, or Drexel has a good chance of getting at least a higher score than what they did back on a set. Combat living up to the name. I mean, just taking control of combat every single time we see it. Drexel, they're at that 6, Vincent. This could be their moment to rewrite history.
Not bad. Not bad at all there from Combat especially. But, you know, we saw that combo, right? The Nightfall, the Rolling Thunder, and it gets nothing out of it. I mean, the utility from James Madison was great, but they didn't win any of the duels. Combat just kind of ran around, shot some heads, picked up the win. And I think JMU are kind of feeling the way I am about that round, where I don't think, like, there was only one real mistake, and that was Rocco running through that smoke whilst the player on site fell back. There was no need to commit to that gunfight, and to go down there for free was a mistake for sure. But everything else was kind of really good from James Madison. They just didn't actually hit the shots at the end of the day.
Yeah, kind of a right plan, wrong place situation, if that makes any sense. Like, we're wrong placement, I guess, because I agree we saw a lot of low-flying shots there toward the feet, toward the waist, and, of course, the headshots where you want to be hitting. Yeah, we got shooting toes here, and it is not a place you want to be. Now, Vincent, I'm going to point out another parallel because I think it's funny. We saw a timeout from James Madison at a 10-6 scoreline last game.
Oh.
Or, sorry, it was a 9-6, I apologize. It was a 9-6 scoreline, and then they went on to win 4 rounds in a row.
That's fair.
So I'm really curious to see the effectiveness that this is going to have. And as it comes to a close, if JMU walks out and sweeps, there's going to be some kind of timeout buff for them. I'm going to start calling it.
Possible. I mean, definitely is a possibility. They do have a great coaching staff behind them, so I wouldn't be surprised.
Now, not a great way to start a comeback.
Yeah, not ideal. The other side, Squishy really stepping up here in the early stages. Second time to find the opening pick on D to Rocco of all players.
I agree. Squishy, you know, we're talking about the KJ, and Squishy did not like that we did not have enough to say about them. Coming in, the spray and pray. One of my favorite gun skins in the game, simply due to the sound it makes, that little aquarium sound. Oh, I'm such a sucker for it. I can't help myself.
Oh,
but the spike planted again, though, that's huge.
It is, indeed. And of course, in addition to that, not that it would be necessary, the Nightfall is here as well. Just to play it a just-in-case moment. But all things considered, I think this is just about timing. James Madison, they aren't really looking to commit too heavily. They just want some exits.
They just want some exits on the board here. Oh, Squishy shooting toes. Oh, the Bucky. It's cool, but it's not going to be enough to win, especially as 2 of your teammates are removed from this mortal coil itself. Spike getting ready to explode here, and I think nobody is going to take the risk of getting close enough. Darpy and Murr. This might be a free limb. No, Murr. Darpy just saved Murr's life, and Murr is not even going to be there to return the favor. Okay, there was actually a bit of a bloodbath there in those final moments, possibly an economic reset, but I'm going to say Vincent Drexel is very much still in the driver's seat right now.
Yeah, no doubt about that. I mean, yes, I think agreed. James Madison doing some additional damage to the economy is good, but if you look at the actual numbers, AJL's at 7,500. I mean, DKS is 6,250. Like, this is not a team that's struggling in any way for an economy. So, Drexel doing well enough, I think, is the right way to that's the answer to be given. But James Madison, they have pulled out the tour de force early into this round, and Murr is what we would call ultra aggressive.
Tour de force, Murr, ultra aggressive, and neither of them are going to work out particularly well. AJL takes out Murr. Darpy going to be the next to fall, so that raise fade combo could have worked so well this round, but they went for the over-aggression instead of the patient play, and sometimes that's just the price you pay for a change-up like that. So now that could be a big nade. DiDorocco takes a lot of damage, switches to the classic, and gonna get squished by Squishy. That is a flawless round, Vincent. The comeback potential is becoming more and more on the table.
I mean, on the table. I think it's more than on the table. I think Drexel
it's already at the
right
table.
Yeah, I mean, it's in their hands. They picked it up. They're playing with it right now, and the possibilities. But the other thing is, I would have liked to see a save there. 5v3, retake towards the A side of Haven.
I don't know if they had time, to be honest. That was so quick. After Murr went down, I feel like Drexel was on the site in less than 5 seconds. They were immediately in the fray of things.
100%. I think Drexel, I think James Madison should have just saved their weapons. That's me. But again, hard to know. A lot of things going on in the comms and the communication and everything in the mid game. But regardless, Drexel, they have built themselves a little nest egg here, not just economically, but look at their ultimates. They got 5 of them, man.
Yeah, they've got half of an ult apocalypse, as I love to call it. But I mean, for a full team in Valorant to have their ults, that's an ult apocalypse in its own right. Could possibly be pretty efficient here, pretty effective rather. The KJ goes down early. It's going to be a 4-4. Murr, I think Murr's got to change something. I feel like it's hard to play Raze on this map. I get it. The strategies we're using are not working out. Also, everybody, please stop using this corner. It's not working. We've never seen somebody get a kill there this series so far and actually live to tell the tale. It's just not paying off. Drexel back out of the site. They've got the numbers advantage. They've got great angles moving forward as well. I'm surprised to not see that hurled into heaven, but I get it. You want to clear out that back location as efficiently as possible. This is going to be another tough round for James Madison to win.
It's not about winning here for James Madison. It's about actually pulling out additional ultimates. You would love to commit a showstopper here. I think that's the most effective option.
Oh!
And that's one way to do it.
Whoa!
There we go. There we go. Squishy down. Now it's winnable. Totally doable.
The spray and pray comes through, grabs the Phantom, moves in quick. Combat takes down Cermak, and all of a sudden it's 2v1. If anyone's going to win this, it's going to be Combat! 3, not going to turn into 4. DiDorocco has decided enough is enough, and James Madison will put that 11th round win on the board with a thrifty Vincent. There is a fire lit underneath them once again. Let's see how long it burns before it goes out.
Yeah, and this is what's scary when you have such a huge lead coming into halftime, and even walking away with the pistol round. It's only a couple of rounds like that need to happen for you to win the game anyway, despite a Drexel comeback. But you know what's even worse feeling for Drexel? Not only did you lose that round, not only was it a thrifty, and not only did DiDorocco get a quad kill there, but also you walked away and you still had 4 ultimates in your pocket.
Yeah, you sat on 4 ults, and I mean, it bit you in the butt. DiDorocco going to be going in quickly there. That classic rendezvous. You know, it's a weird play, and I really can't tell if I like it because it relies entirely on your first shot and only your first shot, and it's very difficult to get success there. Squishy gonna move in quick, might get domed, might get an elim of their own. You know somebody's around the corner. I think the showstopper here would be a good play. Personally, I think it could really find some great value for Drexel taking that chamber out early, or that op person. They don't know it's chamber yet, but
fair, yeah. I mean, and well, especially the fact that obviously they aren't aware of the chamber, but the rendezvous was already used early in the round, so no easy get out of jail free card if Squishy were trying to think that through. But nonetheless, it's going to be a lockdown.
Oh.
Only real place to use this effectively on the A site.
Oh. Well, that is unfortunate, and that is going to be even more unfortunate. The lockdown location read like a book, as Vincent, like you said, there was only one spot to use it, and they knew exactly where it was. They knew exactly how to take it out, and that is another ultimate down the drain. Drexel didn't sit on it this time, but they found 0 value with the D-Rocco now at 15 HP. Goes for a wall bang onto anybody. Would have been quite the elim, but not going to find it quite yet. Now there's the showstopper. Oh! D-Rocco thanking his lucky stars, but maybe not for long, as this 1v1 may end in blood, and not in his favor. I don't know. D-Rocco has decided, I'm sick of losing, folks. Let's put some more W's on the board. Combat's still alive, but not for long. Murr finds AJL Bomber, and that is a second round win for James Madison. Vincent, they are count them, 1 round away from winning this series 2-0.
Drexel's comeback stopped in its tracks for just a moment. Sure, differential here now, 4 rounds, but it's going to be flawless, or it will have to be for Drexel to actually confirm this comeback and send us to overtime. The other side of that coin is that now the ult-pocalypse, as you called it,
I love it,
from Drexel, it's unfortunately been downgraded to just a little bit of a thunderstorm here. They've got it from the shadows.
That is,
you know,
yeah.
From the shadows, it's kind of like dark and brooding. That's why I went with thunderstorm. You know, it's dark outside, but it's really just a little bit flashing lights and loud noises.
The thunderstorm just hit like the town before you, and now you're just kind of getting the second half of it.
Yeah.
It's like, you know, it's a little weird. I definitely agree, because from the shadows, personally, least favorite ultimate in the game. I don't think it really fits in this, but you know, that's something we can talk about outside of a situation where it is a game-winning round, possibly. James Madison, they've got that Nightmare on board, rolling Nightmare, and it could be an opportunity to sneak in a hyper-aggressive play. They could push out towards the attackers, because honestly, I wouldn't expect that. I doubt they would, and I feel like anybody now, it would be a wild play. It would be all risk, all reward if it worked out.
Comes that Nightfall. Darby going to be able to connect the first shot. That's trade is good for Murr.
Sloppy.
Well, Sloppy's going to work out for James Madison.
Not the blast back! Oh, Furlough gets trapped into the corner, and Vincent, in arguably the most dominant round we've seen from them in a while, James Madison gonna clutch out that second map win, which guarantees them the series, as this was a best of 3. They win Ascent very convincingly, 13-6. They win Haven, what was that, 13-10? 8? Somewhere, a 13-8. So notably stronger performance. And like I said at the beginning of this broadcast, I had never seen a team go up against JMU and live to tell the tale. So to get 6 and then 8 points on them, that is wildly impressive.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I have definitely seen James Madison taken to town once or twice, but this is a team that does not give away rounds or games for free. I mean, they absolutely are fighting tooth and nail every single time, and we saw it here. I mean, yeah, it got a little bit dicey there on Haven, but it ultimately was still a very good victory, and that first half was so dominant. Yeah, this play in particular was just so nice. Yeah. Love to see that from Murr. So many of these plays, I feel like we're absolutely solid. DKS though, I mean, just talking about, you know, a player that unfortunately didn't pick up the win, but had a great performance today. DKS really played very well.
I wholeheartedly agree, and I think we're looking at a situation where, you know, it was them doing their best, where Driddle tried to come out and it just didn't fall to the same caliber, I guess. They had the adaptation, they had the evolution, they had the change in their play styles, but they just couldn't get it figured out in time. Maybe if this was best of 5, we could have seen them. I genuinely believe there would be a chance they could come back and memorize these play styles, and a best of 5, maybe put a win on the board. I'm talking a series win. There could have been a 3-2 here if Drexel was given a little bit more time, but of course, that's just a hypothetical.
Yeah, well, and you know, best of 5s. Listen, we don't have time for those on the normal.
Yeah, true. That could literally be 5 hours. So
yeah. Just a wee bit long. So, but I agree. I think that is absolutely a possibility. Of course, James Madison, though, going to be walking away with the victory, and a very well-deserved victory at that. You and I kind of walked in. You know, we were talking to production beforehand. They were like, "Hey, who do you have winning?" Both of us were like, "Listen, James Madison, probably. You know, that's no disrespect to Drexel. Like we were talking about, they did have some really good moments, but individually and as a whole, James Madison just walking in. But we are ready for our interview. It's going to be Darby coming in. Darby, welcome to the stream. How you doing, man?
I'm doing great. It's my first NACE game I've ever played, and like, I think it's my second like official match that I played for college. It's pretty exciting. You know, I'm happy to.
Yeah. So okay, here's a question for you. How's the win feel? That's pretty sick. First NACE matchup.
The win, yeah, it does feel nice. Yeah, it feels nice to actually like do considerably well and go positive. To be honest,
you were crushing it.
Yeah, thank you. I remember there was like one round with like a fade eye, and everyone started yelling around me.
Wasn't the lineup in A-Site Heaven by chance?
There was that one, and then there was one I threw from like short because I looked at some random.
I
oh no, we know the one. We went crazy about that. Yeah, no, even us on the desk, we were like, that was one heck of a throw. But I guess a question for you is, you know, Fade is a unique character to bring out. She works really well in Haven, but she's not going to work on every map, at least not yet. So are we looking at you as a Fade specialist, or do you have some tricks we haven't seen yet?
I'd say for now, I may be a little bit more of a Fade specialist, since we have a dedicated solo player at the moment.
Right.
And then we have me to just like, I just came in and I need to see where I am with the team, but I think in the future I could end up playing some other things, but for the next few weeks, it might just be some Fade. You know, on a couple maps. At least on
Haven. It ain't broke, right?
It'll stay on there.
Well, so I mean, you mentioned how you're new to the team. I don't know how much you know about the history, but this squad, 3rd to 4th last season for the spring season in JV. Now here in Varsity Premier. What are the expectations for you guys? Are you looking to improve upon that? Do you think 3rd, 4th is something that you're going to be able to attain once again?
I think we could easily attain what we had last year. Yeah, I don't know too much about the history, to be honest. I've only learned like recently about the history since I joined the main roster like a week or two ago, and I used to just be a sub. But yeah, I think we could easily attain that. I think we could get 1st place, to be honest, but we'll have to stay in time. I don't have much doubts for it.
I believe it.
I think we're a team that can improve pretty quickly. So.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, hey, if you go back and watch, that's something I said the whole time. You guys adapt faster than a lot of teams we see, and in a game like Valorant, that can be a really, really hard thing to do. So moving forward, you know, is it, I guess kind of a question that I'm mostly curious on, do you guys have kind of an expectation going into these games? Do you have a specific warm-up that you do? Is there something you focus on going in, or is it just kind of go in, do our best, and see what we can make happen?
Well, for warm-ups, everyone kind of just has their own. Like, we have some people who are 1v1 each other on a sense, and then we have me who's in there doing like a Kovacs routine and like DMing nonstop. So for warm-ups, it varies a lot, but for set idea, it's usually just generate to play well and like work together, stuff like that. Just work on what we've actually, or implement what we've worked on scrims, stuff like that. It's also, I do agree, our adapting today was a lot better than even I had seen before. Our adapting like to what they've been doing is crazy, but I think some of that could be attained to our coach who was helping us between rounds. Like, she was saying some very useful things about what the other team was doing, which she can do.
So you mentioned scrims there, and listen, a lot of collegiate teams, I find the practice regime can be a little bit difficult at times. Sure, that's a great word for it. What does it look like for you guys? Are you guys consistently looking to get scrims in?
It's actually been a lot better lately. The first like week, it was a little bit hard, but we've been able to have consistent scrims like multiple days a week at a set time, and then have a set plan of what we're going to do for that scrim to work on. So it's actually been really good. I've heard though before, yes, scrimming can be sometimes hard for college teams because of like timings or whatever, but most of our team is pretty dedicated to working around the times, so it's very rare that we have issues with them. Our scrims are actually pretty good, and we've been working on them to make them more useful, I'd say, rather than just playing to win or something.
Yeah, without a doubt. Well, Darby, I'll ask you one more question, and it's an easy one. Is there anybody you would like to give a shout out or a thank you to while you're here with us?
I cannot think of anyone in particular, but I'll thank Mike for now, who's over here already in a ranked skin. They queued immediately after the match. He's trying to fist bump me after every single round, so it was pretty good. And also our coach Liz was doing a fantastic job for that in our game. I only played one map, so I have no idea what she was saying in the first game, but probably useful stuff.
Hey, fair enough. Well, hey, Darby, thank you so much for joining us. A big congrats on the continued winning streak, and I'm sure we will see you soon.
Thanks for having me. Appreciate it.
Of course. And with that, folks, as much as it stinks, it is midnight here on the East Coast, and I'm a sleepy boy. The series is over. I'm sure Vincent wants to go to bed as well, so we're getting ready to call it a night. A huge shout out to both teams coming out tonight. We literally could not do this without them. We also could not do this without our amazing production team in the back line. They put together that replay little thing you guys saw at the end there. They showed every replay that we got to see. Everything that isn't Vincent and I sitting at home, they are doing. So a massive, massive shout out to our production team. Vincent, thank you for joining me. And of course, thank you everybody for watching. This also could not be done without, and I'm going to get them all this time because I did not on Monday, Extra Life, Corsair, Monster, BetterHelp, Duncan, and Mavix. All of those. With this, Nace would not exist without them. So a big shout out and thank you to all of you. And of course, thank you all for watching. We love each and every one of you. Check your posture, drink some water. Don't forget to love each other. And we'll see you in some more Nace later on down the line.